Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday, and welcome to a very special edition of the program. I want to wish you a happy Thanksgiving from the past week, and that is pertinent to what we're talking about tonight because I have a little bit of a custom for this show that's going to be happening going forward from now, and also was sort of the case with last year. Every Saturday after Thanksgiving, we're going to be taking a look at a bunch of games in kind of like a round-robin setup, as far as like a bunch of things, usually looking at a genre, because that was what happened last year with Protorova, who asked me for Life Force, and I said, okay, let's do that. And they also said to me, hey, what happened to the genre? I'd like to get a look at what this genre's looking like. So we did one on plane shooters last year, and said, okay, that was great. And it was like 20 games that we played. So I said, all right, for 2021, what we want to do is do that for another genre. So I decided we're going to do it for fighting games this year. I have my Xbox 360 set up with a bunch of fighting games. We're going to be going through 23 of them, technically. Or 22 if you really want to be specific, but you'll understand why near the end of the program as it is. Basically what we're going to do is we're going to be playing through each of these games as we go along, about 15-20 minutes or so, and as we go along, it'll be up to you all in the chat to, give me some ideas as far as what you're thinking as we kind of jump from one game to another. Hi, Sweet First. Hey, guys. Good to see you tonight for the second annual Super Old Game Saturday genre showcase, although I guess feasibly eventually we'll run into a case where we might not have another genre to look at that's new, or maybe a whole lot of things. We can vary this up as we go along, but as I said, every year after Thanksgiving, for the show afterwards, we're going to be having a setup for a bunch of games in a row like this. And thank you again for showing up, Sweetverse, and also, you've been looking forward to this. All right, so I'm glad that you're looking forward to this. Hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving. I want to thank you again for your heartfelt comment as far as the last video we did, which was for Kingdom Hearts Part 3. It's up on the YouTube site, and I can't wait to have more fun times with the show and more deep discussions as you and everybody else in the chat has been providing throughout this entire year. And yeah, I do have a game that you've also been wanting to see. We'd have to take a look at it. It was okay. Well, all right. I'm glad that it was okay as far as that, and hopefully we're going to have a good show tonight as far as what we're looking at. But as I said, I have a game you've wanted to see, and we will take a brief look at it. But we also, one other thing I do want to reiterate here for the show is that we're going to be covering about 23 games, as I mentioned, but just because we're playing a game here does not necessarily mean that as soon as we look at it tonight, we're done with it. Because I can tell, especially with Blazblue, Continuum, Shift, Extend, you're seeing right there, which is going to be the fourth game we're going to look at down the row I've got. There are going to be reasons to come back to some of these things, particularly for story mode. Be right back. All right, well, I will be here as we go along. That will be the fourth game we look at, by the way, for the Blazblue, Continuum, Shift, Extend. But yeah, for all these games we're playing, there might be stuff with story mode for that one. I can think of about two other ones we have that situation going on with. So we can have that for future episodes of the show. So I just want to at least get that out there. This is going to be just a little bit of a sample. We're going to be playing each game for about 15, 20 minutes. It depends on the game. It depends on how much there really is to talk about and how much there is to show. But regardless of what that is, we're going to be going through a bunch of cases of games, and we're also going to be looking at, I guess, indirectly at the history of this genre in particular. As I said, it's fighting games time to shine this year, and we are going to start with the earliest game I have here. This is Yie Ar Kung-Fu from Konami. This came out in 1985. It was a very popular game in Japan, and I guess it was in the US, because when I was reading, this is a very high-grossing game. This port, by the way, is from 2007 from Digital Eclipse. In the arcade, this was apparently the highest-grossing arcade conversion that year, but you could have fooled me, because I never saw this in arcades, ever. Even nowadays, when I go into retro arcades, like the specialty ones you might see around, I've never seen this game. And honestly, it didn't really get many ports in the US until a couple of collections that came out on the PS1, the Game Boy Advance, and the DS. In fact, that DS one is by M2, the port jobs, so you know that everything's ported correctly. This is Digital Eclipse who did this for the Xbox 360 in 2007. This is not backwards compatible for the Xbox One and Up systems as they are, but there's also an Arcade Archives edition for this for PS4 and Switch. If you like what you're seeing, that's another thing I'll go into with all these games. There's some good gift ideas feasibly in here for any retro gaming fan in your life, or fighting game fan in your life, or yourself if you get to a case where, hey, after the holidays, you have a bunch of digital gift cards and you want to use them on something. You might see something here you like. And I'm going to be glad to hear all of your memories and intrigues, even just like, what the hell is this, or some of these things. And that's where we're at with Yie Ar Kung-Fu. I'm going to go into help a little bit, because I remember what the controls are on this. This is a very early fighting game, you can definitely tell it. And I also love, like, the Digital Eclipse XBLA games where they have this, simplistic look of, like, what are the controls? Just showing, like, okay, D-pad for the picture. So it's, like, moving, jumping, and all that. A button is punch, and B button is kick. Unfortunately, you can't change it. But, Yeah, there you go. And there's online. I don't think there's anybody playing online for this one, and achievements, of which I haven't gotten any because I haven't played this game that much. But, alright, let's take a look at the earliest fighting game. This is not the first one we've seen, or the first one that existed, but definitely was an early one. One thing I'm also going to do is... Okay, I was hitting back button, but I'm going to hit one player start, because when you hit... Oh no, you hit start to that, you can also put the screen settings. Graphical style, there is an enhanced graphic mode, I'll show that off briefly, and then screen size, which is what I got there. Alright, so we got Buchi we're fighting. Yeah, this is very simple compared to some of the ones you're going. He's just flying across, and yeah, you just have to punch and kick him as you jump across and hear the, you know, Asians flared music as far as how it was, because this was Konami's take on this. This is, I think, the only game of Konami's we got tonight. Definitely very slow and floaty and simplistic. But yeah, you can still take him down by button mashing as Oolong there. You get a point bonus, by the way, when you defeat the enemies based upon how much health you have. Basically going, like, in stages against the combatants, including Star here, who, per her name, throws out shurikens. I always like the one aspect of this where you have, like, the arrow pointing you where to go. It seems like, is that really going to be necessary? But remember, this was almost 35 years ago, actually over 35 years ago, this game came out. And this is kind of, like, one of the early blueprints of it. As far as other fighting games I can think of that were kind of like this, I can think of Karate Champ from, I think it was Data East who made that one, which is not an Xbox 360 edition of, but it's also one that's very clunky and kind of hard to go back to, and Yie Ar Kung-Fu is kind of the same way, although I think it's worth showing off just to showcase the perspective of what is the look of the genre as I punch Star in the face. Get lucky, winning. Oh, I'm getting an achievement. Okay, defeat Star. I've not gotten any of the achievements in this collection. We might see a couple of those pop up. Perhaps not every game, except the ones that are running on the original Xbox, because with the 360, we can do that. At least for some stuff, and I'll get to those as we go along. But yeah, we have Nuncha, who's running with the nunchucks. Yeah, it's basically, yeah, it's just the one area. We have the, waterfall in the background there, which looks a little aliased. I don't know if that's a porting problem, because honestly, I only have this as the port version of this game, as you try and beat him. But yeah, this is the game. And there is a two-player mode as well. Oh, and I guess I did a super move, but I got knocked on my back. And you do have 3 lives, by the way. When you die, you then go and fight the opponent again. One thing I'm going to do, since I am at this point, I'm going to show off what the enhanced mode looks like. Because they do give you a graphical enhancement for this as an option. So, alright, there we go. Alright, yeah, oh, wow, wow, okay, they cleaned it up significantly. So yeah, it seems like it's running on a different engine, and I guess it has different audio. Well, actually, no, it sort of doesn't, but I mean, alright, fine. This is the enhanced version, so they gave it a lot of After Effects on top of, you know, the way it looked from the original 1989 mode. Yeah, the waterfall sure looks better. It definitely looks a little weird. I'm going to see that with a couple of games we're going to be playing tonight, but yeah, as we keep going, just punching and kicking, but as I mentioned, it's very clunky, but not awful. I mean, for an early fighting game, I think it's aged alright, sort of. But yeah, this is not a fighting game that people are going to necessarily come back to against some of the other ones we're playing tonight, because I got some big, heavy hitter games we're going to be covering. I'll get smacked in the face once more. And we'll see how we can do on the lives we have, and then after that we will go on to the next game on the list. As I mentioned, that's what I'm liking as far as this show, and I've been looking forward to doing the show for a while, just for the purpose of being able to showcase all of the games that I have that I want to put into this setup, and kind of give a look at a picture of the genre. As I said, we're starting at the very beginning, a very good place to start for all of you Sound of Music fans. Well, you keep going and trying to kick him, but yeah, it is not easy. Yeah, okay, that looks weird. Is he jumping out of the way? It looked like, yeah, he was just jumping out of the way and nothing was happening. Yeah, but yeah, this game is not easy because it's an arcade game specifically designed to, you know, get your quarters. But we'll see what we can do. And as I said, I have not played this game that much, so I'm not going to be the person who's coming to the championship, you know, Evo tournament elements of Yie Ar Kung-Fu. That would be funny if they have that as far as, you know, fighting game tournaments or something. Oh. Yeah, because I was kind of in the corner there. I was thinking, like, hey, can I jump backwards? Okay, alright, no, you can dodge, I guess, by pulling backwards. As I said, some of this stuff also, I'm winging it. This is not necessarily going to be me, you know, having a whole lot of expertise in this game, or many of these games. Okay, actually, one thing I'm also noticing is that when you hit diagonal, you also have little combos like that back kick there, which almost let me kill Nuncha, but alas, no. I thought that's game over. I think you can do continue, and I might do that once. Alright, but I got a high score. So let's put in for the show's name. I guess you could put in a long name, and hopefully I can do this within 13 seconds. Okay, S-T-U... Okay, stew. Okay, no, you don't have continue. Alright, well, we'll do it one more time, and then we'll go on to the next game. As I said, this is going to be about 10-15 minutes a game, depending on the game. Some of them, there might be not a whole lot to talk about. There's going to be a lot to talk about some of these. So we'll see how I can do, and see how things are going. And as you go along, chat, feel free to let me know any memories you have with any of these games, or any reactions about what you're seeing. I don't know how many people have reactions or history with this game. Honestly, I didn't really until this Xbox Live version. And it was mainly just me playing demo and realizing, yeah, this is clunky, even for $5 that it costs. I was like, you know, I'm not sure I want to get this. Although, on Xbox 360, on the Xbox Live Arcade, one of the best things they did was give you a demo for everything. So you could then get a sense of, hey, if I don't like this, that's fine, just don't buy it. Actually, I bought it, actually, for the purpose of just showing on this show. Because I said, hey, we're going to be looking at this whole genre. Let's at least take a holistic perspective and go back to this early example of fighting game. And I guess also give me a little more of an example of like what it is and kind of maybe reckon with it myself as far as my personal feelings. I never really liked this game that much because this is clunky and primitive, but it's got a nice style. And I do think like the HD edition or element of it makes it look pretty nice. Along with giving you the way it looked before. Although I would say, if you're going to play this game, I'd say get one of the Konami collections that has this. Which I mentioned, there's some on PS1 and Game Boy Advance and DS. That DS one in particular, that's probably one of the best places to get it. Just as far as the cost, you get this and a bunch of other games of Konami's, like Time Pilot and Frogger and things like that. Which are also on the Xbox Live Arcade as they are. For $5. I mean, for $5 isn't too bad. It's a better deal feasibly than the, it's like $8, I think, on Switch and PS4. But yeah. Alright, let's try and beat Nuncha again until I get a game over, and we'll see what happens, and then we'll go on to the next game. This is going to be the only representation of Konami that we have tonight. Although, actually, I guess it is interesting we're starting with this, because when it comes to this, it fits for the purpose of, hey, we did Konami stuff a lot last year and started with it. With Life Force and the other stuff in that Konami collection was planned for shooting. So, hey, fitting we're starting here for this. Although I don't know if that means that every time we do this, we'll be doing Konami to start off with what we have. Alright. Oh, yeah, I'm getting smacked in the face. Although I guess maybe it's not a fair fight because I have my fists and he has nunchucks to hit me. Alright, so let's see if we can make him hot fighting history as it says on the screen. Yeah, it looks like also he has a longer reach. Alright, so I gotta do is probably do up diagonal and then do the kick like that. Or try that to do the uppercut, but honestly, that's not really giving me much success either. So honestly, the way I tend to play this is pretty much just jumping around and hope you hit him. Which is not really great design, although, to be fair, if I'm gonna say, like, what's the weakest of the games we're playing tonight, it's not this one, I will say. We'll get to that one a little later. Okay, fitting way to end, I guess, being knocked out of the sky. Okay, no, I have one more continue. Alright, so we'll do that, and then we'll go on to the next game. It seems like that jumping kick is the best option here, but he often seems to be able to go right through it. Or reach further with the nunchucks, so that's always the difficulty. Ooh. Yeah, I'm not winning this, but as I said, I'm not very good at this game. Yeah, I'm gonna get smacked in the groin. Yeah, it's definitely gonna hurt, bad, and we'll get that's gotta hurt perspective going on. Alright, but I got a better score as I did before, so... Alright, we're Alright, so that's as far as what we're seeing, but, not necessarily great, but as I said, fighting games did have to start somewhere, and it is interesting for historical perspective, if nothing else. So we're gonna return the arcade. It's also be a good case, because I don't have to wait for it to load. So I get opportunities to drink water as I go along. Alright, well, next on our list, when we get the loading going, and I have this set, by the way, as far as recent, so it's like, okay, I set these up for the purpose of getting a sense of like, what order I'm going to do, although actually, yeah, I kind of screwed that up, because like, the order I have on my sheet of what I'm going to cover is not completely reflective of what you have here, but alright, so what we're going to do next is we took a look at Konami. Let's take a look at another company we've not touched really on the show yet. Let's take a look at S&K. We're going to start with Samurai Showdown 2. This came out in 1994. It was an arcade game, and it was also on the Neo Geo system, as it was. This is the 2008 Xbox Live Arcade port. which is playable, by the way, on the Xbox One, Series S, and Series X if you have that. And it's been ported to other places as well. There is the Samurai Shodown Anthology that's on the Wii and the PS2. Well, I point it to where I'm saving. And then there's also re-releases of this actually on the Switch and the PS4 as well. I think on the PC. But yeah, this is weapons-based fighting, 2D fighting from SNK, or SNK Playmore as they were known. Let me just at least check the controls because I want to make sure that I'm set about what I want to do. Yeah, in this case you have swords and things, and you have different zoom-ins as they go, as far as how the visuals are going to show that. Also, I'm going to give you a warning on these. The next game is going to be an SNK game as well. There's going to be a little bit of a flashing light case because they didn't necessarily tailor it specifically for either of these two releases, this one or the next one we're going to play. So if you're concerned of that, I will warn you right now that maybe you want to look away. But, yeah, right there. Okay, the future's now with SNK. But nothing else that gives a look at this company that we really haven't covered that much, honestly, on the show. And we do have the Japanese voice work going on as far as telling what the story is, and we'll go through some of the story for some of these things. Some of them are going to be a little bit long, and some of them are also going to have licensed content, so I'm going to either mute the mic or skip it entirely. In fact, actually, with Blazblue Continuum Shift Extend, I'm going to be taking the safe route out and muting the audio on the opening cutscene for that, because I'm not sure how they're going to like the song that plays. Alright, so here is Samurai Shodown 2. Alright, now you have your characters immediately. I am not an expert on this SNK fighter, honestly, or any of them, but yeah, I don't completely have an idea of, like, who all these characters are off the top of my head. So, yeah, if you have questions as far as SNK stuff, I might not be the one to ask. But we are in a feudal Japanese setting, and you have swords and sais and all those things in order to destroy demons with. Okay, so we have Hamaru and Ukyo. You're definitely seeing the scrolling sprites as far as how they are, which is a big case of this on the Neo Geo and in the arcade. Particularly when it came home for Neo Geo, because the Neo Geo specifically was a case where the system was designed specifically around the concepts of how the arcade cabinets were. Alright, in this case also I'm getting myself sliced pretty badly as it is. But you have 6 buttons as far as that, and I am not good at this game if you can't tell. But you do have your half circle and quarter circle stuff with the attack buttons to hit. And the camera will zoom in a bit as far as it. Samurai Shodown, alright. Okay, so Sweet First, you have some knowledge on Samurai Shodown, I'm guessing? And I guess so which ones? Because honestly, my experience with this franchise kind of starts and ends with this one. Not because, you know, I don't like it, but just that this is the only one I have. I think it was actually like a free game on Games with Gold as it was for this 360 edition. So I was able to get access to it that way. But I have not played Samurai Shodown that much. It was on a lot of systems at the time. There were variances of this on Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. I think there was even one Sega CD. I'm getting myself sliced. So yeah, I'm not very good at this one. I guess that's also going to be the other thing, like, since we're jumping between games, you know, pretty rapidly, we're going to have a case where we're going to be talking, I guess, about a lot of these franchises kind of, I guess, in a little bit of a rapid succession. And in the background, you do have the referee there. Hello, Dolly Finn. Good to see you. We are currently fighting it up in the Fighting Game Showcase with Samurai Shodown 2. Oh, and I'm getting myself sliced to death. Yeah, sliced in half as it is. But yeah, good to see you. Hope you had a happy Thanksgiving. And for the post-Thanksgiving show, we have a group of games we are going to be showcasing off while my corpse is getting carried away. Yeah, this is from SNK, this one. Dolly Finn, let me know if you have experiences with this, with Samurai Shodown or anything of SNK's, but okay, I got a game over. I'm going to try with another character. Okay, so yeah, he was not doing me good. Let's try her. See, I don't know the characters that well, so this is the case of me not having much knowledge to this. Alright, so we saw the cutscene. Oh, right, that's the pause there. What's going on? Alright, so we got Nakaruru versus Nikotine. With the feudal Japanese element. And definitely have, as I mentioned, we're going to have a great coverage, I think, of a lot of game types and different companies. We already looked at Yie Ar Kung-Fu from Konami, which is definitely the earliest one I got here. This is a little later, in the 90s. At the time when fighting games, I guess let's go on this. And we'll go on this more later, because I got a couple of the big names that go to this. Where fighting games were a huge commodity at the time, especially for arcades in the US. It pretty much rescued the arcade market here. And Saturday Showdown was kind of a game like that to a degree, but there are definitely some other big ones that, yeah, don't you worry, we're not forgetting those. Alright, I do know that when you get that POW element going, if you hit your controls specific, I think you have to do like a quarter circle and hit 2 of the attack buttons. You can, yeah, do power moves to cause more damage. But as I said, I'm not good at this one. Yeah, here's the other thing. I'm not going to necessarily be showing skill on every game, but there's a couple that I definitely will be doing that with. But as I said, also, because this is a showcase, there is going to be an excuse to come back to a lot of these games while I get, I guess, the Kiss of Death going. And seeing, as I mentioned, the way this game was going and kind of its claim to fame, which was the scaling sprites, particularly as I go out further. If I can show this. Okay, fine. If you'll let me go that way. Okay, nicotine. I mean, it's not nicotine, because it's Japanese. I know the pronunciation. Yeah, because when you get further away, the character sprites get small, and when we get closer, they get bigger. Which is, I think, what SNK really wanted to showcase. Okay, yeah, I'm in my hyper power mode. Well, trying to kill everything, but in a lot of cases, as I mentioned, if you're not aware of the mechanics of a game like this, especially in my case with this one, sometimes you'll just go button mashing to a certain degree and seeing, like, you know, the blood going there as a slice, and it's like, hey, these are gonna hurt, but, yeah, this is not the most violent game we're gonna be having tonight, because there is probably one you're thinking when you're seeing blood in fighting games, and yeah, don't worry, I'm not forgetting that one, or any of those as they are. But at least I want to win one fight on this one, instead of, you know, some of the others. Also, I do have a time limit, as is usually the case with a lot of these things. Alright, got her. Victory. Oh, got him as is. Alright, so, alright, there you go. But it is best of 3, so I have to win specifically while I have the, I got a bonus as far as, winning. Alright, round 3. I also do like the style of this in the background, where you have the referee guy with the flags there. So yeah, well, I'm getting myself, you know, sliced. Ew. But I do love the style, and I love the music as well. Definitely puts you in that, you know, feudal Japanese feel. And as I mentioned, we're going to have a lot of games tonight to kind of reflect different ideas of what are fighting games really looking like, or what were they looking like, or what are they kind of looking like now with some of the stuff. Yeah, and I seem to jump right into them with doing, like, the hold. Maybe I can do a hold of some sort by hitting a couple of buttons. Usually that's how a lot of these go, but yeah, I'm getting myself killed. Ow. Alright, yeah, I got a low swipe, and I am done. Alright, yeah, well done on computer. Yes, these games can get hard as well. But also the other perspective is, you know, working and playing this with 2 players. But yeah, myself, so that's the case. Although, actually, a couple of these games have online. In fact, this one has online as well. Let me see. As if I wasn't getting my ass kicked well enough by the computer. Let me try... Oh, no, I want to go back to, exit game. Because there is online for this version. I want to see if I can't get into, like, a quick match. See, maybe I can fight someone online. Yeah, I didn't think so. I wonder what the inspiration was for Soul Calibur. Or if this was the inspiration for Soul Calibur. Maybe, I mean, that's not a bad thought. And I will say this, we do have Soul Calibur. Soul Calibur is on dock for tonight. Because I was somebody wanted to see a very specific entry in that franchise, and we've got it. But, I mean, that's an interesting point, and let's go into that. I guess the idea of what were companies really looking at together. Okay, since I can't do online and I died so many times, let's go to the next one, which is also going to be SNK. But I think, and this goes, I think, to what really the whole idea of fighting games were, especially in the 90s, I think a lot of companies were paying attention to each other. In fact, I know that for a fact with a couple of them. Including when we get to Street Fighter 2 Turbo HD Remix, we'll do that one a little later. Next, we're going to be continuing with, SNK with Garu, Mark of the Wolves, or Fatal Fury, Mark of the Wolves, as it is. This came out in 1999 in the arcade, and it came out on the Dreamcast in 2001. It since got ported to the Switch and PS4, and this is the Xbox Live version. That is, I think it was 2009 on this port. Yeah, it was 2009. It is playable on the Xbox 360 and the Xbox Series 1, Series X, and S. And I believe it's also... Yeah, because there's the port of it that's on the arcade archives on the other system, and that PS4 edition is playable also on PS5 and PS4 itself if you have a PS Now account. I'm going to be sure to point that out with every case where I know that, hey, there's going to be a new one. I guess to go with the idea of, like, the inspiration on Soul Calibur, I think a lot of companies were looking at each other as far as what they were making, and kind of responding to each other. So, you might have a point as far as that with Samurai Showdown. I'll definitely get into that when we do with Soul Calibur. Alright, so let's start with Fatal Fury, Mark of the Wolves, as it is. And we know of what your experience with this game, and also, these will be more with the ones we talked about on top of that. But alright, So this version, you have your story and survival mode. I'm going to go in options just to get a sense of what the controls are. Yeah, because unlike Samurai Shodown 2, we're running on, I guess, a 4-button system as far as light and strong punches and kicks, as well as command stuff. I know this is a very technical fighter, and fans of this franchise love it for that very reason. Actually, this is the last game in the Fatal Fury franchise. We rocked on Juan, Hotaru, but, yeah, Hokutomaru, Kevin, Freeman, Jizoke, Bijanet, Gado, Jai-Hoon, and of course Terry from Super Smash. Oh, okay. He was in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate later, Terry Bogard. But yeah, he came from this franchise. And also Art of Fighting. And, no, he was Art of Fighting, and then in this, and also King of Fighters. Because the SNK fighting games changed quite a bit. Or kind of overlapped each other as far as which ones had characters in from which games. And we could definitely do more of those. I think I do need to cover more SNK stuff, honestly. Because honestly, most of the SNK stuff is a bit of a blind spot to me, I guess because in the era, I didn't have a Neo Geo, and I still didn't have one, because it costs a lot of money. Even nowadays, it does. So in this case, yeah, collections, things like this are kind of the way to go. Definitely some very good sprite work as far as this. And some interesting stuff with the backgrounds going on as well. Alright, so yeah, hand-to-hand fighting in this case, but similar concept as far as this, like with Samurai Showdown to a certain extent. And like Samurai Showdown, I don't have a lot of experience with this one. Let me say, it also has some very nice jazzy music. We get some stuff with that as we go along, and getting the style of it as far as we got with the, I guess, the submarines in the back, and the sailors are jumping off the ship. So yeah, they're abandoning, I guess, because they don't like the fact that I'm fighting or something. But alright, I got her. Alright, I got a good fight level, which is a surprise, because I've not played this one that much. They definitely have a experience with some of the 2D fighting games as they are, and I guess with some of the stuff with SNK, mostly this one, really. Which definitely, a lot of ways to go back to what Super C was saying, which is that, hey, was Samurai Showdown of SNK an inspiration for Namco's Soul Calibur? Yeah, maybe for that, but also because, hey, I'm pretty sure that SNK was paying attention to what Capcom was doing with Street Fighter in particular. We're gonna smell the Java, you're nothing but a clown. Alright, yeah, because that is, of course, Terry, doing that stuff. Now we're going against Hotaru next, with Bats of Belfry. But I'm pretty sure that in a lot of these games, they were kind of looking at each other and saying, like, okay, because look, Street Fighter 2, we're covering Street Fighter 2 tonight. We're going to use the HD remix, as you saw on the screen probably earlier. I'm pretty sure SNK was paying attention to saying, like, hey, this is a massive phenomenon for Street Fighter 2 as far as what it's doing for fighting games, getting people to play. How can we stand out? And to that, they came up with, as you mentioned, Samurai Showdown, which we showed off the second game for, as well as Art of Fighting and King of Fighters, which is, I guess, their take on Smash Brothers to a certain extent with all the fighters of their franchises, and Fatal Furies, it is. So that was really kind of them, I guess, responding to, like, how can we stand out? And I guess with the Mark of the Wolves game, how it stands out really is, yeah, the guard cancel. That's a big deal, which is something that they were kind of also sort of responding to a lot of the Street Fighter games at the time, particularly Street Fighter 3, single impact and then double impact as it was, to basically kind of make these games extremely technical and give you those kind of, specific mechanics to really give you a lot of depth to it. So, I mean, it's easy to come to this one, I'd say, despite how, potentially daunting it can be. You have different elements of characters for this. But in that case, I think that's kind of where you're going. So, where's Andy Bogard? He's in this game, I think. Maybe I didn't pick him. Or is that a reference to something that I'm missing? If it is, let me know. Actually, I'll probably take another look when I get a game over. Which so far I'm not, which I'm kind of surprised I'm not.
Okay.
Or actually, he might be in one of the other games of this franchise. With your brother, I'll tell you if I see him. Yeah, that might be his perspective. Alright, but we do have some story stuff going on. With this fact, I think I'll do one more fight, and I'll see the fighting list again. And see if I can't find Andy Bogard, or maybe I'm missing it. Alright, oh god, something happened. No time left. Come to me, Almighty. On. Okay, Almighty 1. And that's the other thing you'll also get in some cases, elements of the translation, but sometimes it can be kind of fun. And I know with SNK, sometimes they did it on purpose, just kind of like a, takeover. In fact, I know with, I believe Art of Fighting, there's one character they had, which was basically making fun of, I think, like, Ryo and Ken for Street Fighter. And I think then, Capcom got in the act when, I think one of the Street Fighter 2 enhancements came out to add Dan into it, who's basically kind of like the joke character, which was, I think, sticking it to Fatal Furies was. Alright, so, see what's going on. Is that I won't be going at this game super long, but alright, so I'm gonna top in. Yeah, you have the combo system as well as far as the rush element. Yeah, but I'm getting myself killed. Alright, there we go. I definitely are seeing, I guess, how they're trying to use some of the 2D assets to reflect stuff like the stuff in the water. It does look a little weird, and I will say there are other versions of some of the Fatal Fury games that look a little cleaner. But that being said, especially when this came out in 1999, it is very fluid as far as how it moves. I do like how it's kind of hand-drawn. We saw with some of this stuff, or we'll see with some of them, that they have like 3D elements in terms of like 2D fighting games like this. They're sprite-based. Oh, there we go. Alright, so there you go. There's one of the super moves, and he did a reversal on me. Alright, right in the ground. And that is the satisfaction you get when you just...
Final round.
Totally decimate opponent. And that's the other thing also, now I'm realizing this. Yeah, with a lot of the SNK fighters, they also do change the backgrounds of the stages. So we're fighting at night, now we're fighting in early morning. You know what, I'll let Gato kill me, and we'll find out what's going on with Andy. Oh. I mean, that might happen anyway, just because of how this is. And because, as it usually is with stuff like this, as you're going further in the arcade mode, you're going to be getting yourself into a case where all the fighters are going to be hitting harder. Alright, come on. Whoa! Alright, there we go. So, I'm knocked out. And since it's best of 3, and he has 2 to 3, my 3, we're done. I don't know, it's champs without ability. Well, technically I don't have ability on this one. I'm just making it look better. Alright, so hit the A button as it is to go through that, and, put my name in. Alright, we'll put the initials in for the show. For S-O-G. Alright, we'll see what's going on with Andy, unless maybe there's something that... I need to get a fighting level for this. Yeah, I'm not Miracle Tier, for sure. Because, maybe I need to play this game more. But for having not played it much, not too bad. Alright, so there's game over. And there are achievements in this version as it is. Let me just take a look quickly at the story mode again. Rock. Okay, yeah. Andy's not in this game. Is this? Oh, no. We're done. Or we're gonna be done. No, I'm not just gonna. Okay, we're gonna show Terry off. Oh, right. Oh, wait. Actually, that's one other thing. For this version, you also do have the list of the moves. You can do that. Is Marvel vs. Capcom in the docket? 2. Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is. I'm gonna look at it twice, and that's gonna be an experience. And I do have Marvel vs. Capcom 1 on Dreamcast. We'll take a look at it. And there is a release on, or was a release on this system, and also on PS3 that had it, which is Marvel vs. Capcom Origins. You know, let's do one more fight with someone who's not Terry. You know, let's play Hitaru. But yeah, Marvel vs. Capcom Origins is on 360 and PS3. It has Marvel vs. Capcom 1, and it has Marvel Superheroes. Unfortunately, they delisted it because the licensing ran out. And they delisted the version of Marvel vs. Capcom 2 we're going to look at, but not the other one we're going to look at, and there's a very specific reason I'm showing you both of them. It sounds like it's not going to be a good reason to do that. Trust me, there is. But yeah, we will definitely cover Marvel vs. Capcom, because I'm pretty sure that, as I mentioned, a lot of the fighting games you're seeing here are going to be inspired by each other, and especially that one, because there's definitely going to be stuff to go to that as well. And I guess also it fits to the perspective of the fact that this game we're playing here, Fatal Fury and Mark of the Wolves, along with Marvel vs. Capcom, we're seen as 2 of the best fighting games on the Dreamcast specifically, even though they're on other systems as well, but both of those games are synonymous with the Dreamcast. I'm just going to say that right now, for sure. There's Marvel vs. Capcom 2, so in that case, it kind of fits to that. Again, I guess them looking at each other, sort of, and actually, for Dreamcast, this was a very late release for it. This came out in, I think it was October 2001. This was after the Dreamcast was already announced as finished. But SNK had one more, last hurrah for the genre on the system, or for the system as it was. And yeah, a lot of Dreamcast owners who played that game were really happy to get this kind of great 2D fighting game on top of the stuff that Capcom and the other companies had. There you go, got 13-hit combo, there you go. You got those massive combos, that's where things are gonna get great. Alright, so we got him down there, but yeah, as I said, definitely we'll have that going. Alright, and I'm a nice little doggy there as well. So goes your far. Being related is weird, huh? Yeah, no kidding. In fact, you know what? We had one fight. I think we've run enough time with this game. Okay, though, they do have the nice display here of the cars there. So I'll at least show this background, and then after that we'll go on to the next game, which is going to be, Sweet First, the game you've wanted to see and you've mentioned to me multiple times. That's going to be Blazblue Continuum Shift Extend. So we're going to be staying into the 2D, anime-infused, styled fighting games as they are, but there is also something that specifically. Supposedly Fatal Fury is made by the same guy who made Street Fighter. I guess, what, somebody from SNK, or went from Capcom to SNK to make this? Or would you say Street Fighter? Here's the other question. Is it the person who made Street Fighter 1? Because, yeah, there's Street Fighter 2. But nobody talks about the first one, which is definitely something different. I'll look into what that is. I mean, I'm not aware of that, but yeah, let me know as far as what that perspective was. And, I mean, I'll tell you, it could also be, we were talking last week with, Kingdom Hearts. It seems like the first one. Oh, okay. So, in that case, that's, alright, that's interesting, because Street Fighter 1, which came out in 1987, is not very well known, and where it is known, people are saying, like, yeah, it's not that great, it hasn't aged well. In fact, I'm gonna try to see, maybe I can get one of the collections that has it. But I remember the TurboGrafx CD version of it, where they actually changed the name to it. It's called Fighting Street for some reason, but it's very clunky. You only have 2 characters, and the only way to change characters is you have to plug in the controller in a different slot. And to that, you also have these weird voice performances going on where it's like, hey, they like recorded it weirdly. It's like, what was? Well, all this is what all over the world. And that's literally what it sounds like. Fatal Fury is the sequel to that. You know, and I could get that as well, but as I was saying, we were talking last week with Kingdom Hearts that we're playing in, Little Mermaid World, Atlantica, and it sounds like this might not have a point to this, but it actually does, because that movie, a lot of people who were worked on that movie, like Jeffrey Katzenberg and other people, they had left Disney and made their own, did their own stuff with DreamWorks. Actually, before that, before Little Mermaid came out, Don Bluth used to work at Disney at the time for the 80s, and he went on to do his own stuff like American Tail and Secret of Nim. So I get the sense that maybe with Fatal Fury, this might be another case of like someone from Capcom saying, hey, no, we're not comfortable with, I guess, what we're doing with them, or they went to another company and said, hey, let's take our knowledge, what we learned, and put into something else that ended up being a competitor to Capcom, that as it was kind of seen as the de facto, master of fighting games. Alright, we are in the, I'll fight him, and this is probably where I'm going to die, in the Universal Arena. I guess this is also going to be a little bit of a precursor to another game we're going to do, and then we'll go on to the Blazblue game. Ow. Like, he is definitely hitting me with that stuff. Or it reminds me a little bit of, and I know I've mentioned at some point we'll do Paper Mario the Thousand Year Rock Hawk, play that game, where you go to, like, that fighting gym area, and he's like, yeah, no, you go through that, and, become the wrestling champ, or the fighting champ, as it is. Yeah, that'd be an interesting sight. This guy in Rock Hawk, in fact, I'll probably, when I put this on the YouTube site in a couple days, I'll probably put a picture of Rock Hawk right next to him as I'm getting myself slammed down to the ground! Oh, there you go, alright. See, even though I've lost to that, I kind of just liked showing that. So in that case, I'm kind of glad we went to the next perspective. Oh! Yeah, I'm getting the sense with Rock Hawk, or fine, Hataru Futaba. Oh no, that's me. Tizok is this guy. He definitely has a lot of aerial attacks, and that's something you also notice with a lot of the fighting games you're going to play. You get the sense of like, hey, there's a fighter, or multiple fighters to be picking, and they'll have a different style of how they fight, and sometimes the challenge sometimes is figuring out what play style goes to you well, and there's definitely going to be a lot of cases for that, especially with the next game we do. Yeah, so give me the point and punch me in the face. Alright, there we go. And there we go, that's the rush finish. Definitely different from the hyper combo finish, which we'll sort of get when we get to Marvel vs. Capcom 2 later in the show. Alright, he was not at full strength, but yeah, he sure didn't, he made it look the other way, or look different. Alright, so there's a save, and let's go back to the menu. Okay, next is going to be Blazblue Continuum Shift Extend. One thing I'm going to do, though, before we start, the opening cutscene to this game utilizes the song, Sokyu no Hikari, or Celestial Light, by this artist, Feilan, I believe, who is a J-pop artist. I don't know if there's going to be a question on licensed content to that. I know there's going to be a couple cases where there's going to be, so what I'm going to do for this one, I'm muting the game audio completely. Or almost completely. Or trying to. Fine, I'm at 1. Well, yeah, okay, it's not going down any further, so, on my device. Also, I'm muting my television. So, yeah, just in case, so we don't get a content concern, we'll see. Or maybe that one point of audio will go to it. But let's talk Blazblue, Continuum, Shift, Extend, or talk this franchise, because Sweetverse, I know you've wanted to see this. I know you've told me this is a great franchise as far as the fighting. It also has elements of story where I believe you said, quote, the story is so complicated it makes Kingdom Hearts look like it makes sense. Which so far it is making sense based on what we're playing with that one. But yeah, this is the Continuum, Shift, Extend, which is the enhanced version of, let's see. Can you use Noelle? She's my favorite. No problem. Absolutely. Because honestly, I kind of want to see what's going on. Oh, so you're getting this really nice anime cutscene. It looks beautiful. But, alright, we'll see how it goes. But what you're not hearing, as I mentioned, is the Celestial Light song. I don't know if it's licensed content, but yeah, we'll hit Noelle for this when the cutscene goes. Alright, yeah, this is the enhanced version of Blazblue Continuum Shift, which is the second game of the franchise after Calamity Trigger. This one came out in 2010, or at least Continuum Shift came out in 2010. This one is 2011. It was on the Xbox 360, the PlayStation 3, the PC. It was on the Vita as well. And that PS3 version is playable on PS4 and PS5 if you have a PlayStation Now account. So yeah, that is your backwards compatible answer to this. This one's not. And honestly, if you have an option to be playing this on system, I think you should play it on PlayStation because of the way the controller is with the D-pad. I like anime. Alright. Yep, it's still beautiful. Yeah, it is. And when I bought this game, because I said, you told me you wanted to see this, I said, I gotta get this game. I gotta play this. That was the first thing that said out to me, like, look at this. This is absolutely gorgeous. And this is Arc System Works, by the way, who developed this. We've talked them a lot on the show before. And I think now is the time for us to go into it. Yeah, we've mentioned them before. Sweetverse, you've mentioned them. Saying, oh, these are the team behind games like Dragon Ball FighterZ and the Sonic Drift series on the Game Gear. And Guilty Gear, as it is. And they also had a, they had a stream for their 35th anniversary, I believe it was yesterday, where they're going to a couple of the new games they have, including Dungeon and Fighter Duel, which is kind of taking from Guilty Gear, from what I understand, and then River City Saga 3 Kingdoms. Alright, the cutscene's over. We can put the volume back up. So let me put that back to what I had it. Oh, not 71. It's not that loud. Or 40. Yeah, and then on my TV, about 6. So there's not going to be as much bleed over. Because, yeah, I'm just using the mic I have, so it's not going to be there. Okay, 40, 41. Okay. Yeah, because I'm going to have to do this every so often for this. But yeah, here we go with Blazblue Continuum Shift Extend. This is definitely a fighting game, or 2D fighting game, for the technical fighter. For sure. If you're a fan of a lot of the other games we saw so far by SNK, a lot of Capcom stuff we're going to see, well, yeah, you're going to be at home on this one. There's only a lot of mechanics to this that are definitely going to get you going. Alright, so we got Noelle Vermillion, who will play as Tokaka, Lichi Feiling, Iron Togger, Hazuma A11, Tsubaki Yaoyoi, Hakumen, Banshi Shigami, Arakune, and a no amount of time limit, so I'll make sure to get over there. Carl Clover, Rachel Alucard, Jin Kisaragi, Vulcan Helsing, Platinum the Trinity, Makoto Nanaya, and Ragna the Blood Edge, who I think is the main character of the series, because they give them that character when you're playing in the story. But alright, the Vermillion it is. Yeah, this is a gorgeous looking game for sure on top of it, and it runs really well also. And you do have story mode, as I said. We can come back to this game for story mode, and I think we should, honestly, to give it a full look. Although I think, here's the other question. I'm going to start with this franchise as far as looking story. Should we start with Calamity Trigger, or should we just play this one? Because I know there's a lot of moving parts in this franchise from what I understand with its plot. Right, we are going to be fighting Ragnar the Blood Edge as it is in the versus mode. And if nothing else, is also getting a good perspective, as I said, of what other companies were doing as far as elements of fighting. I said, we're doing 2D stuff mostly, but in the background there are 3D polygons, which we're going to be seeing with some of the games we have as well. And I think it is a nice blend as far as it, because sometimes you're like, hey, wait a minute, the 3D stuff's going to look off, but not so much with this one. Alright, so we have Noelle on board. Yeah, let me know, Sweetverse, what you think, and as far as this, and any memories you have with this game as it is. Alright, the Wheel of Fate is turning, and you get those intros as far as some of that stuff, which is also like the Heaven and Hell thing that Guilty Gear did. Alright, so you go hit. The heat thing is your combos, by the way, and you go along. Yeah, get the counters. Yeah, you have to understand the counters, and I will tell you that right now. The first thing I did when I played this game was I tried to do the tutorial. It's actually really difficult because of how the D-pad of the Xbox 360 controller is. And I don't have one of those ones that have the pop-up D-pad. But point is, like, yeah, you have to understand a lot of mechanics and, like, how to do pauses and things like that, along with the combos. But, I mean, look at this. This is just beautiful to behold, but it also plays really well also. I mean, in my case with Arc System Works. Most of my experience really with them is Dragon Ball Fighter Z, which has the same kind of visual that on finish, and I destroyed them. But yeah, it is great to see kind of the animation of that. They have Calamity Trigger's story mode, but it's abridged, so I'd say start with the first one. So, that would be Calamity Trigger then, I guess. Like with the Kingdom Hearts perspective. Start there and then run this one as far as the story. I guess, because I mean, you mentioned this is a complicated story, and a lot of bits and pieces, and actually, I guess here's the other thing, because I believe with Calamity Trigger, I think it's like this one where it got another version, or an enhanced version. By the way, the difference between the Continuous Shift Extend and the other versions that came up before is that this has more characters, this has more story content, it has more stages from what I understand. So in that case, we probably want to go with the most complete versions of these that we can to go into the story perspective. Because you think like, wait a minute, fighting game story. But yeah, you wait, because we've got a lot of fighting games tonight that go into that. And go into, I think, the other thing, because, I mean, we're looking at 80s and 90s as far as fighting games starting. Yeah, I'm just, almost tearing this guy apart as it is. But, I mean, when this game came out, this franchise was around in 2009 and in the 2010s. That's really, I think, where you had fighting games going into the idea of having story, telling story. Watch the Miss Lychee segments because they'll help explain the lore. I will definitely do that. I guess they're in the Calamity Trigger game, or there's something separate. Because I know there's a lot of elements to this franchise. Honestly, I think Sweetfurs, you're going to be the expert on guiding us on that franchise as well. Right, so we're winner. With Noelle, there we go. Yeah, it is in Calamity Trigger. Okay, so in that case, that's the other one. And I guess with Calamity Trigger, I'll see if I can get that on the PS3, honestly, because of the controls. Or get one of the controllers for the 360 that has a pop-up element to it. Or the pop-up D-pad, I should say. Because they did make a new Xbox 360 controller, I think around the same time this game came out. Or around that area. To say, like, hey, the D-pad on the Xbox 360 is kind of this small disc, which is fine as far as how it plays, but I'll tell you, especially for games like this, hitting the diagonals are tough. So in that case, for Calamity Trigger, at least I'd probably get that on the PS3. And also build up my PS3 collection, which I have to do, because I only have one disc game on it. And I was so focused on the digital stuff, I was like, well, no, we gotta go disc eventually on this. Alright, so we are in the, I guess in the, museum, as it is here. You know, the nice no smoking sign. Yeah, and here you go. This is definitely good stuff to it. And I'm having a good time with this, for sure, of what I was doing, I guess, practicing this, or sort of practicing this as it is. And then also just playing it right now. And also getting the perspective, as I mentioned, of, alright, yeah, how complicated the elements are. Yeah, because she's doing throw counters on me. Well, I'm trying to do throw counters as they are as well. We're shooting off the guns as it is. I also do like the other things, like when you launch in the air for this, like, hey, you have the little arrow, just like, where are you? So there's all these little things that's kind of going, and as I mentioned, kind of, in a way, when I really think about it, Arc System Works is kind of keeping, like, the 2D fighter like this, you know, like the sprite take on it, alive in ways that Capcom and other companies aren't, because most of them doing, I guess, 2D stuff like Street Fighter V and things like that, but they're more about, you know, having polygons or stylizing that, which is a good look for those games, but there's also something to be said about this kind of thing, especially because of how fluid this is. I mean, we saw Fatal Frame, Mark of the Wolves as it was, and that looked great for what it was, but like seeing this, like, it looks like hand-drawn anime style, and it just has this fluidity that just looks so terrific. Oh, look, it's Amy Rose. Yeah, you're not wrong, actually, now I'm thinking about that. I guess, you know, the anime, I guess, raccoon, or hedgehog girl as it is. But it, from what I've understood with this franchise, it does fit in terms of with that. And as I mentioned, it also does the, gives us a little bit of an anime representation, which, honestly, for the show, I don't think we've had enough of one. So this is actually, and this is another good example as far as being able to do that with a genre showcase, or I guess game style showcase, because as I mentioned, hey, we might want to do a case where we're not going to have genres we haven't touched, or it's like, hey, well, we're going to do something else. We could feasibly have like a, I don't know, an anime theme night to that, because like, this is going to be an annual custom for every, post-Thanksgiving show. We're going to be having something like this, and also we're going to have what is it, the Memorial Day show. We're going to do like a compilation or something. So we could definitely do that as far as, oh, this, like, specifically. Okay, Makoto's a squirrel. Okay. Yeah, because you know this lore. This is your game, specifically, Sweetfurs as well. You're the one who has the knowledge of that, and I appreciate that for sure that you're bringing to that. And there'll be other games tonight that we're playing that I have my experiences more with and can explain every aspect of the lore. So in that case, it makes sense that, we have this going with the show. Please be quiet. No. Hell no. That's not happening. But there we go. We are at another hit to that. Alright, so we'll go a little bit more before we go on to the next game, but as I said, it's going to be a taste of this, but at some point we can definitely come back to this game, and I think we should. Especially because we have the story stuff, and we have the games of the franchise. She's a beastkin in that they are kind of like human-animal hybrids. Yeah, I'm familiar with the concept, or I mean, the name sounds familiar, and I definitely know that perspective as far as the anime culture as it is, or manga culture as well. She didn't know all her friends, so yeah, it is a weird case then, I guess, that I'm beating her down. Alright, I don't know if Carl Clover is a friend necessarily in the lore of that. Alright. I mean, it is good to get that as well. So, I mean, in that way, it's like, we're going to be covering the game, as I mentioned on the show. Like, hey, we're going to be doing, gaming stuff and, I guess, movie stuff, but also, I guess, the anime perspective here as we're in, the theater. Or the Clockwork Theater, as it is.
Shall we begin, Noel?
Okay, actually, they kind of know each other then, and that's something else I can say to that. The idea that the characters have, specific introductions to themselves with the voice performances. Which I know is something that the Mortal Kombat games, the later ones, did. And we'll have some Mortal Kombat representation tonight, by the way, although not necessarily some of the newer ones. Well, yes and no, half. We'll get into that. Almost every character in this franchise is connected to each other, or in this game are connected to each other. Okay. Which makes sense as far as the dialogue, and I guess the idea of what the story is. Because, I mean... yeah, I mean, that's usually the idea, like, a lot of these fighting games. Either they have connections as far as something, or they're all in a tournament, usually, like, hey, they have a connection that way. Or some might be related. And we'll run into that with some of the ones we got as well, as, I'm getting myself hit with the, the magic element. Well, the magic element, but there's definitely more to it than that, and I am aware of that, or me not getting every aspect of it. The way I have the wooden soldiers, I guess fitting for the, post-Thanksgiving perspective, like, the weird take on the Nutcracker, as it is. Or maybe I'm thinking also like Balan Wonderworld, because you're in the, the stage place. But then you're not in the stage place for the rest of that game, for sure. Yeah, in some way, every character's connected. Yeah, I get that as well, and thank you for, providing that information to that. So, because it does give my, expansion on this. I won't spoil the rest. Well, we'll have time to do that when we get to the other games, for sure. And as I said, this is a taste of it. We'll definitely... I'm looking forward to coming back to other stuff to that. Alright. Now, let's see what's going on with that as well. And as I said, I do like the color. I like the style of it. I even like the 3D stuff in the background where it does look differently, but it doesn't seem to clash as much as you might think, or some other games. It's actually one of the games I was kind of thinking of showing off, but I decided against it, was the Neo Geo Battle Coliseum, which is on 360. As another case of one I got as a Games with Gold, as a freebie. But it's one where they kind of changed the style of it, and it kind of looks a little weird and off, but this one looks way nicer. And we're going to notice, as I mentioned, in the case of a lot of other fighting games, we have the 3D perspective in the background with the hand-drawn characters. Definitely some are doing it better than others, but this one does it really, really well. And it plays really well, as I mentioned, and there is a lot of depth to this, as I mentioned when I did the test. Right there, I had those stuff going on with, like, the circle there. And that's kind of your tell, from what I understand, for being able to do combos for some of the characters, or also do the block with, like, the sort of shield there. Or you get that counter. Noel's what comes to mind when I think of Christina V, who I guess Christina V voices Noel in this game, yes? And at some point, we'll definitely go through all the voice performances as far as this franchise and this one. And I guess let me know other things about Christina V and other things she's worked on, because off the top of my head, I don't know what else she's done. And as I mentioned, or maybe suggested, okay, yes it is, I didn't actually take down all the voice performances, because honestly I'm taking down more information as far as my notes on the games we're covering as they are, but eventually we'll give this game a full treatment, don't you worry about that. And based on what I'm playing, I'm thinking, yeah, we should be doing that. Alright, we'll do one more fight with Noel, and then I think we will go on to the next game, which is going to be Street Fighter 2, by the way. So we're going into the newer perspective, or semi-more modern element of 2D fighting, and then we're going to go back to one of the granddaddies of it. Alright, Iron Tiger, let's see what we can do on him. And actually, I think the other reason that's probably good we're playing against him is because I know a lot of the characters in this game are big on the screen, and the fact of the technical element of that, which is very impressive to be seen. She's voicing Sailor Mars in Sailor Moon Crystal, I believe. Yes? Is that correct? Or in variations of the Sailor Moon series now. Okay. Alright, so thank you for letting me know that. Letting us know that. It's not me, it's the whole chat. Alright, well, at least we're going to be also getting an event. So at least you can show an event off as well for good measure.
I'm sorry, but I don't have any business with you. So if you'll please excuse me.
Unfortunately, I have business with you.
Oh, and the viz dub of it. Okay, gotcha.
With me?
Kokonoe ordered me to bring you in. If possible, I would like to avoid any violence.
Yeah, I don't know. What game are you playing, my friend?
I don't know who that is, but I don't have time to be going anywhere. I need to find Major Kisaragi as soon as possible.
Well, we'll see about that for sure, and definitely, as I said, we'll come back to this, and I'm going to love that.
Yes, that's right.
But I do like the voice acting of what I'm hearing of this, because I really get the sense they put a lot of effort into it of what I've played in this game so far.
There's some odd behavior in your neuroharmonic. Never mind. I can hear your story later. Now, if you would be so kind as to come with me.
I don't think so, my friend.
Oh dear. I told you I hope to avoid any violence.
Except we're at a fighting game, so there's no way in hell we're avoiding that.
You leave me no choice. I had hoped it would not come to this.
The will bait is turning.
Yeah, indeed it is. Alright, so here is Red Togger, as they mentioned, and yeah, look at him. He's pretty massive, but despite the size, the game is still running very fluidly, especially with everything in the background right there. Okay, in that case, it's almost like a mix of like 2D and 3D, because like you have the karate fighters in the background there look hand-drawn. Velvet Crown from Tales of Vesperia. Okay. At some point, I think we should do some of the Tales games. I don't know which one I should be starting with as far as an RPG at some point. Actually, I don't remember if Vesperia is on the PS3. It might be. Which case, run that one at some point as well. And I do know, from what I've understood, I know there's a lot of strong animated voice talent in this game, and also in those Tales games as they are. Alright, come on. But I do love the fluidity of this game. I will say that just of what I'm playing as far as sort of first impressions, or more first impressions than just, you know, the gameplay of the training I was doing when I was playing this after I got it. Actually, also part of the reason was like, hey, I bought it used, so I want to test that it's the case. It's pronounced crow like the bird. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, alright, yeah, I'm getting myself killed.
Two. Action.
Now let's see about this, and then at that point we'll go to the next game. Whoa. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's a fatal counter. I remember that from the demo as well, or the training, because they're telling you, like, there's variations of counters, like air counters, ground counters, fatal counters where you bust out of specific attacks, and of course your barrier stuff on top of that. Woo. And it is a game, as I mentioned, it's pretty easy to get into, sort of, but yeah, if you're going to be getting into certain aspects of it, or playing as certain characters, yeah, you really have to get used to how that's working, but they give you the options as far as understanding it, which I do love. And as I mentioned, it is just a nice visual and oral feast as far as what you're seeing, what you're hearing. Well, it's Walter Bernhardt from Castlevania Lament of Innocence. Okay, so we're getting to Lament of Innocence before that. Okay, so it's Walter Bernhardt, I guess, as Togger then, is what you tell me. Alright, so, and as I said, at some point we'll do that, those Castlevania 3D titles, or those specifically. Alright, so yeah, I got busted down, but... Alright, so, yeah, Walter Bernhardt, this one's for you, as well as, Christina V. Alright, so he beat me, but... Alright, capture you before they find you. This is for your own good. Okay, so we're gonna assume for the sake of argument right now that, yeah, Noel's been captured. Okay, I'm also trying to hit the buttons just to skip this, or just let it go. And, eventually we will come back to this game and also to the rest of this franchise, because, I'm liking what I'm playing, and hopefully, chat, you're liking what you're seeing as well. And when I'm playing this game, this is one I think is worth the money. And it doesn't cost a lot of money. This was like only about 10, 15 bucks for me. Particularly on 360, although I guess if you have a choice, I'd say get it on PS3 because of the controller with the way the D-pad works. And if you have PS4, PS5, or you get one of those units, yeah, you'll be able to play it backwards compatible with the PS Now. So that might be a better option for you that way. Okay, so that's a game over. And we do have this on disc, by the way. That I do want to emphasize one thing with that, which is that I'm running discs for some of this stuff, and I got some unlockables as they are, and some money as it is. And there's also DLC, which I believe is costumes and things like that, but we can take a look at that at some other point. So, alright, I'm going to hit the guide. We'll go back to the games list, and next on our docket is going to be another digital release. It's going back to the beginning of fighting games as it is, or like, okay, fine, not completely the beginning, but one of the granddaddies of the fighting genre, and If you know fighting games at all, you probably know this game and love it. And you're right, too. We're playing Street Fighter... let me pull it out. Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo HD Remix. Try saying that 3 times fast. This came out in 2008 for the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. This is not backwards compatible with any of the later Xbox systems. I believe it's... Yes, it is. Okay, it is on PlayStation now, so that PS3 edition is available for your PS4 and PS5 players. And it's also technically on the Switch as it is, because there's Ultra Street Fighter 2, which has stuff kind of taken from this. And Street Fighter 2 itself came out in 1901, won the arcades from Capcom, and man, did its game set the world on fire. I don't know fighting games, so this is quite a treat to be seeing this. Yeah, and we're getting a full picture, especially with this one, because let me tell you, Street Fighter 2 is a fighting game that took the world by storm. And honestly, I'm going to tell you, it's probably this fighting game that we have to thank over any of the other ones we're going to be playing tonight for really giving this genre the shot in the arm that I guess it needed to really kind of get things going in the United States in particular. I'm going to go into the options for a couple things, though. Check my controls. Yeah, this is 6 buttons as they are for the jab, strong and fierce punches and kicks. I just want to make sure I have everything set to this, and I also want to check my settings. They give you a lot of settings in this one in particular. They give you stuff for speed. You can turn it up to turbo the way that the Street Fighter 2 Turbo enhancements had. You have classic graphics, HD graphics. I'll show how this looks. It's a little weird. They do give you 16:9 options for them. This is not quite the same as the arcade version. And they're ports of that arcade version on Switch, PS4, and Xbox One as they are, and PC. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here, including all versions of Street Fighter 2 as they were. You know what? We'll run widescreen. It's going to look a little weird, but we'll play around. Even stuff with dip switches, including stuff of, hey, turn off very specific stuff, including frame windows for attacks and other things as well as storing Honda Super and all these other things. And we're going to keep everything default. So yeah, they clearly are saying like, hey, you Street Fighter fans who are loving this franchise, if you have classic mode and HD remix, we're going to do the HD remix to start and run on medium. We got our characters Ryu, E Honda, Blanca, Guile, T-Hawk, Fei Long, Balrog, Sagat, and Bison, Vega, DJ, Cammy, Dalsum, Zangief, Chun-Li, and Ken. We're playing as Ryu. He's a character I tend to be the best at, although best in quotation marks, because I'm not that great at this franchise, I'm going to be honest with you. Talk about your technical... Okay, this is also why it looks weird, because I have the classic sprites on. You can turn them on, or turn them off, and also turn them off as well. But alright, going through fighting and doing half circles and quarter circles to do stuff like the Hadouken! So yeah, like all these... Okay, I killed him without getting hit. Wow, okay. Okay, that was perfect. I did not even expect that was going to happen. Yeah, there you go. You have all these great, grunts of Ryu as you go along, and throw your opponents as well as they kick you. And of course, I'm going to try and do the movement for this, because yeah, the movement for this I'm not good at for the Shoryuken, which is forward, diagonal, down. No, it's no, yeah, or get myself kicked in the face. That'll work too. Yeah, that's how I usually end up with Street Fighter, because I'm not good at this game. Let's do this. All right, that's my kick. There's punch. All right, so I just want to make sure, because I'll always do a Shoryuken. Shoryuken! Yeah, there you go. So yeah, this is the element of this. I was never a Street Fighter fan. I'm going to assume maybe because of how technical it was, because I'll level with you. I mean, I'm kind of with you to some degree in the sense that I haven't played a lot of them. And see, that's the other thing about that, is that I didn't necessarily grow up with a lot of these fightings as far as playing them. But then when I played them later, I did like them. Just that I'm not good at this game, as you're seeing. I just got my ass kicked. Which sometimes happens with this because of how very technical it is. And it is a pretty basic game, I guess, as far as, the fighting is concerned. Which makes sense throughout. Let's pull someone out. Let's pull Chun-Li out. And maybe also here's the other thing, because there's a lot of other variances of Street Fighter that came out later, like Street Fighter 3 and Alpha. And also Street Fighter EX, the Street Fighter EX games, where they kind of play in 3D take. And honestly, with those, I think that's... I've heard people who sometimes like those a lot more than this, although, in my case, I can't deny the impact that this game had, and just the idea of how technical it is, and also how impressive it is as far as how it looks and plays, although it does look weird with the classic sprites as they are. I'm going to put on the HD ones just to show that as well. But if you're a fan of Street Fighter 2, this is definitely one of the ultimate versions of it. But it is a tough game to play, and it's not good to be, it's not easy to be good at it, if nothing else. And I mean, that's a fair thing to say, because, like, hey, sometimes I think, well, hey, how dare you talk about Street Fighter that way? It's like, no, I understand it, because this is not an easy game to play, and definitely has a strong learning curve as it might be, on top of the idea of, hey, sometimes you attract other fighting games more, which I kind of am that way too, I guess, because I haven't played a whole lot of Street Fighter. It's really this one, and a little bit of 3, and a little bit of 4 as it is, but that's about it. It definitely has a great atmosphere to itself as well, as far as stuff like the music and the sound effects and the and all the music and stuff. So yeah, you're definitely getting your Street Fighter fix to this, and it's definitely impressive showing it off with this version. But as I said, when I get killed again, I'm going to show off what the HD looks at it. Yeah, the throw. Because the throw is kind of broken in this game to a certain extent, and some of the later ones would change that and add new mechanics, particularly, I know Street Fighter 3 added the parry mechanic. Yeah, it was parrying for that one. Particularly Double Impact, which was also on Dreamcast, and the Third Strike. And honestly, I'll say this as well, is like, hey, if you want to get into Street Fighter, probably the way to do that would be the Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection, which has basically every one of them, except for all the instances of 4 and 5. You guys said, like, hey, do you like this or not? Or for that matter, there are other Capcom fighters you like more.
You win.
Alright, so, there you go. And I'll also say one other thing, because this is a great version of the game for sure, but also the way the graphics look, it sometimes go good weird, and you'll see this when we do the HD graphic style when I get myself killed here again. Oh, in this case, since I'm, Chun-Li with the blue dress, like, yeah, I'm kind of confused, like, the idea is like, hey, there's the other one with the red dress, or the yellow dress. Also, other touches there, like, hey, when you're getting health low, the music changes. Yeah, I'm gonna get myself fireballed.
You lose.
There you go. And I do love that touch as well. It's like, hey, when you get yourself beaten, you're, like, beaten down or bloodied. Or she's crying.
2, 1.
Alright, so she's gone. One thing we are going to take a look at, though, I'm going to go with a full HD look. So, graphic style, HD, and we'll do another run. Arcade. Yeah, and the classic arcade mode, I guess, is kind of, we'll look at that as well. But I'm going to go full to this, so let's pull out, the villain of the game, M. Bison.
USA.
Oh, one thing we are going to be hearing, though, is the great music, especially for Ken's theme. Alright, here we go. Here's the HD look. Because the animations are a little weird as far as how they look. In some ways, they kind of remind me a little bit of the iOS Android version of Mega Man X that came out around the time, which people hate that. I mean, I like the way it looks as far as how the sprites are, but it sometimes seems a bit choppy. Although, for a game like this, maybe part of the reason for that is because of the fact that, hey, it's running on the fighting perspectives, like how it's going to look. And how it's going to run. I mean, in 2008 as well, it was definitely a nice treat to get something a little different. But yeah, there you go. I'm getting, myself the Shoryuken going down.
Round 2. Fight.
Alright. But I am not good with M. Bison, if you can tell. I rarely play with him. When I play this game, I usually play as, Ryu. I mean, Ken is very much like Ryu, as it is. But, I mean, I usually play as Ryu, and sometimes it's Chun-Li. So getting that perspective going at least as well. But I do love that, when you kill him like that. Actually, one thing we didn't see, and this is going to be pertinent to the next couple of games I'm going to look at. I'll see if I can show this. When you get yourself hit, or somebody hits you specifically, you can get dizzy, and when that happens, you get a free hit. Talking about games that, the other companies were paying attention to their competition with, there is one in particular that was paying attention to that mechanic in this game, and took that to, I guess, feasibly its logical conclusion. It's a wonderful logical conclusion, as we'll see. Oh, here we go. Perfect. I'm dizzy. Alright, so in that case, I got myself hit. And, yeah, I was sitting duck that way. Yeah, but there's one game we're going to be playing that's going to be getting my revenge that way.
9, 8.
Alright, so quickly before we end this one off and go to the next game, I'm going to show off what that classic arcade mode looks like. As I said, give a taste of Street Fighter 2 as is. Alright, so the classic arcade mode, where I believe they do theme this after the way the arcade is. Alright, let's play as Cammy, who was added, I believe, in Super Street Fighter 2, because there are, like, multiple versions of this Street Fighter 2 game. There's Street Fighter 2, there's Street Fighter 2 Turbo, there's Super Street Fighter 2, and there was Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. But yeah, this doesn't really necessarily look much different than the normal look, but alright. So let's see what we can do about this, and also, I have Cammy with the you know, wearing the leotard and with it being really skin tight and me hitting with a box. One thing I do know about Cammy from playing these games is she is insanely technical, so yeah, you gotta bring your game to this, and I do not know many of her combinations. I guess it doesn't matter in this case because I'm doing okay with that, or doing that spin kick thing. Alright, come on. Oh, there you go, alright, so there you go.
You win.
It definitely feels good also when you get to that case of you're about to die, but yeah, no you're not. You pulled victory out. I'll say, if you're going to be playing Street Fighter specifically, yeah, playing single player is good to understand how it works, but also there's nothing like playing this game like with another player. But of course, that's the other thing, which is that if you're playing against somebody who's really good at this and you've never played it before, yeah, you're going to get destroyed pretty much. I run into that case actually with some of my friends in college who were big into Street Fighter specifically, and would have that perspective, like, what are the fighting games that we were really good at? Alright, fine, I guess I destroyed Guile well enough anyway. Let's enjoy being beat. Let me model your face one more time.
Mexico.
Alright, we'll go to Mexico, we'll fight T-Hawk, and after that we'll go on to the next fighter. The next fighting game. Oh, okay, yeah, I did that grab on hers. Or with her. Oh. And nothing else, this game definitely gives you a nice, you know, worldwide coverage of stuff. Where you're going, who you're seeing, and who you're fighting. You're also probably hearing all of the clacking of the buttons on my case of like, hey, I'm fighting like crazy here. Although, yeah, this is also a game that, yeah, button mashing is not necessarily going to get you far, so you have to really understand how the mechanics of it work. And though it is simpler than some other games that came later, I would say it is a simpler game than something like Blazblue, but that's only because, alright, Blazblue is newer, and then Blazblue has more mechanics to itself, but then again, I can also get the sense of, like, liking that more. Alright, well, at least I got the nice toss-down of them.
You win. Round 3.
Alright, so do one more, we'll see if we can beat him or get ourselves beaten. Yeah, but you also do the blocks. You pull back, or back and downwards on the D-pad. Or analog stick. You can play with the analog stick as well, but yeah, for this thing, you want to use D-pad. Or if you're arcade, you'd be using the analog stick for the joystick. Yeah, I think he's gonna get me. I'm fine with that. Alright, there we go.
You lose.
Alright, so T-Hawk's giving me the signal there. That scream sounds like a pathetic war cry. I guess so. Alright, so there we go. Cammy, we're done. And with that, that's game over, and we are going to go on to the next fighting game we have. And it's going to be a case of other companies paying attention to this one, I'll tell you that right now. When it loads. Alright. Now, Street Fighter 2 is a Capcom franchise from Japan. In the US, there was one company that was paying attention to that, Midway. Now we're saying, like, Mortal Kombat came out of that. That's true, and we're going to play Mortal Kombat. But first, we're going to play the game that is a little bit of a precursor to Mortal Kombat. It's within the Midway Arcade Origins collection, which came out in 2012, I believe, on the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. And this game we're playing in here is also on the Midway Arcade Treasures 2 that we're going to be playing, actually, for, what is it? For, a Memorial Day weekend. Yeah, Backbone developed this collection, as it was, of a bunch of Midway Arcade games. We'll play this whole collection at some point as well, but there's one game for the fighting case that we're going to be paying attention to while we watch the nice intro of, you know, us going into space, putting the coin in. Also gives me an opportunity to also go back when we did Midway Arcade Treasures, when I said, hey, we're doing tapper on that, and it's only controllable with the button for the tapper. It's like, hey, does this one have right analog stick control? Unfortunately, it doesn't. So, yeah, you're not going to be getting your dual analog element of tapper going, but you're also going to get better controls for some of the stuff than some of the other releases of some of the games that are on this, and they look terrific. But actually, the game we'll be playing is something different. We're going to be playing, I don't know, Chad, if you're familiar with this, let me know. The game that kind of got digitized fighting started, for the most part, after we do the hard drive load. Pit Fighter. Yes, that's the game. So let's go through. Actually, what's in this collection, just to go quickly, we have 720, we have APB, we have Arch Rivals, Bubbles, Championship Sprint, Defender, Defender 2, Gauntlet, Gauntlet 2, Joust, Joust 2, Marble Madness, Pit Fighter, which we're going to be playing, Rampage, Rampart, Robotron 2084, Tapper, Satan's Hollow, Sinistar, Smash TV, Spy Hunter 2, Super Off-Road, Super Sprint, Tubin, Total Carnage, and Tournament Cyberball 2072, as well as Vindicators Part 2, and Wizard of War, and Xenophobe, and Zybots. Yeah, some of these we've played already for the Midorica Treasures 1 collection, but there's some we're going to be playing in Midorica Treasures 2 and 3 when we get to those. But yeah, we're starting with this one. This is Pit Fighter. This came out in 1990 from Atari Games, and showing what the controls are there. And let me just see as far as my controls. Okay, I want to change that, because, like, right trigger's jump. No. So we're going to put the A button as jump, kick on X, and punch on, or no. Kick on the Y button and punch on X. Okay. Thankfully, you could change the controls. Alright, so we're going to free play on this one. It's a 3-player game, by the way, if you're running this. Yeah, the Ultimate Competition. This is the second game to have digitized fighters in them. The first one was a game called Rakai Doshi Chinese Exorcist, which I believe was from Data East. So, yeah, it looks a lot like Mortal Kombat. Yeah, well, fine. Mortal Kombat looks a lot like this, except a lot better. Although it is kind of, glitching out a little bit. I think, though, that is in the original game. But yeah, before Mortal Kombat, when you had your digitized fighting fix, and flashing lights, I guess, concern if you have a problem with that. Yeah, this is what you have. You're in a crowd. I guess it's like pre-Fight Club in the sense of like, hey, you're in the crowd fighting and everybody's cheering you on as you beat the ever-living hell out of everybody. So you do the shirt coin, which is on, what button is that? Oh, it's on A. Alright, so you could play as Buzz, Ty, or Kato. Buzz is a pro wrestler, 3rd degree black belt for Kato, and Ty's a kickboxing championship. We're gonna play as Buzz. We're gonna show no mercy as it is. Chat, let me know if you have experience with this game. Honestly, I didn't have experience until, well, this collection, and yeah, Jesus Christ, look how choppy this thing is. Yeah, this was 1990, as it was, but yeah, them going digitized meant that, alright, yeah, it's not gonna be looking too great today, but if nothing else, like, hey, this is the precursor for Mortal Kombat as it was. But when Mortal Kombat came out, nobody's paying attention to this anymore. Although, I don't think I ever really played this much, or even knew much about it. And I was alive when the game was around in 1990, but I think at that point, nobody really paid attention to it that much. And actually, it also got ports to home consoles, like on Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. I hear the Super Nintendo version is awful. Because on the Super Nintendo, you have to beat the whole game with 1 life and no continues. For some insane reason. I don't know why the hell they were thinking with that one. But, yeah, if you're playing Pit Fighter early, you're probably playing it in a collection like this or in Midway Arcade Treasures 2. And we're going to be doing Midway Arcade Treasures 2, if you recall, or as I mentioned before, we'll be doing that for Memorial Day weekend. So we're going to be playing this game again. Alright, so there we go. It's awesomely done. We have the very grainy graphics here as we're getting lifted up on the forklift by, I guess, the construction worker, or the factory worker. As we got Southside Gym. Also, one other thing I do want to try and show off. Yeah, you can pick up items and throw them towards people. And if you get to the sides of the arena, there's this woman here who will give you stuff, or she'll beat up on you. Like, I want to at least try and see if I can't show this off. Yeah, pretty much this is all the game is. Oh, yeah, she comes out with a knife to stab you. Oh, and I got killed. I'm trying to hit start. Alright. So hit A. Alright, yeah, it is very choppy, but as I said, this is another perspective on fighting, and I guess the idea of, like, brawling as it is. And with that, digitized graphic look and sound look. I guess, chat, let me know if you've ever played this game. As I said, it's not a great game. This is probably the weakest game we're going to be looking at tonight, feasibly, but as I said, we're including it for the purpose of looking at the whole perspective of a genre. As I mentioned, after this game, we hit Mortal Kombat, so, yeah, there you go. I mean, if nothing else, I think it's just more choppy and, stiff, because that's what I really noticed when I played it. It's like, hey, this could be all fun. Oh, right, he comes out, and like, yeah, just the other guys jumping into the crowd, like, yeah, no, you're dying now, too. Come on, my friend. Oh. Although, as I mentioned, for when it came out, I guess it was impressive, but as I said, if it wasn't as choppy, it'd probably be a lot better. Or easier to come back to, if nothing else. Alright, and we do have a grudge match as well, because they do give you a little differences as far as some of the things you're doing. Oh, right, because you have to do knockdowns. I forgot about that. If you get knocked down 3 times, you lose. If you knock him down 3 times, you win. Yeah, you can also fight dirty by hitting him on the ground. Yeah, for not being very good at this game and not exactly liking it, I'm not doing too bad. Alright, but we have that guy. I guess the... Alright, then we have the, yeah, the biker girl. As far as how this... Yeah, I guess they're definitely getting into the, I guess S&M element, if you want to go that way, without it specifically saying that that's what it is. Alright, you can pick up weapons. Yeah, but it's not Streets of Rage. It's not where... Okay, I'm dead. Oh, by the way, when you die, also, get into a case where you're darkened on the ground. You know, let's play as another character. Let's play as Ty. There's nothing else, we could get some play out of this thing before we go on to the game. You probably want to see more than this one, and I do too. Ooh. I will say I do kind of like the digitized music, almost like this kind of Sega Genesis sound of things. You go like, dance. Very grungy, if nothing else. Which I guess is maybe why the Genesis version of the home console ports is probably the best one, quote-unquote. But as I mentioned, this is more a game for historical interest, if nothing else. And it also gives us a little bit of an Atari representation. Oh! Yeah, but the crowd is getting into it as well as stabbing me in the back. I was like, yeah, get her on the edge and maybe she'll get in trouble too. Yeah, basically I'm just mashing buttons pretty much, honestly. So, not so much strategy to this, if nothing else. Actually, in a lot of ways, it kind of feels like a beat 'em up, like a Final Fighter or Streets of Rage, but more of like, hey, like a fighting game concept with that. Almost like the fighting modes that stuff like Golden Axe and I think one of the Streets of Rage had as well. Like the head-to-head stuff was like, hey, you're not going to be playing that compared to that. Alright, so here's Biker Man, and as I said, oh yeah, he's picking up the pool cue, so like, yeah. It's basically a bar brawl, pretty much, and yeah, there is alcohol in the background as well, so yeah. Good time to be having yourself a nice alcoholic beverage, as the case is for everybody watching, you know, getting into the fight. Ooh. We just get hit by a 2x4, as I guess you do when you go to a biker bar or something like that. Alright, I'm dead. I don't think we need to be looking too much more to this. I think I've made the point to a certain degree, but it's like, well, at least, yeah, well, he kicks me in the groin while I'm down on the ground. Or just clapping to the fact that, hey, he's doing that. Alright, and you do have an initial, so, we're all A's. Or no, we're, S... Oh, I love the idea. Like he's just jumping around there, like having a ball, and then even like the guy in the audience is like pulling the knife out. But yeah, he's just jumping over nothing. Like, yeah, my body was there, but it's like, yeah, it doesn't exist anymore. Till I hit that. All right, so that is game over on Pit Fighter. As I said, we're gonna have to come back to this for the Midway Good Treasures 2, because when we do that, we're playing through everything. But all right, well, let's take a look at the credits for the people who made this game going, hey, give the people who made this game credit. They said, we're going to be doing digitized fighting and make it look more realistic. And though this is not the ultimate competition as far as quality of itself, let me tell you, things definitely got better as we went along. So let's go back to our games, and we are going to go into the digitized fighting game that I think you'll want to see and like with Street Fighter 2. This is the other fighting game that in the 1990s sent the industry into the stratosphere, and also is the reason we have the ESRB software ratings board. So yeah, anytime you have a game rating on a box or on a menu for something on a downloadable game, you're going to be looking at the game that made it happen. With that M rating, of course, because of violence and blood and gore. Sweet violence and blood and gore in this game, because I love me some Mortal Kombat. We're playing the Mortal Kombat Arcade Collection for this one, or for two of the Mortal Kombat games. Playing the third one on here a little differently. But yeah, Mortal Kombat 1, it came out in 1992 in the arcades. It started a lot of controversy as far as the violence in it, and then it got ported to consoles on Mortal Monday, which was September 13th of 1993. And it started Dynasty as far as aspects of fighting, 2D fighting, and them looking at Street Fighter 2 saying, hey, you know the idea of us getting dizzy like we did when we played that game a few minutes ago? How annoying was that you get a free hit? Well, you know what, let's make that the end of the fight, and let's make it so you can graphically murder your opponents with a button combination that we deliberately kept cryptic. Alright, so this version, this release, came out in 2011 for the Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and I think it was on the PC as well. This, unfortunately, is not available modern, at least this collection isn't. But yeah, within it you get Mortal Kombat 1, Mortal Kombat 2, and Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3. We're going to be playing Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, not in this. We're going to be playing it in a separate release that I have But to start, you do have Mortal Kombat 1. You have your online combat for it. Spelled with a K, of course, because that's the idea of how Mortal Kombat works. But yeah, let's start with the original. It's definitely taking me back, even though I didn't play this game when it came out. I played it years later. In a lot of the cases because of the violence in it, but at the same time, let's talk human nature on this program. Anytime you're told you can't have something like this, just makes you want it more. And when I knew people who had Mortal Kombat and played it, it was kind of a transformative experience for me, only because of the fact of, yeah, I felt this, like, weird case of me being older and, like, the forbidden fruit. And also, yeah, the digitized graphics looking way nicer in this game than in Pit Fighter. And so I did Pit Fighter first. Yeah, we have Kano, the thief over there, as well as all of the other characters for that. Alright, so we're going to have free play with our characters. We have Johnny Cage, we have Kano, we have Raiden, we have Liu Kang, Scorpion, Sub-Zero, and Sonya Blade. We are playing with Sub-Zero. We have Sub-Zero. And going down on the battle plan to fight everybody through the Mortal Kombat tournament. Fight! Alright, here we go. So yeah, go around, digitize graphics, freeze the characters, and uppercut them, and there's blood everywhere, and my god, is it glorious. It is a little choppy, though, I will say that, as far as movement and also the controls. The later games of the series got better with that, and we're going to show that a little later. But you have your high punch, your low punch, and your high kick and low kick, and your block button, which is on left trigger for how it's set up. Yeah, we can knock it down, and yeah, Sub-Zero wins. We have a nice Shaolin temple there, and Shang Tsung in the background, who looks a lot different than he does in later games, but yeah, there you go. Yeah, Sub-Zero's perspective is the ice ball. You hit quarter circle forward and low punch, which I have in the A button, and you freeze your opponent and get a free hit. You also have the slide, which is on... I'm trying to remember what the combination for this... Oh, actually, you know what? I could show this off. Well, no, I'm going to try to do this without it to start. Because, hey, I'm going to be getting win on a second. Finish her! Alright, so forward, down, forward, boom! Okay, no, I didn't do it. Yeah, we're going to kill people in this game, don't worry. In fact, you know, I'll show you how killing works anyway right now. Actually, when we start the battle again, we'll show that. So there's Scorpion, the other of the, okay, now, the Lin Kuei case is, Sub-Zero. And, chat, let me know any memories you got on Mortal Kombat as it is. Alright, yeah, the slide is on back, A, B, and left trigger, and my fatality is forward, down, forward, X. Alright, so I did forward, down, forward, A. That was my problem. Alright, so yeah, because we're gonna be killing people in this game. I'm sorry. So yeah, we're gonna be getting our violence going on in this game, but I'll tell you, despite that, there is something weirdly, this is gonna sound strange, very classy about this game, in the sense like, hey, it's this, you know, weird, perspective on itself with, you know, the otherworldly perspective. I guess the idea that it was inspired by the movie Bloodsport with Jean-Claude Van Damme. In fact, that's kind of where this game started. Alright, there's the slider as well. That's how this game started. They want to have a license for that, but they couldn't get Jean-Claude Van Damme for it, so they said, okay, we're gonna do our own thing, with, yeah, it was Ed Boon and John Tobias who said, hey, we're gonna do this. And thus history was born. In just a second, you're gonna understand specifically why. Finish him! Alright, forward, down, forward, X. There you go. Oh my god, yeah, when we saw that, right there was where the video game rating system was born. You're decapitating a man and pulling out his spinal cord. Yeah, just everything a growing child needs. But definitely was not a game intended for children, but yeah, like, children played this, and because of that, it resulted in congressional hearings on video game violence, along with Night Trap and Lethal Enforcers, and on the back of that, we had the USB rating because of this game. But unlike other games where we're just doing violence specifically as shock, I mean, okay, I guess it was sort of doing shock elements of it, but when I really look back on Mortal Kombat, now that I'm thinking about it, it kind of all fits, honestly. I mean, I can't really imagine it without it. In fact, people realized that when it came out on Super Nintendo, because they realized, hey, Nintendo did not want to have blood in that. They just wanted to be the good guys as far as saying, like, oh, we're not corrupting children the way Sega is, because the Sega version was censored, or the Genesis version was censored, but there was a code you can enter, which actually you type in the button combination that spells out Abacab, the Genesis album, as it was, the band that gave us... okay, you also test your mind. I'm going to do this. Hit the buttons, and then hit your block button to slam the wood. There you go. My love for Mortal Kombat didn't start until Mortal Kombat Digital Alliance. Yeah, the 2002 edition on PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox. Honestly, the way I started with the third game. We'll get to that when we get to the third game, but I'm definitely fighting on the pit for sure, because one thing I do want to show off, unless, you know, Raiden kicks my ass. But yeah, Raiden the Thunder God, you know, the leader of the Earthrealm Warriors, as it is, but yeah, he is destroying me. Yeah, Deadly Alliance is a good game for sure as well, and a nice full 3D hit for Mortal Kombat after Mortal Kombat 4, which is a fine game, a fun enough game. And I have Mortal Kombat Gold on the Dreamcast, which is probably the best version of 4 that you can get. But yeah, that Mortal Kombat Daily Alliance did have a nice style to itself, and a lot of, good mechanics to it as well. And also, yeah, definitely going into a lot of the strange perspectives, you know, like cooking with Sub-Zero, or cooking scorpions with. Alright, got him perfectly that way. Alright, ding! You get the danger zone on that, and boom, he's down. Yeah, at some point we could show off those other, 3D Mortal Kombats, because actually, of the other later Mortal Kombats that I have Mortal Kombat 10, I have Mortal Kombat, Armageddon, which is like a greatest hits of sorts of, Daily Alliance and, Deception, but I probably should get those other ones, honestly. Alright. Because I do want to kill Raiden for a very specific reason. Put on the pit. What happens is when you get on the pit and you kill your opponent, unless, hopefully don't get myself killed, finish him! Alright, uppercut him off, boom, falls down, and bam, he is killed on the spikes. Yeah, there you go. God, this feels so good. But, yeah, Daily Alliance is also a very good game, and at some point we should do those. Yeah, we'll see as far as Kano. Yeah, here's the other thing as far as Kano. Yeah, we're showing himself, you know, crushing people on spikes and tearing their heads off. But yeah, Kano rips your heart out. But on Super Nintendo, yeah, he didn't do that. There's no blood in that. And on the Genesis, you put in the code that spells Abacab, named after the Genesis album, which Genesis, by the way, being the progressive rock band that gave us Peter Gabriel and Phil Collins, as it is. You put that in, you have full blood. Nintendo, you didn't, and then the year later, they said, okay, fine, our version didn't sell as well as the Genesis version, so fine, here's gore for Mortal Kombat 2, and we're going to be showing Mortal Kombat 2 next. Alright. Yeah, my case with my experience with Mortal Kombat really started with the third one, admittingly. And then I played the other ones later. Actually, it was after I played 3, actually, Daily Alliance was probably the first one I played strongly after that. I guess with Daily Alliance, what version was it? I played on the Xbox, but it was also, as mentioned, on the PS2 and the GameCube as well. And same case also with Deception. And then Armageddon was PS2, Xbox, and it also got a Wii version, weirdly enough. Oh, yeah, finish him. Come on, is he going to tear my heart out? No, he's not. That being said, I'm going to show one other character. I'm going to show, not Sub-Zero. Yeah, let's show Scorpion, because, yeah, Scorpion and Sub-Zero are probably the two main characters for this. While in Gore's lair. Hit back, low kick, and you throw out that spear. If I can make this happen, come here! There you go, you get that going, and it is amazing. Or the teleport punch by doing a rotation backwards and hitting the high punch button, which is on Y, the way or X, the way I have this. I do want to spear him again. Come on. Yeah, it does sound very, you know, futuristic. Get over here! Oh yeah, love that, my god. Yeah, those are lines that came into, like, gaming's lexicon completely. And as I mentioned, even though this is a much stiffer game than the later ones, including Daily Alliance and 2 and 3, which I'm going to show, yeah, there's something about this one, the mysticism of this game in particular, that still makes it really interesting. Also, I guess the other interesting thing is that this Mortal Kombat Game 1 was not ported that much as far as, like, direct arcade conversions. In fact, we're doing the Midway Arcade Treasures collections. The only Midway Arcade Treasures that had this original arcade version of 1 was, what was it? Now, I'm going to let myself get killed. I'm going to start over because I do want to show off Scorpion's fatality. Yeah, it was Midway Arcade Treasures Extended Play on PSP that had it. And then actually there is the collector's edition of, not Daily Alliance, of the Deception, the one that came after that, which has an arcade version of it. But yeah, until this one, that was really the only places you had to play the original. Which is fair enough. I guess the other ones are better, but it was like, hey, coming back to this original to see it. But yeah, we were going to fight with Scorpion. I do want to at least show his fatality off because, yeah, ripping a guy's head off as it was, but yeah, his is going to be a little different. Come on, Sonya. There you go. Alright, but yeah, I'm not doing the uppercut yet, because if you get too close to sometimes, like, do that punch right there, and so that can be a weird case. Or you do back and the low kick button, you do the kick that knocks him to the ground. So I do want to check one thing. I do want to look at my movelets. Okay, it is left trigger and up. Alright. So I just want to make sure I know that for the fatality. And that's great to have those move lists. Because in the arcade, in the original games, or the original days of this game, before internet was widely available, yeah, nobody knew those codes. They just saw, like, hey, somebody's decapitating someone. That looks cool. How do I do it? And all the magazines were showcasing that. Or showcasing all the moves, like her using her legs to grab me and toss me to the ground. In that case, you do have a lot of variety as far as the fighters and what they do. So you can really find someone who will play to your style, and you also be interested in as far as the characters you're going to remember. I will definitely get that case. Also, we do Mortal Kombat 2 and 3 in just a few minutes. Alright, so get close, and... okay, couldn't do it. I'll try one more time because I do want to show off what he does. Basically is kill it with fire before kill it with fire was the thing. Or a meme as it was. But alright, let's, yeah, do on Sub-Zero, my Lin Kuei counterpart as it is. Yeah, usually the AI will block the blade or the spear as it is. So yeah, in some cases I gotta be careful. And avoid getting myself, you know, totally decimated.
Sub-Zero wins.
I do love the announcer there of Sub-Zero wins. Or flawless victory. Yeah. Elements that came part of gaming's lexicon as mentioned. I mean, in a lot of ways, I'm gonna say this right now. This game is probably the most important game we're playing tonight. As far as where this industry came. Even more than Street Fighter 2 to a certain extent. It's like, yeah, Street Fighter 2 was a big deal and got fighting games going. But yeah, this turned it into like a pop culture phenomenon between Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter. And it's really them two kind of jockeying for each other as they went along. Although Street Fighter never really got in the case of having fatalities. There are other games that would do that. But honestly, for a lot of the games that really tried to it, yeah, Mortal Kombat really did it best. It's like, it's that idea of like, hey, you know, you can only have one as the original. Alright, come on. Alright. Okay, I couldn't do it. You know what? I think I should move on, but basically what you do is basically I'd take that mask off, I'd burn him with fire, and, yeah, we'd have a skeleton. So you know what? I'll let, Liu Kang, yeah, may as well see Liu Kang, yeah, the not Bruce Lee, and they were inspired by Bruce Lee, I do know that, as far as I'm making this. As he goes along and has the, you know, martial arts move, and the flying kick, and the fireballs that he's gonna throw, perhaps. Yeah, he can also block my spear. Liu Kang definitely being the most polite character as it is. Oh, and definitely weird going back to Deadly Alliance since Superfierce are mentioning it. Yeah, he dies in Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance. In the opening cutscene, Liu Kang is killed. So yeah, he's not in that game. And he's not Deception. Actually, he is in Mortal Kombat Armageddon where he becomes a zombie with chains on him. Alright, well, I'm getting myself upcutted, and I think with that we're going to go to Mortal Kombat 2. Which is just looking to show that Mortal Kombat was not a flash in the pan. A lot of people at the time were thinking, did this game only have violence to offer? And the answer was, no. Violence was a big part of it, but the game's mythology and gameplay were a lot of fun. And 2, which came out in 1993, improved on everything that Mortal Kombat 1 started. It's probably my favorite of the classic ones, although as I mentioned, I have a special place in my heart for 3. Alright, so there is Shao Kahn, or not Shao Kahn, not Shang Tsung and Goro from the last game. Shao Kahn is the next game. Well, okay, no, he's in the background as far as like the announcer of that. Yeah, because Liu Kang kicked his ass, we're seeing there. So yeah, if anyone were playing this after Mortal Kombat 1, okay, there's Shao Kahn. Is it because Goro died, Shang Tsung convinces Shao Kahn to give him another chance, and here he is. And we'll see this later when we play 3, saying, "Don't make me laugh." Yeah, I have Mortal Kombat, you know, perspectives. And now combat continues. Boom. Oh, yeah. This is bigger, better, faster, and meaner, as I believe they said in the marketing. And yeah, this was proving that Mortal Kombat 1 was not just a fad, but yeah, it was the real deal. And just from right here, it's getting you the atmosphere in there. It's like, yeah, you get the lightning going on. Boom, there's the logo. Mortal Kombat 2. Which also got ports a bunch of places, and we're going to see this again when we do Midway Treasures 2. But alright, you got Liu Kang, Kung Lao is new, Johnny Cage, Reptile, Jax, Kitana, Shang Tsung, Scorpion, or Sub-Zero, Scorpion, Melina, and Raiden, and my character who I play in this one, Baraka. As we're going to the Deadpool. There's that acid thing. Now, how Baraka works is he has blades. Hit back 3 times with the low kick or low punch button. You slice your enemies, or you do a quarter circle back, and you do that, you know, cut of that. Basically, what you want to do for them is, like, lure your opponents to get themselves cut and seeing all the wonderful blood. Yeah, this, I'll tell you, if there's any game that's going to make you get in touch with your inner, you know, sadist, it's Mortal Kombat. But, man, it's, it's weirdly innocent. I'm going to say that. I know it sounds wrong that way, but it's like, no, it does. Gives us the fun of that. Oh, no, stop. Yes, rocking my blades, my friend. Forward, down, forward, down. Okay, no, I didn't do it. I gotta remember the, fatality. I think it's, back forward, down forward, I think. You know what, let's take a look at the, move list when it says fight. Alright, yeah, because unlike the first game, you have multiple fatalities for your characters. You also have friendships, so you can not kill your opponent if you want to, or you can turn into a baby with a babality. Or I do the, stage fatality here. Okay, it's back forward, down forward, A. Alright. Or I'll do the fatality here, or the stage fatality, which was, what was that again? Okay, forward, down, Y. Actually, you know what? For this one, I'll do that. Yeah, in the meantime, keep going with Reptile, who is new in this. He was actually a sort of hidden character of sorts in the first one. You see him in the pit, and you can fight him, but you can't play as him. But yeah, 2 you can. Oh. Oh. Yeah, but here's the thing about Barak. He doesn't necessarily have a whole lot of moves, so yeah, when the AI catches on to your tricks, yeah, you're not going to be going far unless you're careful. Or do good with the kicks like I do. And honestly, he doesn't have a whole lot of moves in this game. It's not really until Mortal Kombat Trilogy where they give him a new one. They give him, like, the spinning blade thing. Alright, forward, down, Y. Okay, crap, I fucked up. Alright, so what I was supposed to do is uppercut him into the spikes there and have him killed. But, alas, we can't do that. But I do want to at least show a fatality off somewhere. So, like, yeah, Jax Briggs, the friend of Sonya Blade. They are part of the Special Forces, as it is, in the story lore of Mortal Kombat. Toasty! Alright, there you go. There's Dan Forden, who did the sound design for this game. See him come down, you hit down and start, and you can fight Reptile. Or no, you can fight, oh Christ, who is in this one? Reptile was the first game. In this one, you're fighting Jade. Alright, yeah, Jade, who is introduced in Mortal Kombat 3, and we'll see that, or Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, as playable, and we'll see that a little later. Oh, but yeah, here's the thing. Jax has some very strong attacks. You get close, he can grab you and say, gotcha! And then you're slammed to the ground, and it's not good. But yeah, you can just walk into them with swords. Alright. Back for it, down for it. Ah, crap. Alright, yeah, because you don't have a whole lot of time to do the fatalities. So, yeah, you have to be quick on that. As I'm getting further, that's also the concern of, like, yeah, they're going to destroy me quicker. Especially Raiden, because, like, hey, fitting. He's the Thunder God, as I mentioned. He is kind of the leader of the Earthrealm Fighters. And, yeah, with Baraka, I'm the bad guy. Basically, I'm coming from Outworld, as it is, and causing trouble for everybody here. Alright, ooh, yeah, but he has the teleport, and he has the dive there, which he had in the first game. But, yeah, there you go. Whoa! I do have, like, the sound of the electricity, too. What blue? Alright, ooh. Okay. Got him. There you go. You take your spears, you stick him in the chest, and he slides down to his death. There you go.
Wins.
Fatality.
Oh
yeah. There you go. Yeah, that is the bloodthirsty perspective of Mortal Kombat. It also makes a lot of fun when you're playing with another player, for sure. Or even playing your own. But yeah, this is where things are going to get hard, because Kitana loves to throw the fan, do the fan grab, and also throw you. And throws hurt in this game. Just like in Mortal Kombat, or in, just like in Street Fighter. Whoa! Okay, well, yeah, if you're close, you can hit low punch and do that as well. Okay, I got lucky that she did the throw there, because, like, I probably could have got myself killed. Oh.
Wins. Round 2, fight.
And the story lore, by the way, of Kitana, we can get to this with the other Mortal Kombats as it is. She is the sister of Melina, who is actually Baraka's pal. So, yeah, she's fighting with the Earth Warriors to stop Shao Kahn and everybody. So, yeah, this game has, or this franchise has quite a lore behind it, which I think is why people really like it. And also with, as you mentioned, with Deadly Alliance, especially with 9 and 10 and 11, they really get into that story perspective very nicely with this. Alright, with that, I got a game over. I'm going to... let's pull out... You know, let's pull out, Kitana. I also gotta check what her moves are. Okay, yeah, there you go. She also has her, thing to that. Alright, so... Yeah, the fan swipe, the throw, which I know is both the punches with the 2 forwards, and then left trigger, Y for the fatality. Okay. I at least want to have that set, or if I don't do this well, I will go back to the beginning and do it. Because, yeah, when you get further on, it can... Oh, yeah.
Kitana wins.
Yeah, not me. Yeah, cause honestly, I'm not that great with Kitana, honestly, although... Actually, with Mortal Kombat 9, it was actually a lot better with her, honestly. I was usually coming in with Mortal Kombat 9 because... Or playing that with friends, even when I never played it before, because it's like, how are you so good at this game? It's like, oh, the button combinations are the same as Mortal Kombat 2. Alright, I'm getting myself killed. And upcutted. Alright, so we're gonna have another, run to this because, yeah, we're gonna do a game over on this, but then I'm gonna do another one because, yeah, I wanna kill people with my fans. And it goes to the variety of this game, and I guess of games like this, and also, I guess, of the Mortal Kombat games as it is. And, you know, I probably should do the fan hold, which is back, and high punch. And do that, you stun them, and you basically use that when they come in. So, yeah, there's a lot more tactics that they give to this, even more than Mortal Kombat 1 did. So this is why I'm saying that, hey, they enhanced on this so brilliantly on the first game, which was fun enough as it is, but this one, it lacks the stiffness that one had with the controls and with the animation, so it's basically the better version of the first game. And with the popularity of this one, it really set this franchise in motion. Oh yeah, you can also do the fan throw in the air, by the way. Oh yeah, oh. Back, high punch. See, I always forget it's the low punch there, or that thing that's the low punch. Alright, so it's... Alright, yeah, go. Boom, there you go. Cut his head off with the fan, and he is done. Yeah, it just gets to that, you know, perspective, like, hey, you just kind of... It's such a great catharsis, I'll tell you this. And I think maybe that's where Mortal Kombat really kind of hit things really strong. Like, the idea of, like, hey, the stress, perhaps. It was like, hey, it's a great stress reliever. It was like, hey, you can do this way. I guess, okay, yeah, because in any case, you just, you know, block and you bounce the fan right off. Just to get in that mindset, like, hey, I'm coming home, needing to relax a bit. Like, let me just, come out and, you know, in this element, just, destroy these guys. And gals as well, so that's the other perspective as well. You do have that element, or just me getting punched by Raiden.
Round 2, fight.
I think we're done with this. We'll also go on to the next game, which is going to be Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, but we are not using this collection, and I'll tell you why in a few minutes. Ooh. Okay, perfect. Alright, got the throw.
Kitana wins.
Alright, best of 3. Let's see what we can do on this one.
Fight.
I do love just, like, the idea of the sound effect, or the voices as far as that, like, fights. It's like, yeah, you know things are getting serious. Now, while we're in the portal stage, which does have a hint to it, if you do see Dan Forden pop on the screen, hit down, start here, and you can find Jade. And Smoke, I believe, as well, is in this game. First appearance of him.
Finish him.
There you go.
Kitana wins. Fatality.
Alright, I think with that, we are going to close off for Mortal Kombat 2. Yeah, Raiden, I guess that explains why Raiden is not going to be in any of these games until Mortal Kombat Trilogy. Feasibly, yeah, because we decapitated him. Alright, there's Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3. This is the way you're going to be getting this game if you don't have it. But we're not playing it here, and I'll tell you why. You're really wondering one thing, which is... This is Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3. What happened to normal Mortal Kombat 3? Well, we're going to be playing Mortal Kombat 3 itself when we do Midway Treasures 2, but just a quick recap. In 1995, Mortal Kombat 3 came out, and what happened was that unlike the home versions of the other two, Midway put it on the consoles very quickly, like less than a year. The arcade distributors were really angry, saying, how dare you cut into our market by sending this to the home systems this quickly? Including the PlayStation. So the PlayStation basically was home to a pretty much perfect port of the arcade version of Mortal Kombat 3. So what Midway did is they said, okay, we're going to send you these conversion kits. So basically they could convert the cabinet from Mortal Kombat 3 to Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, which in 2007 they released a standalone version for the Xbox 360 that you can't download anymore. It's basically the same as the one that's in the arcade collection, but this was done by Digital Eclipse. And also is an easier way to have unlocks of all the hidden characters as is. This is the better version of Mortal Kombat 3, though, I'll say this, because you have more characters. They fixed a couple of bugs, and they add more stages as well. And this version had online as well to it on top of things, but alright, there you go. Yeah, we have strong violence, but it's like you're probably noticing that now, or have noticed that based upon the last couple games we played. But I will show this at least to start, and we'll get into it. So yeah, there is Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3. This is the Mortal Kombat game I have the most familiarity with, or that really got me into it. It was 3. But Ultimate 3 was just basically a better version. What this also did is it did add a bunch of characters back that are not in normal Mortal Kombat 3, including Reptile and Scorpion and Noob Saibot, old Sub-Zero over there, as well as Kitana and Mileena. Well, in the meantime, yeah, you have your Mortal Kombat 4-player, 2-on-2, and 8-player tournament. We're doing normal. And here are the 3 hidden characters. You have Mileena, Ermac, and old Sub-Zero. We're doing this Sub-Zero, but we also have a lot of characters that are new, like Nightwolf, and Jade, as well as Kung Lao, Cyrax, Striker, Sindel, Sector Cabal, who's broken as hell, Shiva, who's also broken as hell, and Smoke. Yeah, this is not a balanced game compared to 2 and 3, honestly. Especially get to Mortal Kombat Trilogy, but still, I love this game as it is. This other game also introduced the dial combo case that Deadly Alliance would also have. But Deadly Alliance did improve it. Alright, so we have Sub-Zero as it is. He has the same stuff as the old masked version with that, but he also has a shower rain. You hit the high punch button with a quarter circle there, and you drop the ice down, or it just misses. Or you do a back circle and that dive there, and you have like a fake Sub-Zero thing, and you can get him to jump into it and freeze him. There you go, perfect. Yeah, that's Sub-Zero's thing, as it is, or to go to the Console Wars program when they did the take on Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, you had, them talking about, like, Sub-Zero coming in here, like, being, like, this New York, this guy with a New York accent talking about how, like, Smoke's not such a nice guy. He didn't buy my daughter's Girl Scout cookies, so I froze his dog. It's, good stuff. I'll definitely have to put a reference to that as well, but yeah, okay, there you go. That's where you get the combo thing there, like, the 3-hit damage thing, and yeah, you have to kind of dial the combo and understand what it is. Be getting the damage, and yeah, you can bust the game completely, depending on who you play. It's actually, Sub-Zero is a high-tier character, I do know that for a fact, so, maybe because of the freezing, although to be fair, that's always been the case with him.
Well done.
Alright, now his fatality, when I can get to it, hopefully, is a pretty easy one, or at least one of them is, so I'll know how to do that. There you go. Freeze him and tear him into multiple bones. Yeah, you hit, I believe it's block, yeah, it's block, run, block. Okay, because you have a run button, by the way. Yeah, you hit the left trigger and you do that run. You can use that to start your combos. But yeah, getting myself caught by Nightwolf there. While we're in hell as it is, or scorpions. Okay, right. That's the one move that Nightwolf got for this ultimate version, where he has that reflecty thing. Also, the other thing this added was stage transitions. You do an uppercut. Oh, when I get myself punched, at least. Alright. Alright, fine. Oh, fine. When I do an uppercut, when I don't have, a winning blow, I'll show this. Yeah, stage transition. Knock him into the stage above. But in a lot of cases, they put that on stages where there's a pit fatality, which was actually there. You can toss him in the lava if you do that. One thing I am going to do, though, is I'm going to take a look and see what the other fatality is. Or, okay, no, it's... Oh, wait. Oh, I forgot. This version doesn't have the, move list. Okay, so never mind. Okay, alright, I guess I must have just got him right as that happened. Alright, so yeah, for that, getting ripped apart. Yeah, they definitely went a lot more, I guess over the top with the violence to some degree, because, like, you have, like, multiple, rib bones as far as how it is. And yeah, there's Jade, who we mentioned was hidden in Mortal Kombat 2, but yeah, she hit me with that combo quite strongly. And she has her staff there, which she hasn't brought out yet, but yeah, that can really hurt. While we're in the desert, and there is a Cyrax in the ground over there. Ooh, yeah, there you go. Okay, that's weird. It's like the way I had her in that pose that way, and then hit her down. Yeah, this is a good port as far as this delisted edition. And by the way, the reason it got delisted was because this was released by Midway when they're still in business. And actually, their last game was a Mortal Kombat game. It was Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe. Actually, a year after this one. But then what happens is that Warner Brothers got ownership of everything Mortal Kombat. And then with that, I guess, like, hey, the license transition. So, yeah, it went away. Or this went away. And also what went away was, we played Mortal Kombat 2 a few minutes ago. That actually had an exclusive download version on PS3. So, in that case, PS3 got Mortal Kombat 2 and 360 got this. So it was interesting that way, and then it gets kind of came full circle when that arcade collection released. Ooh. Oh yeah, but she also has the invincibility, yeah, which can hurt, especially against that 4-hit combo, damn. Alright, enough's enough. Yeah, that's the fatality I know the best, so that's why we're doing it constantly. Yeah, the AI is definitely going to be going that way, too. Alright. I'm getting thrown out like the trash, because, yeah, the other thing about Mortal Kombat 3 and Ultimate's this way as well, this takes place in areas of Earth Realm, as it is, so you go into the city streets. And I remember when this came out, there were people who were saying, like, hey, that seems like a bit uninspired compared to, the fantasy elements that we had in the last one. And, yeah, Dan Forden is still here. So, there you go. So in some ways that kind of made it so that, like, hey, people weren't liking this one as much, but still plays well, if nothing else. It's just more of like a stylistic thing. I think that was also the point where, oh, okay, that was lucky. Yeah, I'll break out of that before he does, so perfect. Yeah, but the AI gets really hard on these games, as you probably noticing. Oh, especially when he gets the 6-hit combo. Jesus Christ, that's 30% of my damage. And I'm getting myself killed that way. Alright. Alright, I will show one more character off, and then we're going to go to the next game, which is actually kind of tied to Mortal Kombat a little bit, but, not completely. Alright, I will show off, yeah, what the hell, let's show off Cabal, because he's the most broken character in the game. Although I'm not going to be able to make it look like that, because his combos are, let's see. He has this rush thing, which I'm trying to, okay, yeah, there you go. You do forward, and the kick, and you just makes him dizzy that way. You also have back, and the kick, or back, and, okay, yeah, back, and high punch is that. But you also have, like, this gear grind thing he does. I don't remember what the combination for it is. But yeah, you can basically cut them on the ground for the purpose of that. So yeah, for that reason, he's totally busted. If you ever, like, do tournaments and stuff like that, they probably ban him usually for that reason. Yeah, as I mentioned, that's maybe the other reason people don't like 3 as much as some of the other ones, because, yeah, balancing, which is particularly noticeable when Mortal Kombat Trilogy came out, which is like a best of 1, 2, and 3. And I have that on the PlayStation, we can play that, which is the best version of the game, and also the cheapest. The one you want to avoid is actually the one that costs the most money, which is on the Saturn, which is like a $300 game, and other thing about that one is they didn't finish the game correctly. That version, there's fatalities that are in this that they didn't program in. They said flat out, we didn't have time to put it in. I remember GamePro magazine specifically saying, like, what the hell is this? That's crazy that they, shipped a game that was not finished. Alright. Oh, no, I don't want to do this again. I think we are done as far as this, but let me, I have to get into another fight. Oh, let's show off Striker, who is kind of, has the pizza boy look. People have always made fun of that until Mortal Kombat 9 came out and realized, hey, no, he's kind of badass in that game, surprisingly. Which is something people never thought they'd ever say about Striker. But, alright, in this case, they added the riot gun for Ultimate 3. So, yeah, you pull the gun out and fire, but you have to be sort of close in order to do it. Actually, he's another character who's also kind of broken because of his combos. Because he has that baton run, you can kind of grab enemies that way, or throw grenades. Or try to, anyway. Yeah, at this point, it's not going to make much of a difference because I've got AI destroying me. Yeah, because the AI gets really, really good. Alright, there's my grenades. And you can throw them high and low. Yeah, and okay, there's the baton throw, by the way. I was like, yeah, okay, yeah. He can also block my bullets, so he puts his hands up, it doesn't matter anything. That's neat, the blue veiling. Well, there is a blue veiling, and that's one thing about Mortal Kombat, is that the art direction, that's always been something about this game that's been interesting with it. It does have this kind of otherworldly feel, and I'd say even 3 does that well, even in, like, the cityscapes you're in. Alright, yeah, but my, gun is no match for ice. Yeah, and the AI usually will not do fatalities as it is, but I think you can put codes in so they will. Alright, so I'm going to let the timer go down. But yeah, that's the thing about Mortal Kombat. I think that's the idea of, at the time there were people saying, like, the violence. But I think as time has gone on, people realize there is a weird element of artistry to this game that makes it stand out. And honestly, I think some of the more recent ones kind of did that. And actually, Deadly Alliance, I would say, was a good case of that. We'll have to do Deadly Alliance. I'll put that on the list as far as what we're going to cover. Because that is a very good one. Alright, that's game over. And, wait, how do I quit out? Oh, I'll go into a fight again, and then we'll quit. Oh, no, I can do it now. Oh, yeah, and you also get achievements, by the way, for this. For winning matches, doing fatalities, beating Noob Saibot. Oh, and I guess one other thing I didn't mention. This game gives you animalities as well. They added those in, so what you do is... And this is also where the fatalities got a little complicated. What you do in that is you have to put a button combination in to give your opponent mercy, and then you put another button combination in, you turn into an animal, and you kill them in a violent way. Which are really hard to pull off, by the way. And then they also had brutalities we had to put in a button combination. That's what Ultimate 3 added, and those are insanely tough to pull off. But, yeah, I like that. In that case, we got our Mortal Kombat representation, but we got a little more sort of like this. Kind of. This is by the same people who made Mortal Kombat, and, Chad, I know we were talking about doing Justice League Task Force. We'll do that game, but before we do that, we're going to do the really good version of Justice League Task Force. This is Injustice: Gods Among Us. This came out in 2013, or was it 2013? Let me check my notes. Yes, it was. Warner Brothers published this, who has Mortal Kombat, and it's the people who make the modern Mortal Kombat. It's NetherRealm Studios, so it is still Ed Boon who's making it. This was on the Wii U, the PS3, the Xbox 360, the PC, and it's on PS4 now. There's an enhanced version, and there's also on PS5 as far as the PlayStation Now element. And this game is backwards compatible on the 360, by the way. And or compatible on the Xbox One, I should say, and all the new Xbox systems. So you can kind of play this perspective and get your 3D fighting mechanic element, playing a lot like Mortal Kombat, and kind of like an enhancement on Mortal Kombat versus DC Universe with Detective Comics, the DC characters. At some point we come back to this one. This also has story mode the way that Blazblue did, and has multiplayer and bonus stuff as well. I think I'll try and get that Ultimate version because they do have... Actually, I got this game free. Because they gave this away actually during the pandemic as like a freebie. It's like, hey, we know you're at home not seeing people. Here's a game you can play for free. So they gave you this, but it's not the Ultimate Edition, which adds extra characters. So I think for the purposes, we'll show off what the game is. It's a fun game for sure. If you love DC, you're going to like the style of this, of all the characters you have. And then that Ultimate Edition has all its DLC, and we can go through that. Yeah, but you have your Batman, you have Nightwing, The Flash, Cyborg, Green Arrow, Superman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Raven, Hawkgirl, Shazam, Green Lantern, Sinestro, Black Adam, Bane, Doomsday, Killer Frost, Ares, Lex Luthor, Catwoman, Deathstroke, Solomon Grundy, Harley Quinn, and Joker. Let's start with Batman and Joker. But we'll definitely take a look at some other characters for sure for the purposes. And you have your areas you can go to, including the Batcave, Gotham City, Arkham Asylum, the Hall of Justice, Wayne Manor, Metropolis, the Fortress of Solitude, the Ferris Aircraft, Wayne Manor at Night, and Atlantis. Let's go to the Fortress of Solitude. Why not? Yeah, this plays a lot like the modern Mortal Kombat, which are 9, 10, and 11. But unlike those, they're not super violent. So it's like, hey, if you have problems with the violence in Mortal Kombat, or more accurately, you like DC, this is going to be right up your alley. This and its sequel.
Watch out, Joker. This one looks kind of tough. Really. I think you underestimate me.
Alright, so yeah, there is Batman Joker. See, we're getting that perspective before we do Justice League Task Force. And actually, I don't think Joker's in that. Oh, Christ. Yeah, but he has strong combos, for sure. Yeah, and even though there's not a whole lot of blood in this game, yeah, it still hurts. Or it still looks like it's hurting as far as how it's working. And, yeah, Joker does still have the gun as well as it is, like he did in Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe, and also in other aspects of the comics. But yeah, there you go. You're getting your Batman perspective, and you have the same take sort of on the dial combo, but it's a little more, I guess, simplistic as far as how it works. So you're able to chain things together a little easier, including stuff with like the grapple hook and all that stuff with Batman as it is. But it covers a lot of stuff for, comic stuff, and it's also a good perspective, like, hey, what are comics doing? Because, like, there's kind of a mixture of that and anime and things with a lot of fighting games. And, oh, right, you also have that. You can hit, I believe you hit the right bumper at a certain area, and like Mortal Kombat, you can kind of knock the opponent into certain areas. So, like, right there, I'm getting myself knocked into, I know, it's not Mr. Freeze, it's somebody else. Yeah, my Batman comic knowledge is not necessarily, or DC knowledge is not necessarily very well understood. Yeah, I'm just getting crowbarred by Joker. Jesus. Or usually, as far as Batman's concerned, yeah, no, it'll be the opposite. At least that's the second life force. So it's kind of doing the Killer Instinct thing. I'm playing as Catwoman next to Scorpion in the Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe, which is a really good game. And I remember when that came out, there's a lot of people saying, like, this seems like a random mix. And I guess to a certain extent it was. But it had the, okay, yeah, I'm getting blown up by Joker as it is. They're having a bomb put in me. But it definitely had the really good mechanics you want out of, like, a game like this. And because you had the Mortal Kombat team doing it, it was really a lot of fun as far as how that went. They do unlock stuff, like, getting experience and things for, like, the destruction. And for the purpose of that, we're going to take a look at this. Or in this one. Oh, right. Oh, you're right, because there is an unlock for Scorpion. You're right. Or there's DLC, I think, that goes to that. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'll have to look into that. In fact, let's pull Catwoman out. Why not? And we'll go against, yeah, Aquaman. Alright, this is before the Aquaman movie came out. Honestly, I don't like that movie very much at all. I'm gonna be honest with you on that one. But, honestly, if you was like, hey, Aquaman's kind of weird, they don't like his character to a certain degree, this was kind of the first case of badassery when it comes to Aquaman as it was. And hey, because the game's so much fun, it's like, hey, there you go. There is Selena Kyle, as it is, you know, the Diamond Thief. Yeah, that is not, Michelle Pfeiffer playing her. As far as the voice performances in this game, none of them are from the movies, but I do know they have some of the famous people there. I thought they had Kevin Conroy as Batman, I think. And I thought they had Mark Hamill as Joker, as it was. As far as everybody else, I'm not sure, but eventually we can do this game, because this is story mode, as is the case. And as is the case with Catwoman, yeah, she's running the whip and things like that, so she's got a lot of, swift movement going on. Whoa! Ow! And you also, like with Mortal Kombat, you do have, like, the Mortal Kombat 11, 9, and 10, or 9, 10, 11, I don't know, I'm going in a weird order that way. You have, like, the combo thing you do that, but unlike Mortal Kombat, it's not like the case, like, you're zooming in, like, the X-ray and, like, smashing their, you know, chin in or something like that. Oh, there you go. But I also do love, I guess, the animations for this as well, and even for a game that's... Oh, Jesus Christ! Alright, I did not notice he could do that, but wow, okay. It really does kind of get you as far as the feel of DC, and it plays terrifically. The only thing I'll say is that the graphics are... They don't look as great nowadays, and you can tell that these systems kind of were struggling to some degrees, although it does run at 60 FPS in some capacities. Honestly, you kind of want to get that Ultimate Edition, honestly, particularly on PS4, or run the backwards compatible of this one on, like, the Series X. And, okay, I can do the same thing and hit him with water. I do love that as well, being able to... Oh, right, I forgot, you have the wager case. Where you hit the buttons, and as they come by, if you do it right and you hit the button correctly, yeah, you can do a clash and knock them away. Or get knocked away, as it might be. It's actually kind of an enhancement on what Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe did. Which is another really fun game, and also an interesting one because that's the final game that Midway made. Yeah, like, as far as Catwoman was concerned, yeah, we got away with a diamond, and we are just chilling up at home. And I got new items. Yeah, because I did a character power 5 times, you get a player badge for that. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot of stuff for unlocking as it is, but as I said, since we were going to do Justice League Task Force eventually, and we'll do this eventually, because I think we should be doing that as far as the story mode. And one thing we're going to do is I think we got to pull out Superman as it is. And yeah, we'll have another... You know what? I'm going to pull out Lex Luthor, but screw that, we're pulling out Harley Quinn. And we will go to... let's go to Wayne Manor for night. Actually, because this is a fun one, especially because you can pick up stuff in the environment over here for that. And I mean, it does play to the really nice aspect of, like, the superhero element, and this game is a lot of fun. And it also stands out against other games as far as... There you go. There's good old Clark Kent pulling off the glasses, and boom, there's Superman. And there's Harley Quinn, who definitely looks a lot different than she does in the Batman animated series and also in the Arkham games, but I kind of like the design as far as how they set it up with her. I was going to try the... Yeah, you hit the right bumper next to it. Yeah, just pick up the motorcycle and toss it right into her. Oh, and yeah, there's the building going down. So you get a lot of nice destructive elements. And it does look really, really nice. I mean, as I said, I'm kind of contradicting myself from before, saying, like, hey, the graphics don't look that great. But, I mean, actually, no, they kind of did. I mean, maybe I was wrong. Like, I was thinking maybe I was, like, playing at the time, like, wait a second. How is this looking compared to the later versions of this, or the second game as it was? But I think this game has it visually where it counts, particularly, again, the art direction. I think NetherRealm is great at that. Whether it's in this or whether it's in Mortal Kombat, they really understand, I guess, how, like, the look of, like, a game they're doing is going to be. All right, there you go. Boom. Toss it down on the ground. And we also, I guess, talked as far as, like, voice performances. I don't remember if it's Tara Strong as Harley Quinn in this one specifically, but, I mean, I might put an edit to explain if it is or not. And we can definitely go into that more when we do story, because... This is, I guess, like with the Mortal Kombat games, 9 and 10 at the time, or 9 as it was before, because this came out before 10 did. This is where I think, and honestly, I think NetherRealm was kind of the best one with this, really, in all honesty. Unless, chat, you want to give me another idea of another company that did this really well, of really doing the story mode so great. So you really get into the perspective, like, telling the story, and it's very interesting, and also balancing it, you know, with the fighters, and also kind of helping you understand how to play as each of them. So you can kind of get a sense of, like, what character's your favorite. It doesn't necessarily feel like a case of, like, hey, if I have to play as another character, I'm going to be in a bad case, or think, like, oh, I'm at a disadvantage, or I'm not having fun compared to, like, playing with one other character. And also, I think that NetherRealm really has done that well, and I think, in a lot of ways, they're kind of the gold standard as far as that. Harlux is very well voluptuous. Yeah, in this, although, I mean, I will say this, compared to stuff like Suicide Squad, the first one, I guess sort of the Suicide Squad, the one that came out this year, I get this perspective as well, but unlike that one, they're not necessarily playing that take to it. Oh, Jesus, and I'm getting kicked in the crotch. Well, yeah, only Harley Quinn have the guts to do that. Yeah, she does like that, you know, that ne'er-do-well, nary could care at all attitude about it. But, I mean, I gotta say, I do like the design. I mean, I think it works well. I don't think it's, you know, emphasizing too much as far as, like, being like, oh, yeah, you know, you're lingering exactly. Oh, I mean, okay, it's not necessarily the best interpretation of this character. I would not say that. But still, it is nice to kind of get the perspective. All right, we're playing one more. We're playing with Shazam, and then we're going to pull out who I thought I wanted to pull out before we pull out Lex Luthor. But honestly, in that case, that's why I kind of like some of these interpretations of some of these characters, especially in this game. And I think that's kind of what I think NetherRealm does really well when it comes to figuring out how the characters are going to look, especially for something like this, of how they're going to interpret that. All right, but yeah, we will go to Gotham City and have the bat signal. Shazam! All right, there you go. And when you say Shazam, or he says Shazam, or he's Captain Marvel, technically, as the comics go initially, and then Captain Marvel, or Marvel had Captain Marvel as it was, and they said, like, no, we're just going to have him Shazam. But then again, I don't know, Shazam kind of works well. It's like, it's just that kind of idea, like, hey, he turns into the superhero that way, who emphasizes the elements of lightning. But yeah, I'm not doing a great job of showing that. Okay, fine, I'll just take out the bat signal. Yep, screw that. Like, yeah, we already had Batman here, so, like, who cares? Yeah, we're not dealing with that, but yeah, also the idea of him being kind of fast as it is. Not Flash fast, but still fast for sure. Actually, also, let me see one other thing. Because like with Mortal Kombat, they do give you the move list, so you can kind of do some stuff like that to understand how they are. And they do simplify the moves as they are, but they're also stuff that, hey, you can kind of do it while you're playing. Get perspective. Yeah, there you go. Hit him with the lightning bolt in chest. Ooh! But yeah, going against Lex Luthor. I'll stick with Shazam. As far as the naming, okay. As far as the name of the character, or as far as this being the character you like to play, because I mean, I guess you're saying you like Catwoman in this game as well. Honestly, I have not played this game a super large amount to get a sense of who I'd say is my main, as it is, as far as something like that, because that's another thing with fighting games. But honestly, I mean, I do like the Shazam thing. I mean, I think it goes well with the lightning, honestly. I think it really kind of fits that really nicely. And also, I guess it was also the case with the movie, which was surprisingly good. I remember when I got the trailer to that at some point before it came out, I said, I don't know if I'm feeling this, but then I saw it and I said, this actually has a nice style to it. It also has a great take on, you know, like, growth of this young boy. Okay, here we go, the wager. Alright, so who's gonna win this wager? It's like a rock, paper, scissors case. Okay, I'm gonna lose. Alright, yeah, by the way, if you do the clash, you do get regeneration of your health. Ow. Yeah, okay, yeah, Lex Luthor is just destroying me. Yeah, I don't necessarily... Oh, the naming. Yeah, I get you. I mean, I think it kind of fits as far as what it is. Okay, yeah, I'm getting knocked down. Yeah, I'm sorry, Shazam, for, you know, doing that. Yeah, now, as Lex Luthor is, you know, he's very, you know, dignified as is, except when he does stuff like that. But yeah, to go to that, you know, let's do one more fight. Oh, and, you know, yeah, let's pull out Shazam again. Maybe you can do him justice as it is.
Begin.
But yeah, that movie was actually really good. I was really surprised how much I liked it. And how it kind of got me into, like, that aspect of the character. And also, some really funny stuff. Especially, there's one section of that movie, they set it to, Don't Stop Me Now by Queen. Like, the idea of, like, him trying to figure out what's his superpower, what can he do. And, there's something with boxes. I'm not going to give it away. It is hilarious. I laughed very hard at that when I went to see it. Yeah, it's definitely a nice one as far as that. And it goes, like, the idea of elements of DC. Alright. Another one we haven't really had a whole lot of representation of on this program, but that's the benefit of a showcase like this. We can do that and take care of that. All right. Actually, I was like, well, let's see if I can throw him into the what is it? The helicopter. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. There's a Lex Luthor laugh. I mean, yeah, we're gonna hear that when we do Superman for Nintendo 64 at some point. I don't know when we're doing that one, but I mean, at some point, I think we gotta show that. Just because, hey, you take the good with the bad. But honestly, I'll tell you, if we're going to talk about, like, the bad DC game we're going to play, I think the one we're going to do first, we're probably going to do Batman Forever, because that's the one I have. At some point, we'll do Justice League Task Force, so we're going to get a copy of it at some point. But in the meantime, like, I'll tell you this right now. Even though I haven't played Justice League Task Force, I'm pretty sure that this is a better game than that. So if you want your DC fighting fix, this is the way to go, as well as Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe, because I can recommend that one pretty highly too. Alright, there you go. Perfect. Yeah, there you go with the clutch victory with 1 point of damage left. With that, I am in the sky with lightning. Alrighty. And you get a level up. Yeah, because I know the other, some of the other NetherRealm fighting games do this. Alright, so there we go with Justice. This is definitely a good one, and yeah, if you like your DC stuff, it's one to recommend. Okay, one thing I'll also show is, I think it does show somewhere as far as what the fighters are, or the other fighters. You know what, I'll put a thing in the YouTube site for that, as far as what the other fighters are. I'll come back to this. I think I'll come back to it with the Ultimate Edition. Alright, so with Injustice down, I'm gonna have to make a disc switch. And I'm also gonna have to change, or mute the audio again. Alright, so Blazblue out of console. I'm putting in the only game we're playing tonight that is not a fighting game, in the same sense we've seen. But first I gotta mute the audio. There, so let's see. 2, 1. Oh, yeah, okay, perfect, 0. Actually, I want 0 on this one, because I know there's gonna be a content question. And actually, I can close the tray from here, so let's do that. Yeah, be lazy, not get up. Even though I got up for the disc. Alright, I gotta mute my television on top of that, because I don't want bleed over in the audio. Because the opening cinematic of this game has Never Gonna Get It by Sean Biggs, Akon, and Topic. Yeah, this is Fight Night Round 3 from Electronic Arts. This came out in 2006 for the Xbox 360, the Xbox Original, the PlayStation 2, the PSP, and the PS3. These are one of my favorite things of EA's, let me tell you. We could say negative things about EA for sure, and yeah, those are all well-known and on the record. But one of the best things they ever did was give us this game. Give us this franchise as it is. Aside from Fight Night and Ready to Rumble Boxing, this is one of my favorite boxing series ever. And it does such a terrific job of really getting you into the atmosphere of this and giving you a control scheme that on the surface of itself seems like it's going to be extremely daunting. And also see, like, the graphics of this. Because when this came out in 2006 on the Xbox 360, my god, this was amazing just to look at. As well as to play. That's the other case of it as well. Yeah, something's never changed for sure, because you have the total punch control. Because EA, they love them their second analog stick, and we're going to be using it like crazy. So when we load this file, I have the music turned down, so at that point, when I load the... Yeah, right there. Never Gonna Get It by Sean Biggs, featuring Akon and Topic. Yeah, select my file down here. I have the audio turned off. Or the music turned off. So with that, I can turn this up. And if you like boxing, here you go. You're going to have a good time with this one. Oh, we're going to do a play now. Wait, turn my TV on as well. Or the volume up. Let's go in the blue corner, and you have your selection of welterweights, middleweights, light, heavy, and heavyweights, including famous names like Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier, Evander Holyfield, who is not in the PlayStation 3 version for some reason, though the PS3 version does have an exclusive first-person perspective. You know what? Let's take the greatest, Muhammad Ali. Let's take him, and we'll go along going against Oscar De La Hoya as well. So you have a lot of famous names as far as that. You know what? Yeah, what the hell? Let's do that. And we have the fight night, and I'll explain to you why I love this game so much. Yeah, you have the Windy City Boxing Gym, because this is developed by EA Chicago, which is, I believe, either was formed into EA Canada, or I think they're still around, actually, and they now do the UFC games, which actually also really, really good. Really complicated with their fighting mechanics, but when you get them down, it is so satisfying. Alright, let's go in the Aragon Ballroom. Alright, so we got a fight going tonight. And I'll go into why I love this game so much, and why, as I said, EA's bringing this game back. They're doing a new one, and I'm going to tell you, I can't wait to see what they do, because when they brought this out on 360 in 2006, the question was when the 360 came around, a lot of the games on it don't necessarily look that great. By the way, this is also brought to you by Burger King, and you can have the King as your trainer in this game, which is amazing. And ESPN2 as well, and Everlast. So there you go.
Here now are the fighters for tonight's bout.
Alright, so the fighters for tonight's bout, we're getting, you know, down in here for sure.
Kentucky, the greatest of all time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Muhammad Ali.
Oh yeah, here we go. This definitely looks the part. I mean, when this came out in 2006, it was really this and Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter that said to people, okay, this is why I spent $400 on the Xbox 360, to get graphics like this, and to get gameplay like this, as we're going to see. Also, Dusk De La Hoya as it is as well, so like, yeah, two legends of boxing, and now we're going to get going. And this is going for total realism, but my god, this game is still fun, especially when you get the controls down. Alright, so here's how it works. You move around with the left analog stick. Right analog stick are all your punches. Push diagonally upwards or to the left to control each of your fists, and you can push forward and curve it a little bit to do a hook that way, or aim down at the body by hitting the left trigger to put yourself downwards that way, and pull downwards diagonally, backwards, and then forward like that to do a haymaker. And the game will explain how you're doing as far as the commentating, which is actually really, really good. It's like, hey, you're missing shots, or hey, you're doing things. We also have blocks. You hold the right trigger to do this, and you move the right analog stick around to get yourself going. And if you time it right, yeah, you can get them to, you know, be stunned, or I'll get stunned and get myself hurt. There you go. You do a nice punch like that, and it is so much fun. My god, I love this game so much. Yeah, this is realism of your sports game done to pretty much absolute perfection. And as I said, I cannot wait to see what EA does for the next one. It's like, yeah, it's me being excited about an EA sports game. Hey, they became popular for a reason, especially this one. Which is kind of them taking off initially on the... Oh, there we go. And you're getting to that moment, and yeah. Alright, come on. I got him on the rope, so he does that. And if I can do that and he doesn't hold me, I can hit him in the chest. Come on, we got a nice knockdown. Ooh! Yeah, we might... There we go. Here we go. Alright, hit me with this. I once met Muhammad Ali at a sandwich shop. I didn't know who he was in 6. Oh, wow. Alright, there we go. Yeah, we were just punching Oscar De La Hoya in the face, and look at that sweat. Jesus Christ. And look at the skin moving. Oh my god. That is an amazing story, though, and thank you for sharing that. I could imagine that's kind of a great moment, you know, to be seeing someone famous that way, especially, yeah, one of the greatest boxers ever around. There you go. So yeah, he's living up to his name there as we're just beating the ever crap out of Oscar De La Hoya. Hey, like, if you're a fan of Oscar De La Hoya, you know, like, don't take this as, like, an insult to this. It's like, well, hey, wait a minute. It's like, hey, hey, anybody's gonna be weird against, looking not as great as Muhammad Ali. Also, one other thing to go into, and thank you again for going into that sweet verse as well. Just going to this, yeah, there's no indicators on screen. That was by design. You know, you can turn them on if you want to, but they really were going in the idea of, like, hey, you want to have your, you know, perspective of the realism here. So you have to read your opponent's body language. You have to listen to what the announcer's saying. You have to say, like, hey, his feet are getting wobbly, he's gonna fall down. Like, hey, you gotta be careful hitting those blocks and things. Actually, the commentating in this game is amazing as far as that, because they really follow the fight really nicely. Whoa! There you go, you're taking advantage of me, you know, getting, you know, going to this. And also, you gotta be careful of your,
opponent with a vicious counter hook.
Oh, yeah.
He has to stay focused or he's going to get countered all day.
Oop. Also, the other thing you can do is hit the left trigger and you can pull backwards and kind of do sway. So, yeah, this is definitely the boxing title as far as that. And also, as I mentioned, this was EA kind of enhancing their Knockout Kings franchise. We're doing every year. And then they said, okay, we're going to take a break off of it. We're going to do Fight Night. And this is what they came up with. And they have 5 of them and a 6th coming eventually. And I'll be first in line for that. Alright, so that's the end of the round. So there's the bell. And we'll get the round highlights brought to you by Dodge. So yeah, I am getting, I'm going completely commercial on this.
Let's look at that knockdown brought to you by the...
Yeah, but there's the knockdown. I do want to get something with the blood slugs going because it's amazing to see that. It shows that graphical power very nicely. Also, you get the Cut Man. The second game added this, but yeah, in this case, yeah, you move the right analog stick around to help down with the swelling. And listen to my trainer giving me some information about what I should be doing on the next fight, or next round as it is. You only have 30 seconds, by the way, so you have to pay attention to where you're going and also see, like, if do I have cuts. I don't think I do, but we'll see about this. If I run out of time for this, I'll have to go about this. So you have to kind of prioritize where you're going to go. Alright, so I don't have cuts. So it's a swelling. Because, yeah, if you get yourself hurt too badly, the referee will throw in the towel for you if you're going badly. But yeah, we'll get the ring girls in between to tell us, like, what round we're on. And you also get a little bit of preview as far as what the opponent's thinking.
You freaking gave that round.
Or, okay, yeah, he's bleeding. He needs, like, a cut case, because look at his nose there.
He knows you're stronger than him. Now you just gotta go out there and get inside.
He told me I was very polite. I can imagine that, for sure. I mean, of what I've known of you, Sweetverse, this year, I can completely get that. I mean, and that's a great story to be holding on to, for sure, to be able to say, like, hey, I met Muhammad Ali, and say, like, hey, he thinks I'm a nice guy. It's like, I'm getting street cred from one of the best boxers who ever lived. And I'm glad to be hearing that. Also, by the way, you do have the A button, which is your signature punch. You also have the B button, which is an illegal punch. If the ref catches you doing that, you get a mark, and if you get too many of those, you get disqualified. And also the white button, by the way, that's a hold. If you get into a case where, like, hey, I'm going to be knocked down, you make that, you get a second win, you'll be okay. But I do want to get another knockdown, because I want to get that blood slug going, because, yeah, I guess I'm getting bloodthirsty on this, but it is so much fun, and it is, as I said, this is a perfect cross-section as far as the realism of a game, and then how it looks, but also melding perfectly with gameplay. In fact, I'll tell you, when we did Wavery 64 earlier this year, I said that was a perfect marriage of graphics and gameplay. This is too. This is another one. Boom. Ooh, but I got haymakered. But it does feel good when you get that and you hear him say, like, he got slammed with that devastating haymaker. Which is also my case with Fight Night Round 2, because actually that was the first one of these I played. I played it on the GameCube. When I stopped myself, I was 11. Okay, but still, you met him at some point, and you have that memory as well of knowing that. It's like, hey, I never met Muhammad Ali. That's amazing. And I love the fact that you're sharing that story and adding to the show that way. Woo. To that degree, I guess, what experience do you have with the boxing games, I should say? Have you played this game, or have you played any of the other Fight Night games, or features, I guess, with Punch-Out? And I also really like Ready Rumble Boxing by Midway, which at some point we should show that, because I had it on the Dreamcast. It's an amazing game. Arcade style boxing, I should say.
He goes downstairs with a merciless shot to the body.
Alright, so yeah, you can also do body shots, as I mentioned, and thankfully, yeah, I'm also avoiding, groin shots. You can do groin shots feasibly, but not just by holding the left trigger. You actually have to hit the separate button for the illegal blow. Alright, but yeah, just hit him in the face. Alright, come on.
I'm not surprised at all that he's warning of an impending stoppage in tonight's fight. If you can't protect yourself, the referee...
Yeah, right there, the announcer is noticing, like, hey, De La Hoya's nose not looking so good, and they do have that there. I put Punch-Out. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, I gotta get the clinch. Oh. He's pushing me away, or you go on the top. Okay, perfect.
Well-timed clinch may have bought some time for Ali.
Yeah, in that case, also, it helps me find points. Alright, so you play Punch-Out. Yeah, okay, well, there's a lot of variances of Punch-Out. There's Punch-Out on NES, there's the arcade one, there's Super Punch-Out on the Super Nintendo, and there's also Punch-Out for the Wii, which is actually a really good game as well.
1, 2, 3 punches hit their target. Incredible accuracy.
Alright, come on, I need to get De La Hoya, because I do want blood slugs. I want to show the audience that.
10 seconds left on the clock. Let's see if he makes any adjustments after being tagged with that combination from Ali.
They said, because you don't have, indicators, you're not going to know. I played most of them. Okay, so Punch-Out is your boxing game of choice, which is fair enough, because actually, that is probably one of the most prolific. I would say, probably the three I mentioned, which are Fight Night, Punch-Out, and Ready to Rumble, are probably the three you'll play the most. Okay. Alright, let's see. Do I have cuts? Okay, no, I don't. I just swelling. Yeah, but my left eye is looking bad. Yeah, definitely tougher take than this as far as Punch-Out and Ready to Rumble, and that those are going more for arcadey elements. Although, despite that, you think, well, wait a minute, them going realistic, because that could be something you're not going to necessarily get into, but I think it's terrific as far as, and yeah, he is also kind of wincing with that as far as it. And I'm not going to be able to get much onto my left or my right eye. But I do like the way that kind of those three franchises were able to coexist for a while. I mean, Ready to Rumble, we haven't had a new one of those since the Wii, which I heard that Wii edition was not very good. And then Punch-Out's still been around to a certain degree, and then this coming back. I mean, maybe the return of this will get some companies, including Nintendo, or maybe Warner Brothers. I guess Warner Brothers has Ready to Rumble now. Think like, hey, let's go back to this and give us a great variety of boxing games. All right, so round 3. I mean, I think we'll probably just do one round of this because it's going to go far enough. We'll see if I can't get a knockdown. By the way, also, if I got knocked down before, I'll mention that. They also have it so that you have to press the analog sticks together in order to get your vision set. And as you get knocked down more, it gets harder to center yourself. All right, but I'm not necessarily doing a good job blocking But I think the other thing is also use the jabs. It tends to be how I play this game usually. Use the jabs to set things up, or hit the body shots. Oh, but I'm getting myself hit to that. Usually you have to read the body language. It's not necessarily easy to do that, but it's so satisfying when you get it. Whoa.
He'll be eating counters all day. He can see his opponent's punches coming, and he counters with a wonderful...
Okay, here we go. Perfect.
Wow,
Oh, Jesus.
Now. That counter haymaker surprised him.
Yeah, fortunately, it's one of those things, like, it sort of surprises me, but I also got into the state of being, you know, stunned. So like, oh crap, I can't do anything to avoid it.
Has in the speed department also may be a liability in the power department.
Yeah, right in the face at least. All right, come on. Okay, there we go. Nice 3-hit combination by Ali. I do love that perspective. They will actually comment on it. Oh shit. Okay, my legs are going bad. Uh-oh.
He's just a well-rounded boxer. Good speed, power, great balance.
Ew.
Great 1-2 combination.
Yeah, full like a butterfly, sting like a bee indeed. Woo! Oh crap.
Some swelling is starting to form around the left eye.
I do love that touch as well. They'll tell you like where your damage is, so you go like, hey, wait a second, you know, you got to know what you're gonna focus on between rounds. Man, Del Hoy is fast, although to be fair, I think that's kind of accurate to real life. All right, do a body blow, try to. Ooh.
With one more big punch, he's gonna go. Oscar with a series of jabs, and that haymaker ignites the crowd.
All right, there you go, right to the chest. And yeah, this one, unlike Fighting Round 2, they do emphasize the idea like doing body blows more, which I do like that. So you can kind of get a sense like, okay, perfect, come on. All right, Mr. Del Hoy, you're going down. I love you, my friend, but yeah, you gotta go. Oh, crap, he clinched. All right. Oh, crap. Yeah, it's one of those, that's gotta hurt for sure. And as I said, when this came out on the 360, even though it was on the last-gen system at the time, people paying attention to, like, yeah, that EA HD, they were not screwing around when they said that. Like, they did a great job as far as how this looks. And even for a game that came out, God, it's gonna be... It's 15 years this year for that game. My God. Actually, 15 years actually this month for the PS3 edition, because it came out later on PS3. I think it was like around the launch of that. Okay, perfect. All right, last 10 seconds. Whoop, whoop.
Combination started by a savage hook to the face.
All right, come on.
Such a close round.
All right, so I am getting damage on him, if nothing else.
Oscar De La Hoya was fighting pretty even with his opponent throughout that last round. Why don't we take a look at some of the more interesting moments? De La Hoya is featured prominently in the highlights of that last round.
Okay, fine. Maybe it's not completely correct, because, like, yeah, the highlights are, yeah, I'm killing him or punching him or having my fist clip through his chin. Also, one other thing to do, I can show this. Hit Y, do an auto heal. They added that for the round 3 version. So basically you could say like, hey, I just wanted to heal what I have automatically.
Get your head back in the game. Look for your opportunities and start fighting smart.
Okay, which is fair enough. I'm not necessarily fighting that smart, although at the end of the last round he did okay. Alright, so round 4. I mean, we might go the distance as far as this, and then I think at this point, when we're done with this, we're going to go on to the next set of fighting games. But, okay, fine. This is not a fighting game in the loose sense of the word, or the direct sense of the word, but I was like, well, I think we should show this. And I've talked Fight Night enough on this channel every so often, like, I think we need to do it. Yeah, but his nose is not looking good.
We're gonna turn this thing around.
Alright, so round 4. Alright, let's see if we can't take him down. Yeah, because his nose is hurting, so feasibly if I focus there, he starts bleeding more. The ref will see it, and I'll win on technical points. But I do want to try and get a knockout if I can do that. Yeah, I got a knockdown, but I was like, yeah, we need to see the blood slugs. Because that's what people called it when it came out. Woo. Yeah, I think just focus on the body, really. Oh. Yeah, I'm not Muhammad Ali, clearly, as far as my skill set, but, like, yeah, I still have a blast playing this game. Also, the training, or not the training, well, the training mode, but also the career mode, because you basically build a boxer up, and then you do training, and it's a lot of fun. And you really get that sense of understanding how the controls work, because these are not easy controls to understand, even though it's like, hey, you're using the right analog stick for it. Oh, crap, ooh.
He could go at any moment, and whatever he does, he just has to avoid getting tagged right now.
But yeah, as I said, the career mode is terrific in this game for sure. For that, okay, here we go. Oh no! He keeps clenching, though. But then again, that's how I would be doing as well.
He just stopped himself from ending up on the canvas.
I mean, I hit him down at least once, but I do want to show the blood slugs. Even though if I need to let myself get hurt, I might do that.
De La Hoya's in need of some serious help.
Yeah, he's wobbling. I can see his feet there. And that's where, I mean, that's the thinking of this game, really, how they have it set. It's like, hey, you're looking at their body language. You're understanding that. You're understanding, as they call it, the sweet science. To get a sense of, like, hey, he's getting wobbly, so let's focus here. Focus on the body, hit him on the head. So you're really thinking a lot about it, and it does help you to really understand how in-depth these mechanics are and how much fun the game really is and how rewarding it is as you go along. And same with those UFC games, which are even harder to play. Oh, crap.
Oscar De La Hoya's unloaded with a huge
Ooh.
counter hook that rocks his opponent to the core. Oh, this is good stuff.
Yeah, I will agree. That is good stuff. All right, so right to the body. All right, come on. He's not...
He almost got knocked down.
Ah, crap. Yeah, that's always the thing I'm noticing with this third game, honestly, compared to 2. Is I get to that case like, hey, I'm going to knock him down, and then I fail to do it. But yeah, I am winning, clearly, this round.
He's looking like a strong wind may be able to tip him over right now. You can see that he's struggling to stay upright.
All right, come on, man.
Big punch, and he could very well be taking a nap on the mat.
I want to take a nap on the mat because I want to show the great graphics of this game even further.
Pounded hard by a haymaker.
There you go. All right, come on. All right, come on, Lee. Let's do it. Boom, right in the face. There we go. Let's watch this on the replay. I think we get some... Oh, right as the bell went. Awesome. All right, he's down. Ooh, there we go. Jesus Christ. And the snap in the neck. Jesus. Okay, fine. Not the blood slug, but yeah. Ooh, Christ. Yeah, he is hurting. Yeah, people looked at that and said, oh my god, that's gotta hurt, and oh my god, this game is amazing. And it is amazing. I can't recommend this game highly enough if you haven't played it. Yeah, I clearly won that round, no question.
Let's take a look at some of the better.
I guess this is pay-per-view boxing, so it says over there. It's like, yeah, we're not pay-per-viewing this one. This is free show as it is. All right. Yeah, let me look at my... Okay, let me just show how the cuts are working. I'm gonna hit Y and you go on the cut. Or...
Relax. Get your wind back.
Wait, do I have... Wait, there's no... Okay, there's nothing there. Yeah, if there's nothing there, you don't see the, you don't see the percentage.
Giving this guy opportunities to get back into this fight and start fighting like you want to win this thing again.
I knocked him down. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I'm winning this one, for sure. I mean, at least win on points if I don't knock him out, but at least I do want to get a knockout if I can. And hey, at least you're getting the full picture of what this game is looking like. And then we'll go on to the other fighting games, because the rest of them are going to be all straight fighting. But I figured, hey, we're going to do fighting, hey, boxing, why not?
What's your game plan out there? Because it sure ain't what we talked about. Now, breathe.
Yeah, his eye is looking bad, that left eye there with the cut. So yeah, focus there. It's like, yeah, they can either get a technical knockout that way or just try and get rid of him.
I want you to be aggressive and knock his block off.
All right, round 5.
Ali's blasted his opponent's head. Vicious. You can see he's committing to his punches now. Beautifully executed 3-punch combination. Started off with a hard hook up top.
Yeah, I want to hit the body as well.
Oh, what force behind a devastating haymaker.
I do love the way that announcer always says haymaker. I don't know, maybe it's just me to that. I'll have to put a note in the YouTube site version of this, say who that announcer is, because I always like the announcer of this franchise as it is.
He's got his opponent right where he wants him.
Yeah, all right, come on, you're going down, De La Hoya.
He's gonna put his opponent on the floor.
Yeah, I want to put him on the floor. I want to get him bleeding. Yeah, I'm sounding bloodthirsty, but it's like, hey, I want to show off the graphic capability of this. Woo! Ooh.
As the counter really wobbles him at the end of that exchange.
Come on. Okay, well, sort of got him there. All right, here we go. Come on. Got him.
There's a nice hit, and another one laying it's clean. Is this it for Oscar De La Hoya?
Yeah, there's 3 knockdowns. Let's see. Oh, Jesus. There you go. There's the Bloodslug. That is next-gen gaming. Or that was next-gen gaming when this came on the 360. Let me tell you, I shudder to think how amazing the next one's going to look on Series X and PS5. Oh my god, I cannot wait for that. 6, 7, 8.
9, 10.
It's over. All right, there you go. Knockout.
Muhammad Ali came out and closed the show with
There you
an
go.
amazing display of power. You can hear the crowd going crazy after that knockout.
And I have a massive smile on my face, and yeah, there you go. That is the Fighting in Round 3 experience. Muhammad Ali, the greatest, who Sweet first met, and he said he was a polite person, and he is right. Yeah, another reason to like Muhammad Ali, as it is. There you go. We won on knockout. And you do have your judge score as far as everything that happened. The percentage as far as my throws. I admittedly was kind of not as accurate as my opponent, but I was like, yeah, I was missing a lot of my haymakers compared to him, but yeah, I get 3 knockdowns and the blood slug, so yeah, we are good. Alright, with that, we are done with Fighting in Round 3. I love this game, and if you haven't played it, I would highly recommend you do. Or play one of the newer ones, because there's around 4 on PS3 and 360, and Fighting a Champion, which is the most recent one. Alright, let's go back to my games, and we're going to go back to other fighting games, including another one I have a lot of love for, and one I've mentioned a couple times in this program. Alright, so we took EA's take on things. Let's take a look at Sega. Alright, we're going to start. I got 3 from Sega. We're going to start with this one. This is Virtua Fighter 2. This is from AM2 and Sega, from Yu Suzuki. It came out in 1994 in Japan, 1995 in the US, and it got ported to the Sega Saturn later, as well as the Sega Genesis, where they did a totally different take on it. And it's also on the PC as well. In 2012, they released this version, which you're seeing here, which is a port of the arcade version. It's for $5. You can download it that way on PS3 or 360. This version is playable on the new Xbox systems if you have them, and I believe it's also on PS Now for PS4 and PS5. Yeah, it is. Alright, so let's do save. Let's show you early 3D fighting, because honestly, we haven't really touched 3D fighting that much tonight as it is, but one I do want to check is my controls. Yeah, kick on the Y button, punch on X, dodge, punch, dodge. Alright, that's good. And you also set it to the version of the game to 2.0, 2.1. Let's start 2.0 just to show that. Alright, so yeah, this is one of the granddaddies of 3D fighting games, 3D polygonal fighting games. And for something you think like, hey, it's stiff, it doesn't hold up really well, or looks kind of weird with like the polygons are, it still is really a lot of fun. And chat, let me know any memories you have of Virtua Fighter. I have a lot of them, although admittingly when I played it, I started with the 3rd one on the Dreamcast. And then I played 4, and then 5, and then this one. And we're getting to 5, and actually PS4 players, you have a nice version of 5 that just came out this year. There's going to be something you're going to want to play around with. We're seeing Shundi do his Drunken Master fighting thing, along with Lion, who's new in this game, and Kage. And there you go, the main character of the series, Akira, going against Jackie Bryant. Alright, so that is Virtua Fighter 2. Let's start. Do you have Akira? You have Pai, Lau, Wolf, Jeffrey, Kage, Sarah, Jackie, Shun, and Lion. I play as Sarah Bryant myself.
Ready, go!
Alright, she focuses on like throws like that, as well as kicks. Or punches and kicks, and then fighting dirty, hitting up and the punch button to kick that way. Or stop him on the ground. Hey, excellent! There you go. As far as Virtua Fighter, it's a man one for me. Okay. Yeah, do tell as far as that, because I will say this. I was talking to people as far as when I'm saying, like, hey, I'm going to do this tonight. I know people who love Virtua Fighter, but I also know people who kind of don't, to some degree. I mean, and some of it is, to be fair, it is a little clunky still. I mean, it's held up okay as far as, honestly, this one. But it definitely has weird elements of its physics kind of floating around. It feels clunky. And
better run home to Mama now.
okay, that was weird. It's like, look at the camera. It's like, it kind of went into stuff. I mean, I get that. And, you know, and I came up actually with the 5th game when that came out. The idea, like, hey, it kind of felt a little stiff to some degree. Honestly, in some ways, I think, like, Virtua Fighter 4 might be the best one that way. As far as feeling more fluid. I mean, it is very specific. I think also part of it is because of how deeply mechanical this game really is. Honestly. In general, I'd say that. And you're not wrong, honestly. To me, I kind of like the way it feels to some degree. I mean, although I understand it's very, I'll tell you about this game, really. This is a very exacting game, kind of in the same way that Street Fighter is to a certain degree. Yeah, in that case, I'm not really showcasing some aspects of that. I'm getting myself knocked down, seeing, like, the weird case of my, clothing, having light stuff going. Yeah, but I mean, definitely the thing is, like, this is definitely a very technical fighter. You definitely have to bring a lot of, understanding of how the mechanics work, and also combos. And later games do a really good job of explaining how that works. This one, not as much, honestly, but definitely is a technically impressive thing. And I think, like with Street Fighter, honestly, same concept, I think, in that I think this did for, definitely did for 3D fighters what Street Fighter did for 2D ones, in that it kind of gave the blueprint, okay, what can a game like this run like? Because honestly, I think Virtua Fighter was really kind of the first, or one of the first 3D fighting games as it was. So it's kind of giving the blueprint, but I also understand the idea of later fighting games, particularly for 3D, kind of getting those feel downs. Like, in that case, then, let me know, Sweepers, what would you say the 3D fighter of choice would be for you? And is it, I guess, what would you say where it would not be necessarily as clunky? Just also want to avoid going out of the ring. There you go.
Better run home to Mama now.
Yeah, better run home to Mama now. Yeah, you do get those taunts, so, like, even good guys blow it. We definitely have the nice take that. Actually, there is a couple. Okay, there are a couple 3D fighting games when we show. Okay, we sort of showed with Injustice, although Injustice is set to a 3D plane. I mean, this one sort of is too. It wasn't really until the third game where they give you the dodge perspective, and then 4 and 5 would enhance that as well. I'd say personally Tekken. And I was trying to see if I could do Tekken for this, because there's Tekken 6 on the 360. I decided against it. Only because I figured, well, I think I want to show off the earlier Tekkens inside of that one, because I get the sense that people are not huge on 6. So, and I have the 3 on the PlayStation, or I have 3 download on, or 1 download on PS3. I have 2 and 3 on PlayStation itself, so we show that. Actually, in some ways, like, maybe my case, like, I thought, well, the Tekken was a little clunky, although, to be fair, I mean, that was also a case of, like, it being early, kind of around the same time Virtua Fighter was. Although I know some of those later ones, particularly Tekken 5 on the PS2, being really nice. So at some point, I think I definitely want to do Tekken for sure to show that off. But I get that as well. Actually, I guess, when it comes to fluidity, there's actually one fighting series we're going to take another look at. Actually, after we do the Sega stuff, and after we do, I mentioned we're doing Soul Calibur 2, after we do that, I'm going to take a look at another fighting series that's kind of going against Virtua Fighter was, and had kind of a take of that, or kind of what you're saying, like, hey, it's clunky, but also the idea of giving a different perspective while also paying respect to the idea of, like, what Virtua Fighter started. Boom. And I will say this also with Virtua Fighter, I'd like to see a new one, because it's been, 15 years since the last one, technically, not counting the, new release of the 5th one, which I'll get into in just a minute, because I'm going to show off that 5th one, for the purpose of this. We won't necessarily show it that long. Ow. Yeah, but it is a little weird, like, hey, you have, like, the, the physics there, you're going up high. I'm getting knocked out. But there are some nice touches for sure. Like him drinking the alcohol afterwards, as well as, hey, if I get him over to the edge. Or you know what, I'll show this, since I think I've kind of showed off most of what I can show all this game. Okay, fine, I ringed out, but I was thinking, like, hey, I can go in the water. But alas, no. Alright, so that's going to be a game over. So let's go to the next Virtua Fighter game. I was going to do another game after this one, but I think I'll show the next Virtua Fighter. We'll get that through, and then we'll do the other one. Alright, so let's go home. And this is definitely one of the more, or it's one of the more recent ones, I should say. The second most. Alright, so next on the docket we have this. This is Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown. Virtua Fighter 5 came out in 2006 for arcades, and then got on to PS3 and 360 in 2007. The PS3 disc version of that is backwards compatible on the PS4 and PS5 through the PS Now. The disc version of VF5 on 360 isn't, but this downloadable version is. Yeah, I know, it sounds weird. In fact, I bought that disc version for like $2.50 from a Blockbuster store when they're closing it. It's like, hey, this is a $15 download of the game we're seeing now. And same with the Ultimate Showdown that came out for PS4 this year. So, hey, if you're liking VF5, what you're going to see is get that version if you can, because that is the best version of the game you can get. But yeah, it's like, the disc version was backwards compatible. It's like, hey, what about this one? Because it's a $15 thing. It's like, hey, I don't know if I want to spend 15 bucks for this. But then they put it on sale, and they said, like, okay, fine, we'll do it. And look, I guess, to what you're saying as far as, like, the element of this franchise, as far as how it feels. Also, this one did add a couple things. They add Takarashi from the third game back into this, I should say. But also, you have new characters, Eileen. You have Aoi, who's in Virtua Fighter 3. Wei Fei, who's in VF4. Vanessa, who's added to this one. Brad Burns, who we heard the voice performer of in Fatal Frame, as it was. Go, who's new in this one. Jean, and El Blaze, who's added in this one as well. I usually play as Sarah Bryant. I'm going to play as Takarashi start. Because he was added for this version. He was not in VF5 on disc. Or the arcade edition. I think I'll show Sarah off as well, just because. But if nothing else, it also goes to the idea of, like, the different styles of fighting. And I think Virtua Fighter 5, you really do get that emphasis. Well, this in 4, you really get that the most. Yeah, in his case, Takarashi is a sumo wrestler. And Leon's kind of like a street fighting kid guy. Yeah, in this case, yeah, just doing those pushes and, like, doing the kick that way. Yeah, and he's a lot bigger, so he's a bigger target. Yeah, it is a little... I mean, here's the thing. It is definitely much more smooth than Virtua Fighter 2, for sure, because of age as it is. But, I mean, there is something, I guess, as far as the fact that Virtua Fighter is a very mechanical game as it is, and just the idea of, like, hey, you're focusing on those specific animations and movements. So it flows definitely differently than something like Tekken or some of the other games like Soul Calibur. You know, Soul Calibur is like a weapons fighting game. Still the same concept as far as 3D fighting anyway. I mean, this definitely does look nice, for sure, as far as, like, the way the lighting is concerned, too. You do definitely get the weight of a lot of these characters, nothing else. And you have the free movement, as I mentioned. You basically do that left and right thing, kind of do free movement that way, which is better than how VF3 did it, where you have to hit on a button. Alright. Yeah, no, yeah, Takarashi definitely is looking good as far as it, because he was only in Virtua Fighter 3 until this release came out, and also he's in the Ultimate Showdown version. Alright, well, there's Sarah Bryan as well. We'll see how this works. Also, this version, they added breakable fences. I'll see if I can show that. It's actually going to tie nicely to the game we're going to be playing next. I'm trying to remember the name of the voice actress for Sarah in this game, because it's the same voice actress who's Joy in Shenmue 2, because actually I think there's a lot of voice performances that were in the dub of Shenmue and Shenmue 2 that are in this game, including her. I was like, oh, that's Joy. It's, like, amazing. But yeah, she has, like, ha! thing. So, like, she smacks me on the chest like that and knocks me down, but in that case, no, yeah, she's going down. But the thing is, I'll say this, unlike some of the games we mentioned before, like Mortal Kombat 3, there is good balancing to this. So it's like, hey, you can find a character that you can be really good with and understand the movements of, but yeah, it is not easy, for sure. Not necessarily the most complex fighting game I could think of. I mean, honestly, I think Killer Instinct probably is the most technical fighting game as far as, like, being really, really difficult to understand and really get a hold on. But yeah, this is definitely one of them, for sure. This and Street Fighter and Killer Instinct. I think as someone mentioned with Killer Instinct to me once, Killer Instinct is the kind of thing that if you were able to master the system for it, you probably should be getting some kind of college degree or college credit for that. And yeah, I would not disagree. Let's see what El Blaze is. Yeah, he has a Lucha Libre style. So in this one particularly, you do get a sense of these fighting styles, and they do go well together. Although, unfortunately, with this one, and also with VF5 and the Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution, they did change the announcer a little bit from 3, because I always do love the 3 announcer. It was like, fight 1, ready, go! I'll get into that when we do VF3 on Dreamcast. At some point, I think we should be doing fighting games on the Dreamcast as it is. Of the ones I have, admittingly, because there's some I definitely don't have, and that are going to get prohibitively expensive, and I'll bring that up later on, particularly the last game we're going to talk about. Or show off, as it is. Boom. We do get some nice details as well back there with the video showing my fight. Ooh. Yeah, because here's the thing. Takarashi does not jump very high, because, hey, he's a sumo wrestler. It makes sense. But yeah, when you get to the case where you can do that, you want to take advantage of it, of what will you can, or slam him against the wall. Alright, so I think we'll do one more fight, and then we'll go on to the next game, which is also going to be a Sega AM2 case. And this is a different case, or it's a different case than what we've been seeing with Virtua Fighter. And one actually sweet first I bought, actually, in a roundabout way because of you, because when we did Sonic the Fighters earlier this year, by the way, if you were new in the show and you didn't see the Sonic the Fighters playthrough, I'd recommend it. It was a fun time we had with that one. I bought another fighting game of Sega's, and AM2, because yeah, AM2 made that game as well. And that's Fighting Vipers. I'll show that in a second. Actually, it makes sense as far as the fences perspective, but with that game, I'll see if I can show that off. Alright, yeah, I'm just slamming Jackie against the wall. Alright. You know, I think I might potentially win against him, but I'll see what's going to go on with that.
Ready, go!
Oh. Actually, one other thing I guess I probably should mention, there's some areas where you see like a joystick go on screen, like wiggle. Not right here, but when you see that, it means like it's a stun attack, so you have to kind of wiggle the analog stick or D-pad as it is to get out of it. Oh, there you go. Yeah, because Jackie Bryant, he is the brother of Sarah, as it is in this franchise, and he has the same Jeet Kune Do style, I believe. Also, actually, fitting we played Fight Night Round 3 before, and we're doing Muhammad Ali, because actually in Virtua Fighter 4, Jackie does have a quote that is a tie to Muhammad Ali. He says, "Yes, I done handcuffs lightning," and it is a takeoff actually on a line Muhammad Ali once said. So fitting then we played Fight Night Round 3 for that. So yeah, I play in the show, I swear to God. Okay, yeah, there you go. Yeah, Takarashi gets so into it, he just pushes the cameraman down. Camerawoman, whoever's in the back of that. I do want to show the fence breaking, though, so you know, we'll do one more fight, and then we'll go on to the next game. Yeah, but as the case is with Jackie McWild, he's the sort of wild man who lives on the island. And now we are in the island area, which looks really nice. And yeah, we're going to try and see if we can't knock him into the fence and knock the fence down. What we don't do in this game, we'll do it in Fighting Vipers, because you can do it in that game as well. In fact, I'm pretty sure they're probably pulling for that for this game. So like, hey, remember this in Fighting Vipers. Oh. Yeah, Jeffrey has some strong punches and grabs, so that's where you gotta be careful about him. Oh, he just stomps me on the foot. So I guess that's kind of where Espio got that when he stomped my foot when we did Sonic Fighters. Because clearly, I mean, with Sonic Fighters, we mentioned this at the time, they were taken from Virtua Fighter pretty significantly as far as how the engine was. Oh, they're actually taken more from Fighting Vipers, so it's fitting we're going to be playing that now. Yeah, he could pick up that massive sumo man of Takarashi and just slam him into his knee. Alright, so there you go. K.O. Well, that's what you'd be hearing if you're playing Virtua Fighter 3 or 4. Yeah, well, Takarashi, we fought alright. At first, it was like, hey, wait, he's, arguing with Jackie on that. It was like, no, the cameraman who's up there, the camera drone. Oh, he's begging for another chance. Okay, sorry, Takarashi. Alright, so, that's the VF5 Final Showdown. I definitely have a thing with Virtua Fighter as far as really liking it, but I also understand how, it's stiffer than some other games. Although I'd say for the newer stuff, 5 is probably the one that's the least stiff to that. So like, hey, if you want to come to this new, I'd say probably check 5 out. And hey, it is also on PS Now if you've never played it. So this version and the VF5 disc version are, and the Ultimate Showdown is exclusive to you for PS4 and PS5. It definitely gives you that Sega fighting experience. And speaking of which, we have one more Sega fighting experience to go. Where is it? Okay, it's right here. This is Fighting Vipers. This came out in 1995, also from Sega and AM2. So yeah, this is the celebrating Yu Suzuki section. At least until we get to Shenmue. At some point we're going to have to do Shenmue, as I mentioned. But yeah, this came out in 1995, and it got ported to the Saturn specifically, where I understand it's a very good port. And this version is a $5 download on the PS3 and the 360, and like with VF2, you can download it on the Xbox One, Series S, and Series X, and I believe it's on the PlayStation Now service as well. So yeah, and the reason I'm mentioning all that, by the way, just to go on that, is like, hey, I want to give a sense to people like, hey, if you're coming into some of this stuff new, you have a newer system, do you have access to this stuff, or do you have to dig out a Saturn, specifically? Like, nope, not in this case, you can go download this. Or you can download this on the 360 system, play on the new ones, or get it for your PlayStation Now case. Alright, it's Fighting Vipers. I did not have much experience with this one, actually, until I bought it. When I bought Sonic the Fighters, like, let me buy Sonic the Fighters because we first wants to see it. Let me get this too, because this is $5 the same way that and Virtua Fighter 2 are. But yeah, this is definitely a different case, much more stylized. I guess kind of going Raxel. Yeah, I guess they're pulling from what Guilty Gear would eventually be doing a little bit. But unlike Virtua Fighter, this one is a little more, I guess, simple. I guess in the same way, I guess, that Sonic Fighters was. Actually, there's the Rosie the Rascal case. Candy from this game, they pulled for Rosie the Rascal for Sonic Fighters was pulled from Candy from this game. Alright, so you have Grace, Bond, Raxel, Tokyo, Sandman, Jane, Candy, and Piggy. We'll play as Candy because I tend to play as her.
Round 1. Let the action begin. Go!
We're having a fight at the OK Corral, and there's the fence thing. I'm going to try and see if I can show that off, because there's actually some interesting mechanics this one has. Tell me what your experience might be with fighting Vipers, which mainly, it's more of a Japan thing as far as being really popular. You also have those charge attacks as well. When you do that, you can then knock your opponent strongly. And you also have an armor system. You can actually knock the armor off of them, and it'll cause more damage to them. Or just slap them down like that. Yeah, they mentioned Fighting Vipers is more of a Japan thing because it was successful over there. Here, not so much. And honestly, I never saw an arcade cabinet of Fighting Vipers at all. And I didn't have Saturn, so I didn't play it there either. And there's a sequel to this from Japan that came out in 1998, and it's also on the Dreamcast, but it only came out over there. I don't know how it is, but I'd be curious to play it, if nothing else, because actually, I like this game. I mean, if you are into this element of Virtua Fighter, I mean, if you're not into Virtua Fighter, this probably won't change your mind, because it kind of plays similarly, but it is a bit faster. Kind of the way Tekken is. So in some ways, like, well, hey, oh, there you go, there's the armor break. And when you break the armor, by the way, it causes more damage as you fight them in that round. But since I won the 3 set, go on the next area. Alright, I do want to show one other thing. I want to show the thing with the fences. I couldn't show that with Virtua Fighter 5, but I definitely want to show in this one, because it's one of those oh my god moments, or me getting stomped on with roller skates. Yeah, that's definitely a gotta hurt moment, even though it's, you know, very colorful and stylish. Or it's knocking him into the wall like that. Yeah, we know that flash. Okay, there you go. And yeah, when you do that, you also get the triple view of, you know, knocking her outfit off, and then she'll take more damage. I do like that mechanic as well, like, which is something, I'm trying to think of one of the other games that did that. Well, I don't know if Chad familiar with this one. Not a very good game, honestly. Tao Feng Fist of the Lotus, which is for Xbox. It was developed by, actually, John Tobias, who made Mortal Kombat. And it has some elements of, like, limb damage things where it works that way. Kind of like this game, but honestly, it doesn't play very well. Whereas this one, like, this is a little clunky, sort of, but, like, that game's insanely clunky. And that was 2003. Boom. Yeah, Candy tends to be a one as far as the kicking is concerned. So that's kind of the way of that. Alright, here's the area I think I'm going to show off the fence deal. And you also see some of the animation, they're definitely pulling from Virtua Fighter with a lot of it, because they have some similar elements of the animation. Alright, you know what? Hit me. You know, I'm going to let him try and hit me through this. Oh, you can jump off the fence. I did not know that. That's cool. Yeah, the Sega truck there, like, boom. Yeah, don't worry, just don't mind us. Me and my skateboarding friend just having a nice, friendly fight by the UFO diner and the gas station. Yeah, it definitely fits to that Sega style, and I do like that. Yeah, he skated over to me and I punched him in the face. Oh, there you go. Boom. Armor break. If I can get him... Yeah, the 3D move is a little weird on this one. I'm not gonna lie to that. Oh. You know what? Let him hit me. Come on, knock me through the fence. Because I want to show the damn fence being busted. Because you could bust the fence. It's an amazing sight. Yeah, if I have to lose for the purpose of this, I'll do it.
Round 3. Go!
Ow. Yeah, also the other thing is, yeah, you can get some insane height with some of the hits you make on enemies. Or get my armor busted, now I'm going to be trouble. Yeah, talk about voluptuality as far as the... is voluptuality a word? Okay, fine, it is now. And don't worry, she is, clothed, so don't worry about it. We're not going to be a weird case. It looks like she's not, but trust me, she is.
Candy.
Alright, so I lost. But I do want to show me getting knocked out for the fence. If I can't do it to him, I want him to do it to me. So, alright, let's do this. I remember when I saw you could do this, it's kind of amazing. Alright, so smash me into that fence. It seems like, oh yeah, I can just bust him in. Come on. Yeah, I'm just waiting on the AI to do this. Yeah, with enough punishment. Okay, fine, he got a perfect, which is fine. I'm letting him get the perfect.
Round 2. Go.
Yeah, can you please knock me out? Or if not, what I can also do is I can also try and put in, I also try and go back to an earlier fight shows. Basically, okay, if I can't show this, I'll explain what it does. You hit him again, or hit him, her, whoever it is, against the fence enough, the fence will bust and they'll fly out. It is an amazing sight. Usually you gotta do that charge attack, which is usually back in the punches. But unfortunately, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it. But not for lack of effort. Alright, let's try one more time.
Go.
Oh, okay, yeah, this is playing with the 3D perspective as well, the same way that Virtua Fighter 2 was. But as I mentioned, it's a lot faster. Definitely the Tekken take. So, like, hey, if you didn't like Virtua Fighter, but you like Tekken, this might potentially be the one to win you over, but it plays a lot like Virtua Fighter, so maybe not. But hey, for $5 as a download on this, it's actually an interesting one, and definitely an underrated one as far as a fighting game of Sega, so I do like that. And I love my Sega stuff, so like, hey, I'll take anything. Alright, we got time over. But I lost because I had less health. Alright, well at least I busted his armor, but if I can knock him out... unfortunately, no. Alright, so that's a game over. I think we are good as far as fighting Vipers is concerned. I think I made the point. Unfortunately, I couldn't smash the fence, but yeah, whatever. There we go, game over. Alright, with that, let's go to... the next case is going to be a disc case, so I have to go back... You know what? I don't have to go back home. Well, yeah, I do. Yeah, let's go back home. Get up and take the disc out. Hear that bing? So that means I'm using the Xbox One S. Oh, no, Xbox 360S. I have the Xbox One X. So there you go. Alright. Now with this one, this is a game that I mentioned we're doing early on the show. And it's also a game I know Protorova wanted to see. And as soon as I hit that insert disc perspective... I can tell you a little bit about it. I just have to quote the main line of this game. Transcending history and the world. A tale of souls and swords eternally retold. Yeah. This is Soul Calibur 2. This is the Xbox version, the original Xbox version. It is backwards compatible with the Xbox 360. And only Xbox 360. There is an HD version that came out in 2013 for the 360 and the PS3. The 360 version is backwards compatible with the Xbox One, Series S, and Series X. PS3 version, you don't have a modern way to play it. Nice. Well, thank you. There you go. You're getting that cut.
Transcending
Here you go.
And the world. A tale of souls and swords, eternally retold.
There you go. Yeah, this came out in 2003 for the PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox, and we're doing software emulation as far as how the original Xbox stuff goes on the 360, so it runs a little choppier when you're playing this on 360. On Xbox, it doesn't. But also there's another interesting thing we can go into with this, which is, despite the name, this is the third game in the series, because there's Soul Edge, the first one, and Spawn, by the way, who's in this Xbox edition. There's Soul Calibur, which is on Dreamcast and Arcade, and then this one. Yeah, this is on PS2, GameCube, and Xbox, and to make it special, what Namco decided to do was they gave a specific character to each of the three versions. On PlayStation 2, we're talking Tekken, you can play as Heihachi from Tekken in that version. On the GameCube, you can play as Link from The Legend of Zelda, and on the Xbox, you can play as Spawn. I mentioned last week, we're talking about Kevin Michael Richardson voicing Sebastian. He voices Spawn in this game. So, you got your Spawn case. Everyone like, why is Spawn in this game? It seems like it's random. Because of him. That's Necrid. It's a new character that was designed for this game by Todd McFarlane himself. So as part of that, it said, like, hey, have Spawn for Xbox. Yep, he was in the Xbox version, that's correct. And here's the other thing as well. That Soul Calibur 2 HD Online Edition from 2013, he's in that one as well. Actually, that version has both Spawn and Heihachi in it. It didn't get a Nintendo system release, so unfortunately Link, you have to play GameCube, you're going to be playing with him. Which is a nice case to be playing that way, but... And Spawn is really good in this game as well. It fits in with all the other characters we're seeing there, like Taki, Mitsurugi, Shenhua, I'm going to be showing off a lot. Cervantes, for all you fans of the Dreamcast game. And the Dreamcast version is downloadable on the 360 itself, but it lacks the mission battle mode, so I'm like, yeah, if you can get it on Dreamcast, get it that way. But if you're on a budget, it's also on this. At some point, we'll show that Dreamcast version off because they have it, and it is awesome. But this game's awesome, too. And I'm going to show you a little bit of why. And for whoever wanted to see this, as I mentioned, and he also was asking me, he said, can we have a playthrough of the story mode, the Weapon Master mode? And I said, absolutely. At some point, we'll come back to this game, and we'll use the HD version for that. I think I'll download on the PS3 for the controller perspective. Although it plays well as far as on the Xbox pad. But that would come in eventually. But for now, we're going to have a little bit of taste of Soul Calibur 2. Yeah, this is a great game. Just like the other Soul Caliburs are, and it's a very fluid and fun game. So let's hit the arcade mode and get going. So every character's got Mitsurugi, Spawn as mentioned. We'll show Spawn off, I think, to start. Necrid, Taki, Raphael, Yunsung, Cassandra, Talim, Hilk, Shenhua, who I tend to play as, Maxi, Yoshimitsu from Tekken, Cervantes, yeah, I always have to say it that way from the Dreamcast game, Ivy, Nightmare. There's Shrade, who's also a new character who kind of mirrors other characters as well, Sophicia, Astaroth, Voldo, and Sungmina. The characters I'm missing Lizard Man, I know that for a fact. I'm also missing Assassin, and I thought Hwan Sung-young, who's in Soul Calibur, is also in this as well, I think. If that's wrong, I'll put an edit. I'm going to show Shenhua and Spawn. We're starting Spawn. Yeah, and that is Kevin Michael Richardson, as mentioned.
Silence.
Yeah, and you hit a button on the matchup screen there, you say something. And it's hilarious to get, you know, the talk going for Astaroth, him saying, shut up! Or getting, yeah, pissing me off. You're not going to be pissing me off playing this game, because this game is amazing. Also, let me tell you something else about on the Xbox. Along with Spawn being in it, you're seeing it's in 4x3 display. This game does have a 16:9 option, but on the Xbox version, this is an interesting case, this is a unique case about it, there is 720p display for this, but you have to play it in 4:3. Every version has a 480p 16:9 display available, this one included, but there is 720p on the native Xbox, the original one, so that is a nice thing to have. At least until that 2013 HD edition came out, where you had widescreen 1080p. But still, there you go. And yeah, there is Spawn, you know, with the weapon combat. That's the deal with Soul Calibur as it is. And such fluid movement as far as it... I mean, I'll say this, Sweepers. You're right about this. I do like Virtua Fighter quite a bit, but my god, the fluidity of this game. The fact that I'm just moving there, like, slicing the sword, doing all these little specific movements. And just, it's so fluid. It is so much fun. It's conducted of button mashing in some ways if you've never played stuff like this, but it's also something you can understand all the little combos and things. Get the great, you know, atmosphere of the fantasy, medieval element, and the music, which is awesome. Ah, no, there is no other way. We're gonna have to fight my friend. That's Kilk. He has the stick as it is. Yeah, but I got my Spawn sword. We've talked Spawn a lot this year, so hey, it's fitting. We're gonna also do a ring out and get a perfect that way. If you do a launch like that in the air, boom, they're going, and they are flying.
Malabogia, just you wait.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, we have the voice of Sebastian the Crab from Kingdom Hearts as Spawn. But yeah, there you go. Todd McFarlane's, you know, a demonic superhero character. Boom, and throwing the fire. Oh my god, it is so good. Yeah, and that's why people love this game so much. Just the fluidity of it, how it's not ever busting for the 60 FPS frame rate. It's not dropping ever. Even on the old systems, it's not. And it just is so much fun, and so fluid, and so great. Yeah, see, it's funny, like, yeah, it seems like I'm getting more excited about this one than all the other ones we played, but it's like, well, there are a lot of really good ones in this, and this is definitely one of the best ones. Even though I would say, I don't know if I like this better than Soul Calibur 1, but, because it's very similar, but then again, Soul Calibur 1's amazing, and like, this was just building on that with even more. Especially some of the stuff with the weapons, actually, I'll get into that a little bit. And we go through the Weapon Master mode at some point, we get to show that off. You also get to unlock gag weapons, which are pretty hilarious. In the sense, like, hey, I'm hitting them with the axe, but with other cases, I don't remember what Spawn's, you know, joke weapon is. Chad, if you know, let me know, or I'll put an edit in on the YouTube site for that. We have, like, other cases like Sung-Mina, she has, like, the spear thing, she has, like, a broom she's throwing around, or, no, I think there's another character doing broom. Sung-Mina has the calligraphy brush. Voldo has tamarines, and, for the GameCube version with Link, you get the butterfly net from Link to the Past in that, which is amazing. Yeah, but Maxi has the nunchucks, so it's like with Yie Ar Kung-Fu, except it plays a hell of a lot better than that does. Oh, but yeah, you can go fast, and you gotta be careful with the blocks as well, which I'm not, or try to miss, or get the grab but miss it. Whoa! You also have the stun element, so you hit him in the ground, and boom, you're knocked down. Yeah, but Spawn got his ass kicked by Maxi, which is like, yeah, I don't think that's right. If he's down on the ground, yeah, we gotta fix that. And at some point, also, and before we stop playing this, I do want to show Shinhwa. She's the character that plays the most. To know all of her combos going back to Soul Calibur 1. Every time there's a Soul Calibur game, I'm usually playing with her. She's a lot faster as far as a character than other cases, but a lot lighter. So it's like you don't have the case like with Spawn here, or like with Astaroth and Nightmare, like the big heavy character. Like, damn, they hurt when you slash someone with them. Yeah, this game still looks awesome, even in this original Xbox edition. So, I mean, there's something to be said about this game that, as I mentioned, is 20 years old next year. My God, wow, I cannot believe that. Oh no, 2 years from now, sorry. So it's not 18 years old this year. So yeah, 2023 is going to be the 20th anniversary of this game. I cannot believe it. Yeah, there you go. Boom. Yeah, an axe Maxi that way. You're paying for that insolence for sure, my friend. That's the deal. You can kind of still wail and go like, and it is very satisfying. Yeah, that's not pissing me off. Alright, there's Yoshimitsu from Tekken, as we mentioned. Yeah, no, he is a Tekken. Although you do hear Brave Soul, Braver Soul, which is amazing. Yeah, the music of this game is so good.
Battle 1, fight.
Alright, you know what? I'm gonna quit this one. I'm actually gonna go into the extra mode for this, and I'll show off Shinhwa. Yeah, because you have a bunch of modes in here. You have survival mode, time attack, arcade versus practice. There is online in the HD edition. And then the extra mode. I'll show this. With this one, you can take the weapons that you earn in the Weapon Master mode and use them that way. And they have different skills, specifically like, hey, the SC, which is Soul Charge, which I should show off what that is. Your normal weapon, the Soul Calibur, the evil variants of that. The Kopis, the Krita-Yuga, which is actually her canonical weapon. And then also the Blue Storm. Let's use the Krita-Ruga. Yeah. Yeah, justice will prevail. Just kidding. Alright, no turning back. I love this track as well, especially in the library. It sounds like something out of Castlevania. It is awesome.
Well then, let us dance.
Alright, that's Raphael, who is the rapier, so yeah, we gotta be careful with him. Yeah, with Shinhwa, generally the way I do this is that you kind of move around and okay, I'm getting myself smacked by him. You do the stuff with the sword that way, and you hit the right trigger to use the Soul Charge. And for the purpose of the weapon I got, she recovers health. There you go. Yeah, definitely more technical as far as how she's running, although not the most technical fighter in the game. That would be Ivy. Well, okay, Ivy and Voldo. And we definitely get into that when we do the Weapon Master mode for this, because we should do that. Yeah, she has that one as well, which a lot of people say, like, just kidding about justice prevailing? What the hell does that even mean? There you go. You can also turn this to Japanese as far as the voice acting if you want, or play the Dreamcast version, the first one, which is Japan only, or Japanese only as far as the language. Yeah, you do have a lot of specific combos there. It's like, hey, I'm doing the slice, but I'm also doing the walks and like doing the sword slices as I go along. It's beautiful, I'll tell you. Let me tell you this. It's kind of like a ballet of movement. This entire franchise, but especially 1 and 2.
Versus Talim.
And this Talim, who's new in this entry, I should say. But yeah, I mean, that's the beautiful thing about this. And this franchise is still going, and the most recent one was 6, which I like. It plays fine. But I have issues as far as how its graphics are and its story mode. We were talking about how good the story stuff of something like Mortal Kombat is. That one's a really weird as far as how they present it. But I mean, it's still fun, if nothing else. It's like, hey, they're still going with this franchise, so clearly they had something on it. I mean, chat, let me know, what is your favorite game in this franchise? Is it this one, or would it be another one? Because I'm very curious, like, what your experience with Soul Calibur is for it. Because, yeah, in my case, it's the Dreamcast version of the first one. This one, 3 on the PS2. I played a very little bit of 4, which had Yoda and Darth Vader from Star Wars, as well as a Starkiller from Force Unleashed in it. And I didn't even play 5. And then 6, I have an Xbox One as well. We can show 6 at some point. Yeah, I don't know when I want to show that one, compared to showing off 1 and even 3. I just tried doing the grab there, but I'm missing. Oh. I have no experience with Soul Calibur. Yeah, if you don't, I'd recommend this one. Or this, or the first one in particular. Oh, okay, fine. Second one, because Soul Edge is the first one. They have Soul Calibur as the second, but it's like, then it was just Soul Calibur and a number. So there you go. I'll tell you, my experience with this, I think, the first time, if it wasn't, here's the thing, I think if it wasn't this one, usually, I think a lot of people's experience would be with that first one on Dreamcast, which was, it launched with the system on September 9th, 1999, and let me tell you, that was a moment in gaming for a lot of reasons. For the Dreamcast itself, but also because of the fact that that was one of the first examples I can think of, and I'll do probably another fight before we go on to the next game, where it was a port of an arcade game, and this has an arcade version as well for Soul Calibur 2. That was a case where, hey, there's this massive arcade cabinet, it costs like thousands of dollars to get one of those in your home. Then the Dreamcast version came around. It looks better than the arcade version, and it has extra content. People looking at that and saying like, okay, why do I even need to go to the arcade? Just get this version, get Dreamcast for $200 and get the game for $50. All right, there is Nightmare, or Siegfried, as it is when he's masked like this. And I believe, I don't know if this is right, his voice sounds a lot, in the Japanese version, or the Japanese voice of him, sounds a lot like Link, actually, from Zelda, but I don't know if it's the same person. I'll put an edit into that if it is. Yeah, the key with Nightmare is that, yeah, he has a very long reach with that sword that has the blinking eye on it. So you want to stay away from him, but that's the other thing. You can do that feasibly with Shenhua to, avoid him, but like, hey, if you're going to be in danger if he slices because he has much further reach. But this game is very well balanced that, hey, you can have multiple characters, doing different things and handle stuff like, hey, in that case, I can sidestep him or slide out of the way or roll out of the way and use the free movement, which is amazing how this works. Or make him whiff feasibly to avoid that and not get himself hit. Oh, crap, no! And we're going to see that going when we do the Weapon Master mode for this game later. Whoa, down the road. I don't know when we're going to do that, but at some point we will do it. Right, I do just want to kill Nightmare. Yeah, because the key with Nightmare is that, yeah, he's demonically possessed and he wants to add souls to the sword over there. Actually, technically, that's the idea with Shenhua. Shenhua is, the way the story of this franchise tends to work, she's kind of the main, heroine of this game to a certain extent, because she wields Soul Calibur, which is against Soul Edge, which is the sword that Nightmare is using over there. It's kind of like the yin-yang take of things. Like, Soul Calibur is the blade that's going to take care of everything, and Soul Edge is the one that's going to cause ruin to the world. Yeah, in that case, there you go. Yeah, with some fancy footwork and understanding of your moves and combos, you can knock him to the ground like that, and it's awesome. Yeah, that was great, and this game is great. Yeah, I'm going totally nuts on this game. And interesting enough, I didn't necessarily expect that this is going to be the game I was going to be going crazy, saying, oh my god, I love it. I mean, I guess that and Fighting Around 3, but definitely got a good set of games that I've been having a lot of fun with, and hopefully got a lot of fun watching. Oh yeah, also, when you're on the ground with her desperation attack is literally her throwing a temper tantrum, which is kind of hilarious. And they put that in, when you lose as well. There you go, yeah, flipping him over. And just the fluidity of him flying in the air like that. And the replays as well. And you use the left analog to move around with it. Alright. We'll do one more fight, and then we're going on to the next set of games. I get to hear Brave Sword, Braver Soul again. There is one piece of music, I'm trying to remember what the name of it is. Oh, Confrontation, which is a terrific piece of music. Actually, I'll say this. Confrontation is probably the best piece of music in this game, and that's saying a lot, because this has a great soundtrack. With this kind of orchestral sound to it, although it's not a live orchestra, but it still sounds absolutely terrific. It gets you right in the mood of, the Japanese stylings of, swords and all these concepts. Okay, and he did a parry, by the way. You press forward and the defend button, which is A, the way to have it. You can kind of reflect the sword swipe and then knock them off. I guess one thing also to go in as far as the swords is that, yeah, they're not cutting arms or limbs off. That's Bushido Blade that does that. But, yeah, in that case, they still are gonna hurt. Yeah, honestly, I don't mind necessarily the lack of the blood. It's hey, who cares as far as that? Just the game is so damn fun. And hey, it's not like Mortal Kombat where, hey, it fits really well with Mortal Kombat. For this one, I was yeah, I kind of get the idea of this kind of, styling, and it fits it really well. But yeah, it is Mitsurugi, who is definitely one of the main characters of the game, and he is just kicking my ass. Or slicing me to the ground.
You lose. Pretentious fool.
Yeah, I never thought I was pretentious, but okay, fair enough. Also, yeah, weird case of his sword not going in the sheath completely.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Alright, so there we go. That's game over. Alright. The legend will never die. But you just did. Or I just did, as it is. And you do have your clear time to go through that with every other character. Alright, yeah, that is Soul Calibur 2. I love this game. If you haven't played it, I recommend it highly. Oh, right. Okay, here's the thing. Yeah, there's not an original guide when you're doing an Xbox original game. But you still go home by hitting the guide and hitting the Y button. And actually, a lot of this, the next couple games are going to be me disc switching. So let me pick up the next one. The next three are going to be part of a franchise specifically. Alright, so after Soul Calibur 2, go to the other Xbox fighting game I played growing up. Well, sort of. Okay, I played this one later, but let's talk Dead or Alive. Yeah, we're getting the sex appeal element of the program going on now, because I have all three of them running on this. This is Dead or Alive Ultimate, to start. This came out in 2004 for the Xbox, and it's a 2-disc case. The first disc I put in, this has Dead or Alive 1, which came out in 1996 in the arcade. It was actually built on the same Model 2 hardware that Virtua Fighter 2 was built on. So it's fitting we're playing it for this. And then they ported it to the Sega Saturn in Japan. It never left Japan that way. In fact, this is the only way you can play the Sega Saturn version in a US context. This is a port of the Saturn version directly. It was also on the PlayStation 1, where they added a couple extra things. But purists of this game, they like to play this on the Saturn, and they're not wrong for it. But when Dead or Alive Ultimate came out, it's a 2-disc set. Disc 2 has the remake of Dead or Alive 2, which you're going to see in a little bit. And now here is the original as well. We have all our characters here. A lot of focus on the women, as it is for this franchise. But another case where they were kind of looking at Virtua Fighter, they were looking at Tekken, especially Virtua Fighter, of the perspective of Team Ninja, the developers of this game, saying, hey, we have to make something that's going to help Tecmo out, because they were in a financial trouble at that time. So Tomonobu Itagaki, who developed the game, and oh shit, I forgot there was that in the opening. We'll have to see if it picks that up. Yeah, there is something to that. I hope that did not get me in trouble, because here's the thing. Let me explain something. I wasn't going to go into the menu for the purpose of that. There is technically something visible to that. Like, hopefully that did not give me trouble. Alright, but anyway. Yeah, so I can't go in the menu for that reason, because potentially there is an element to that. But alright, to explain this again, go back to that, is that Virtua Fighter was the traditional fighting game. Kasumi's my favorite character, and I like her moveset, and we're going to be playing as Kasumi for Dead or Alive 1, because Yanni's not in this game, or at least I haven't unlocked the Yanni for this one. But, yeah, you mentioned Virtua Fighter as far as this, and Tomonobu Itagaki had an interesting way of looking at this, as far as saying, kind of what you're saying, as far as the clunkiness of it, but also the idea of, like, what's my game doing to set apart, saying, if you're going to look at Virtua Fighter, it's like a traditional Japanese sushi restaurant that's well respected, but then you have Dead or Alive, which is kind of like a sushi bar, where you have girls on roller skates serving wasabi on the sushi. So, yeah, let's get into that. Yeah, there's Kasumi, Zack, Ryu Hayabusa from Ninja Gaiden, Bayman, Lei Fong, Gang Fu, Tina, and John Lee, and playing as Kasumi. And we're fighting Zack to start, and we'll get more of that as well. Yes, this does look like Virtua Fighter 2 specifically, and yeah, the other perspective is like, hey, the bouncing breasts as it is. Let's just go into that. But hey, the game is a lot of fun. So like, hey, it differentiated itself like, hey, there's some beautiful women in this game. Also, the danger zone perspective. There's no ring outs, unlike Virtua Fighter. But if you get out of the area of where it is, you knock your opponent to the ground, they fall on the ground, and it hurts them. Yeah. You get that, get ready, fight. Yeah, there you go with the combos that Kasumi has as well, the way the kicks are working, and the fluidity of this version in particular. Not that the PlayStation version, from what I understand, is, you know, not fluid, but the Saturn version, in this way, the architecture of the Saturn really is kind of mirroring what the arcade edition was like. So in that way, it's kind of it was like a one-to-one conversion. Which is interesting when we think about it, because Saturn was not a 3D system, but the idea like, hey, it was able to handle something like this is pretty impressive. Same with Virtua Fighter 2. Yeah, this is definitely the different take. It's like the more, I guess, hip take on Virtua Fighter, as I mentioned, maybe even more than Tekken, because I guess Tekken was kind of like somewhere in between Virtua Fighter and Dead or Alive as far as like the stylings. Right, there's Lei Fong. We'll see more of her later. Yeah, maybe my experience with Dead or Alive 1 is not that storied, admittedly. I mean, here's the thing. I first played it with this edition. I didn't play the PlayStation edition of this. And actually, I didn't really play this that extensively until this year, honestly, when I bought Dead or Alive Ultimate as it is. Because, like, hey, we're going to do this. We're going to take a look at the other games. Because I know Protorova, again, going back to him, he loves Dead or Alive Ultimate in particular. So I said, well, we're going to show this whole case of things as we go along. So I was like, hey, let's play it that way. I mean, my experience with it is actually with the next game we're going to be looking at, although not in the form we're looking at it, which is Dead or Alive 2. Because I mentioned Dead or Alive Ultimate comes with 1 on the disc here, and then 2 has on its own disc that has enhanced graphics. Also, one other thing to go about, and it was interesting that this happened with that backwards compatible thing, is they made Dead or Alive Ultimate and Dead or Alive 3. And we're going to show Dead or Alive 3 off as well tonight. Backwards compatible with the Xbox One, Series S, and Series X. So yeah, let me tell you, there's nothing like having Dead or Alive 3, which I've had for 20 years, putting that into my Xbox One X, running it, and playing like it's 2001, and it still looks and plays great. And so does this one, even though it's much earlier take as far as it. Here's Jan Lee. Here's kind of a take on Bruce Lee as it is. Also, yeah, he has, some of the damage outputs are strong. We also have the free button, which is on A. It's like, hey, you can do some like counters and things, although the counters are a lot harder to do in this one than they are in 2 and 3. Yeah, I'm losing that way. Alright. Then you have that wata. He's gonna hit you with that, like, it fits well to that. Ah, unfortunately got me with the elbows. You guys chat, let me know other experiences you have on Dead or Alive. Was it, I guess, if you have experience with Dead or Alive, is it with this one, or is it with other entries in the series? For me, it's mostly with, again, we'll continue. We'll do a little more on Dead or Alive 1. With me, it's more, honestly, it was with 2 on Dreamcast, was the first one I played, as far as that, which 2 is also on the PS2, we'll get into that when we do Dead or Alive Ultimate. Oh, Christ, yeah, he just decimated me. And then I played 3 on Xbox, and because I had Xbox when it came out, it's like, that was my fighting game right there. It's like, that's the exclusive I have. Ooh, yeah, I'm avoiding the, actually, that's not, actually, no, it is the danger zone, I think. As far as what they call the outer, meshing over there. Mostly, the first and third one. So this one, I guess, was it the first one on the PlayStation, or was it this one? And 3 was only on Xbox, so it would have been that one as was. I will try a little more, just to get this, and then we'll go to Dead or Alive 2, and we'll do Dead or Alive 3 as well. Whoa. I mean, admittedly, this one is a little clunkier than the later ones, but it still has a nice fluidity. Oh, no, the first 3. Okay, so 1, 2, and 3. So I guess with 1, was it, what version was it? With this one, or was it the, or was it this PlayStation? Because actually, I never played that one on PlayStation. And, 2 was on the Dreamcast, and was also on the PlayStation 2 as well. It was Dead or Alive 2 Hardcore, and then also the remake on this. Oh, crap. Yeah, he is knocking down. It was this one. Okay, so you played the Dead or Alive Ultimate game, or I guess that or you poured the Saturn version. I mean, they're the same, basically. The only difference really is the fact that I guess this one's cleaned up a little bit compared to it on the Saturn. Sort of, but this is based on it specifically. Because when I understand, that PlayStation Edition, I think it changed the graphics engine a little bit. Not to a degree that's like, hey, looking worse. But it was a little different, and I think people, I mean, again, purists of this franchise swear by the Saturn Edition or this Ultimate version, which is a port of that. Alright, there is Tina Armstrong. We'll see more of her later. Yeah, she's a wrestler, although in this case she is more like a, actually almost looks like some of the characters you saw in Fighting Vipers, in the sense that she's more about, you know, like the workout gear, and as I said, mentioned, yeah, the idea that they are very voluptuous. Well, you mentioned that with what is it, Harley Quinn with Injustice, but yeah, especially with this one. And there's an option for turning that on or off. It was like, yeah, we're playing it on. That's the perspective of it for this one, and it wasn't really until Dead or Alive 6 they kind of eased up on that. Although, here's the thing about this. I'll go into this. I mean, more than really any other fighting game franchise I can think of, this one really embraced the sexuality element of it. As far as this franchise, like I said, like, okay, we're not going to ignore the idea of what that is. The beautiful elements of the characters, the designing and all that, and the high kicks, all that stuff. But I think the thing, and what made this franchise more than just, because somebody's like, hey, wait a second, that means it's kind of a joke. But in all honesty, it still packed the mechanics to make it so that it was still a lot of fun and a good counter to stuff like Tekken and Virtua Fighter. And honestly, I kind of got into this more than Tekken myself as far as how the play was, but also the idea that it is a little quicker than something like Virtua Fighter. In some ways, it kind of is blurring the line of the 2D fighting games. Some wild ones we saw before, earlier tonight, with the idea of putting that in a 3D shell, especially when we get to 2 and 3. And also sort of with 4, 5, and 6. Oh. Of course, then also with this franchise mentioned, it did embrace its sexual side, and that's how we got the Daryl Extreme franchise, which I have 1 and 2. We could sort of show 1 and sort of show 2, although I'd have to mute a lot of the audio because of a lot of licensed music in that game, but I will say I do love the soundtrack for that game that they licensed. I mean, it's a weird mix. It's like a lot of reggae songs and like pop music. I mean, it's like the first game has music by Christina Aguilera, the Spice Girls, Big Mountain, the Baha Men. It doesn't have Who Let the Dogs as far as the Baha Men song they pick. And it has Bob Marley and the Wailers. It sounds weird as anything, and there is a custom soundtrack perspective to that. But yeah, it does fit it well, and also has a lot of fun with the ideas like, hey, this is the game you'll want, like the beautiful girls coming to the island. And also having Zack, who's voiced by Dennis Rodman in that game, I'm not kidding, basically tricking them to come there, but then they say like, well, no, we're annoyed by the idea we realized we had. It was like, hey, we have a vacation, let's use it. And the game is kind of having a lot of fun with the idea of, you know, it thinks like it's getting a rise out of like, the idea of like being this Wabare, you know, experience, but then it's kind of not really that to some degree. And it's also kind of making you work for, I guess, sort of what you want to see, even though there's not really nudity of visibility in it, even though there's a tag of that on the box. But it is an interesting case, but then the later ones kind of fell down a bit, especially technically. That second one has a lot of problems, especially with its volleyball perspective. It does not work very well. And then there was the third one, Paradise, which was on PSP, which I think was the last one that came out here. And now the only entries in the series actually come out only in Japan. Actually, there's one on the Switch, interestingly enough. That's usually a case of having Switch Daryl Extreme, but that case you gotta import it. Alright, I think if I lose to Tina to this one, I think we're gonna go to Dead or Alive 2 next. Oh. Because this definitely is a little clunkier than the later ones, but it still does have fluidity, and is a lot of fun as well. Oh. Oh yeah, I'm getting myself killed. Alright, we're done. Yeah, I did. Alright, so yeah, Kasumi, there you go. Did a good job showing you off for this. Yeah, I'm sorry, Hayate. Yeah, I do remember that translation. Alright, so let's put the next disc in. It's also going to be a case where I'm gonna... I sort of have... Okay, I don't necessarily have to mute the mic. In fact, I'm not gonna mute the mic. I'm gonna skip the opening cutscene for 2 reasons. 1, it's long, and B, because it has licensed music. Alright, this is the other half of Dead or Alive Ultimate. This is Dead or Alive 2, which came out in 1999 in Japan in the arcades, and I think in the US in the arcades as well, but I never saw it that way. And it also came out on the Dreamcast, which is where I played it, and it's a great game. It also got a PS2 edition called Dead or Alive Hardcore, which has a lot of technical problems. And then because of that, Tomonobu Itagaki said, fuck this, I'm going to the Xbox with this franchise. Which, by the way, we're also going to probably get, the copyright warning. And I can't skip this, so unfortunately got to sit here and wait. Yeah, in 2004, this was the other half of Dead or Alive Ultimate, which is a total remake of the original game, or the original Dead or Alive 2 game. And this technically is the best way to play it, especially for a lot of the unlockables, which I did spend a lot of time, about 8 hours by my count, to unlock it, to show you what we got. It's also going to go into Dead or Alive 3 as well, to a certain degree, as I mentioned. And it's had online, but unfortunately the online does not work anymore. But alright, let's get going, and I'll mention why I'm going to skip the opening cutscene, because it's about 5 minutes long, number 1, and number 2, they play Dream On by Aerosmith in this game, and actually, there's a big element of Aerosmith in this franchise, starting with 3, and then with this one. And actually, I had to mute the audio, or mute the music in the opening cutscene for 3. So we'll watch the opening, or parts of the opening on 3, without it. I couldn't with this one. And that's a shame, because this shows elements of the story of this, going into the idea of Kasumi, who we played this before, her relationship with Ayane. I mean, I'll show this briefly, because I know where they start playing Dream On, so, like, I know damn well I can't show that. Basically, the idea is, like, Ayane and Kasumi are young children, and they're members of the ninja clan, as it is, trained in the Mugen Tenshin style, as it is, and there's a case going on with, her wanting to, or Kasumi going after her brother, trying to protect her brother Hayate against men who come around, and I believe they rape Kasumi's mother. And we're actually, yeah, you know, you're going with them, yeah, we're not watching the rest because they're going to hear Dream On, and I'll get content striked. But they go into that, so basically what happens is that Kasumi kills Raido, actually goes into Dead or Alive 1, as far as that, to protect Hayate, who then loses memory, which is connected with this. Then Kasumi runs away. She's the shinobi, the runaway ninja, and is like, with you leaving the village doing that, you're gotta be killed. And Ayane is sent out to do the dirty deed. But anyway, okay, this is the Dead or Alive 2 Ultimate Edition. Let me show you Booster. Yeah, you can unlock things to unlock parts of the G4 episode of Icons, which is also a license case. I can't show this. And the booster pack for Dead or Alive 3. I will go into that when we play Dead or Alive 3, because we're playing that next. It took me 8 hours to unlock that. Let me show you how. This is the collection mode. When you play the survival mode, you can knock items out of your opponents. And there's some insanely rare item drops. These. I swear to God, it took me like an hour and a half or 2 hours to get some of these to appear even once. And there's specific ones to each character. If you unlock every single one of these, collect all these items at least once, including the prototype Xbox right here, and other stuff to go to their characters like Kunai's, a nice parfait, or the roast chicken as it is, or the Scarab from Ninja Gaiden. So yeah, if you're a fan of Ninja Gaiden, particularly that Xbox trilogy as it is, yeah, you're getting that perspective. You get all these, you unlock that booster pack that unlocks the two things I showed you, and it unlocks all the costumes in this game, of which there are tons of them. In fact, let me show... You know, let me show the story mode to a certain degree for this, and I could also show... Okay, no, I do... Okay, yeah, because I do have all the unlockable costumes. You get tons of these. And you get them normally by going through each of the elements of the story mode. Complete the story mode once with each character to unlock all of these. But if you unlock everything with the... get all the collection items, you get everything right away. And yes, for some of these you get, like, the specific looks as far as the characters, like the robot look for Ayane. You also do get... I'm going to show this. Yeah, you do get the Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball outfits for the purpose of this. So yeah, we are in this, and yeah, we got the bad girl, you know, bunny outfit from Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball. As you go along, and yeah, I play as Ayane when it comes to this game. Because yeah, this was my introduction to Dead or Alive, the Dreamcast version of 2, but... This plays exactly like it. And yeah, in my case, like, it's the same case as, like, with Shenhua in Soul Calibur. It was, like, these really technical fighters, as far as, like, some of the combos and things that she can do. Specifically, like, the slap there. Okay, I was trying to do it right. And that spin kick. And like I mentioned with Dead or Alive 1, but more so than Dead or Alive 1, there's such a fluidity to this game that just makes it so much fun. Even though, yeah, you have the sex appeal to this, but hey, there's a game underneath this. That is a lot of fun, and looks great, and has a lot of features. A lot of fan service certain stuff, especially here. You got Ryu Hayabusa from Ninja Gaiden. If any fans of Ninja Gaiden are going to be very happy to see him, and he also has some really strong throws that are insanely hard to avoid, or so hard to pull off. Or you just slam him into the wall. And yeah, the flash, it is a beautiful thing. Yeah, so yeah, we got Ayane not dressed right for the occasion, but there you go. Especially now, in this case, because she murdered Helena's mother in this. Yeah, that's the idea. Yeah, Helena, the woman there, I assassinated her mother at the burning opera house. But so yeah, we're gonna have to, you know, do that. Or knock her down, because that's the other thing. This one introduced stage transitions. You can knock them down the steps and keep fighting. But yeah, it's not necessarily going to be easy because Helen is one of the most technical fighters in the game. It's extremely hard to play as her, but if you can get down her combos, you're going to be doing well. Yeah, in my case, Ayane is who I'm playing as. Well, her and Zack, usually. Yeah, we didn't hear her singing, but that's okay. And there is Jan Lee again, as well. I also probably should show some throws as well. Those are the counter throws, and also the combo throws where you can have extra button inputs. And this game still looks incredible. As I mentioned, this was a 2004 version, but even for that, this game still looks awesome. And like with Dead or Alive 3 and the Dead or Alive 1 disc of this, they're all backwards compatible on Xbox One, Series S, and Series X now. So, yeah, there you go. You'll be playing it more in mod context. And also, they put Dead or Alive 4 on there as well, but we're not showing Dead or Alive 4 tonight. Okay, now I'm really dressed wrong. But yeah, we're going to be getting our stuff going. Like, yeah, I'm sent out to kill Sumi. So I got to make that go. If you easily kill her or defeat her in the snow like this, just get the fluidity of this. It's a full 60 FPS as far as how the frame rate's working. And also the idea of how the movement is. It is never slowing down. There's all this detail as far as the snow going there. Us leaving tracks as we fight, and it is amazing. Like I said, it would be easy to say, like, oh yeah, let's play this game just for the sex appeal, but, like, no, there's much more to this game that makes it a lot of fun, and as I mentioned, made it kind of the 3D fighting game series I was playing significantly in the Xbox era, because Virtua Fighter was not on this system, and there was also Soul Calibur 2, but that was a little later. Oh, fine, it was later as far as after DOA 3, and I played this for 2 for the Dreamcast. There is Hayate, who lost his memory in this game, and he is known as Ein in this. And you have this great guitar riff going on with this music. I love the tracks in this game, by the way, as far as the music. So go into it. Yeah, but yeah, he can do stuff with the combos. Woo! Ow! Yeah, it's one of those cases where, yeah, it's definitely going to look like it's hurting. Oh. Yeah, so you have to be quick, and you have to be very careful. Also, I probably should show off the counter system. Back on the D-pad and hit the free button, you can grab their punches or kicks if you hit it at the right altitude and counter them and hurt them badly. But the same could also happen to you. Oh, it looks like I just clipped right through him. Yeah, but I got kicked in the chest. In this case, she's also surprised with the fact she's seen him. Alright. Ooh. Yeah, they can counter that way too, so you have to be careful about that. And I always do that badly. The idea like, hey, I want to get a hit on somebody do something, but then they counter it, and then I'm in trouble. You also do the down hits, but they're not as easy to do as in Virtua Fighter, interestingly enough. Well, in most cases. Alright, fine, I'm getting killed. Alright, I do want to show one other character off instead of, along with Ayane. Alright, so yeah, there you go. He's got the victory. But yeah, Ein is set to that. Yeah, we know why as far as elements of the story. Definitely gets very convoluted in this franchise, but it is still interesting. Alright, so that's game over. I'm going to show off one more character, and then we're going to go to Dead or Alive 3. And you know, in that case, let's go into the time attack. Alright, okay, that's the other thing, right, because for the other modes, you can unlock extra characters in this that weren't in Dead or Alive 2 specifically Hitomi from Dead or Alive 3. You can unlock Tengu to be playable, who's unlockable in Dead or Alive 2 Hardcore, and also Bayman, who's also Dead or Alive 1, and was in DOA 2 Hardcore as well. Alright, we're going to pick out Zack. He has a bunch of costumes as well, and he has, yeah, we're going to do this look. Yeah, the alien look, and he has a light on there, and if you do taunt, you can actually turn the light on, but I don't remember what the button combination for that is. Yeah, there's definitely the wacky side as far as Dead or Alive. I mean, this franchise, like Tekken, doesn't really take itself seriously to some degree. It kind of helps it. And you get that, huh, with Zack just slamming everybody on the ground. And that way, I mean, I tend to like playing as him along with Ayane if I'm going to be playing for Dead or Alive 2 specifically. As well as the case where, yeah, it just looks like it's hurting when you're doing those kicks. Yeah, in this case, yeah, we are in Zack Island for Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball, so we are showing that off before we play that game. Or, yeah, there you go, slamming their head into the ground. Yeah, it's not bloody, specifically, but, yeah, damn, it's one of those that's gotta hurt cases, but it is so satisfying when you do it. I guess that goes to the element of why fighting games can be so much fun. You get that satisfaction of being able to do something like that and getting a great when you get a perfect victory. There you go. And I do love how the metal on that does reflect, which actually, this costume is exclusive to this. It was not in Dead or Alive 2 on Dreamcast or PlayStation 2. So you get the perspective. Yeah, well, there's Lei Fong. Another very technical character as far as the stylings she's using. Yeah, in this case, I'm making pretty quick work of her. Boom. I think I'll probably show off another fight and we'll do DOA 3, and then with that, we'll only have, well, 5 games left, technically. Alright, this is all Legends Are Born, yeah, indeed. Hey, Imashin! And I love how they have that in Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball when you win on the roulette, which is definitely a fun case. Oh! Ow! I mean, if nothing else, what you're seeing, like, yeah, this game is just so fast. It does have that fluidity, as I mentioned, like we saw with Soul Calibur 2. It really goes nicely to it. And some nice details as far as the environments, like the fireworks over there. Ooh, yeah, but yeah, as was mentioned by chat, Kasumi has her own combos that definitely can hurt you. But we also knock her outside and we go fight in the snow again. Yeah, we're getting in the snow a lot in this game, I'm noticing. yeah, I'm getting myself knocked into a snowman. Like, there's no other game really that does that. So, I mean, there's something to be said about that. Or when you go into the Africa level, basically on the savannah plain, and you have, like, the elephants there, and you can knock the enemies into them, or you knock your opponent into them, and they'll go, Woo! As far as, like, the bucking up thing for them, it is quite a sight. Yeah, in most cases with Zach, you'll be using the, whoa. But you're going to be doing the foot thing like that. With Zach, you're using your kicks mostly. Those are the things that hurt the most, along with counters. So, there is a decent balance to it, although I will say one thing about this one is that the counters do a lot of damage, so sometimes it can be a bit lopsided. Even in this version, which did enhance it a bit over how Dead or Alive 2 on PS2 and Dreamcast did it. So it's something you do have to get used to. Alright, definitely not. Oh yeah, because you could do that, like, in the launch that way. Whoa. Ow. Yeah, with the rumble, especially going on this game, it is pretty impressive stuff to be having. That you feel that, but especially the combo she has going on there. Whoa. You know what? I'll let her take me down, because then we can go on 3. Okay. And that, by the way, is also the last time we were hearing the voice performers Kasumi in Dead or Alive 1 and 2. I'll put up a name in the YouTube site version. They do give re-record dialogue in this version of her new voice from Dead or Alive 3, which we'll see in just a second. Game over. Alright, so game over on Dead or Alive 2, but yeah, this is another fun one, for sure. Alright, with that, we got one more Dead or Alive disc to put in. Yeah, we're running the Xbox trilogy as it is. Alright, so next up is Dead or Alive 3. As I mentioned, this came out on November 15th, 2001 as a launch title for the original Xbox. And it's only on the Xbox. But any Xbox console you have will play this. Xbox Original, 360, Xbox One, Xbox Series S, Xbox Series X. You're all set to play this game, and it is a great one. Although, in all honesty, it's not necessarily a massive quantum leap over what 2 is doing. But it sure looks incredible. Especially at the time, and even now. And when this loads, also, I have the music off, so I don't have to mute the dialogue, or mute the game audio as it is. But we do have another one of these we gotta deal with. There's one thing I'm gonna do while we have to sit through this, and I can't skip it. I'm gonna get another bottle of water, because I've been talking a lot, and I think I need it. Yeah, I have 3 of these things, and I already went through all 3 as they are, but this is kind of the expanded show as well. Also expanded as far as what we're looking through. Oh, right, okay, it's silent. You're wondering why it's silent, because I turned the music off. Okay. Because, like with Dead or Alive Ultimate, the Dead or Alive 2 side of things, this also has an Aerosmith song on the opening. It's 9 Lives. And there are 2 other ones on the soundtrack as well. I don't remember at the top of the head what they are. But we turn off the music for this, which I'll turn it back on when we go in the game. Otherwise, you'd hear 9 Lives. It actually does go well with Dead or Alive. We have Steven Tyler doing the cat, yelling the wow, wow. It's like kind of amazing as far as how they set this. As far as it. I mean, I'll show a little bit of that. Yeah, show that, yeah, this game wasn't screwing around when it came out on the Xbox initially. It's like, this is the fighting game you're getting. Actually, not really playing their audio that loud as far as, everybody going on there. I'll knock them down to the ground and hit in, and then we'll go on with the game itself. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we've already gotten in the snow, so we'll have a little less time with that. Alright, so Dead or Alive 3, let's do it. And one other thing I'm going to do, since we got out of the way of the Aerosmith stuff, turn the music up. Yeah, 9 Lives, as I mentioned. Yeah, okay, it's 9 Lives, it's amazing, and it's, something else. Okay, I'll put an edit in what that is. Alright, so language settings, control settings, all set. Video settings, yeah, there's a native 16:9 option, so they were thinking about that 20 years ago. as well as the ring stuff, the controller stuff, and yeah, there is a analog button element. Right, we are good. Let's do another element of story mode. And we'll pull someone else different out. I'll pull one of the unique characters for this game specifically because you have a lot of the characters that were in 2 and 1. We also have Brad Wong, who's new here, as well as, well, Bayman was added back in for this. And then Christy, who's an English assassin, as it is. Wait. Oh, and Hitomi. You know, let's play as Hitomi. Actually, one other thing I do want to go into. We're playing Dead or Alive Ultimate. I was mentioning this. You saw that Dead or Alive booster pack thing. They actually released a disc for Dead or Alive 3, which gives you extra costumes. On Xbox magazine discs, like demo discs that they gave with the magazine. And then you have an unlockable in Dead or Alive 2 Ultimate. But also, if you're playing this on the Xbox One X or the Series S or Series X, they actually give these to you on their own, which is awesome. So you have extra costumes that are new that you didn't see here. So yeah, let's get one of them for Hitomi. There you go. Get the nice corset look as it is. Yeah, she is definitely not one who's screwing around as far as what she's doing. I still play as Ayane and Zack usually, but I tend to like playing as Hitomi as well. Boom. She also has the fast combos, kind of with the boxing sort of style that she has. Ooh. And like with the other Dead or Alive games, you have the fluidity and sexuality as it is with them. It goes really nicely. Especially as the fighting game that was representing the Xbox. You think about that, because on the PlayStation 2 when it launched, you had Dead or Alive 2 Hardcore, but you also had Tekken Tag Tournament. And then when the GameCube came out, it was Super Smash Bros. Melee. And for Xbox, it was this. And it fit well. And it looks great, sounds great, and plays great. So there's that to be said as well. Yeah, and like the other games we mentioned, you have free movement, and you can use that to your advantage to get better hits. And you also have the stage transition. I'm going to try and see if I can't show that. Oh, boom, yeah, right out the window. And God, I love that. I just love that idea of like how that works, especially in some of the other levels that we'll see hopefully later. Ooh, yeah, but Genfu is, yeah, not going to screw around either. Yes, we can continue indeed, Hitomi. And her aspect of story, by the way, she has a little bit of a rivalry of sorts with Jian Li here. I guess she's sort of his sparring partner, as it is, to a certain degree. Yeah, definitely a fun one. Again, as I said, I guess I'm kind of like a broken record, because we've looked at the last three games, including this one, have been Dead or Alive, but yeah, it's kind of going, I guess, into my experience, and as I mentioned, Chad's experience, I guess it's kind of similar to mine with the first 3 as it is, really. Because then I played 4 a little, which is on 360 only, and they did that backwards compatible as well, and then there was 5 and 6. I played a little bit of 5 because there is a free-to-play version of it, which I downloaded on PS3, actually. And then there's Dead or Alive 6 now, which I have not played. Actually, Dead or Alive 5 did have a connection with Virtua Fighter, because you could have characters, or they had characters from Virtua Fighter in there, including Akira and Sarah Bryant. So feasibly, okay, here's the other thing. Like I said here earlier, like, if you don't like Virtua Fighter, you could feasibly play Fighting Viper. Like, no, probably play Virtua Fighter, or play Dead or Alive 5, because the Dead or Alive 5 controls for, you know, Virtua Fighter aspect of that. Or yeah, in this case, yeah, knocking them against the fence and shocking them, which is amazing. I love that. It goes to the idea of, like, hey, the styling, or as I mentioned, Tomonobu Tagaki mentioned the idea, like, hey, this is like a sushi bar with the wasabi on it. Like, that's the visual representation right there. So there you go. And there's Helena again. And as I mentioned, a lot of the same characters from the series are in a bunch of the games. So you have that. And also the other aspect here, like, when you knock them on the ground that way, the tiles will smash, which is a very nice effect. And and at the beginning of the Xbox's life, it definitely showcased what it could do. Really, this game, Project Gotham Racing, and Halo, which were the 3 I had at the launch of the system. And I was a very happy gamer with those 3 in particular. And both technique and power, indeed she does. Fine. Okay, so I would say, wait a minute, I thought that Hayate figured out who he was in Dead or Alive 2. Oh, okay, that's the other thing. The story in this kind of gets a little convoluted to a certain degree. Or she knows him as Ein, I guess, to a certain extent. For 3. Oh! Yeah, I want to avoid that, because like, I want to throw him off if I can. Woo! Ow. Also, I get a sense the game is very quiet. I didn't notice that really, except like, hey, on my television it sort of is. But like, let me turn that up a little bit, in case you can't hear it. And hopefully that won't be a problem. I didn't notice it too late for when I have to do the editing on this later this week. Or next week, as this. Whoa! Alright, so he's doing the Mugen Tenshin style thing that Kasumi is. Alright, let's try again. Maybe best shot. Yeah, again with the Pep Antar take. Whoa! I mean, I guess feasibly going back to Daryl Extreme Beach Volleyball, since you do have a custom soundtrack in that, you could put Hit Me Your Best Shot by Pat Benatar in the game if you so wanted to. Easily put the entirety of Crimes of Passion on that. That's something to be said about, you know, playing that. Or, well, hey, the fitting one, if you're going to be going into that element of Dead or Alive, would probably be Sex as a Weapon. But, yeah, there you go. In my case, using my fists and feet as a weapon as well, and getting good results. Actually, I might be... Okay, no, I'm at the end of the game, actually, because the story mode is short. So, you know what? I'm going to show how the final boss is and how insanely cheap he is. Yeah, this is Omega. Not, Omega from Sonic Heroes. We're getting that in a few weeks, and I can't wait to do that. But yeah, in his case, you're at a different perspective for this. You have to kind of run forward, so you have to get used to that. And he has a very long health bar. And you're surrounded by fire, and he has a lot of hits, and he is cheap. So, yeah, you gotta be quick about what it is, and I don't think you can really do counters on him. And when he hits the ground, he does that shockwave thing. Whoa! And I just... Okay, fine. You can do counters to, I guess, dodge out of the way, but not kill him. Alright. Oh, crap. Alright, almost there. I think we'll do that, and then we'll be only having a couple more after this. I'm definitely having fun with this fighting game showcase, and hopefully you are as well. And I've loved having to be able to, giving a case, show off a lot of these games, show off, I guess, what they are, explain what they are, explain my experience with them, and also hear all of yours. As I mentioned, this is also a case of, I guess you could also consider this like a buying guide to a certain degree. Like, hey, if you have someone who you know, or yourself, who wants to have fighting game fun this holiday season, yeah, you got a lot of options for that, for sure. Even if you're not playing on 360, you can get them on other things usually. Well, usually. Whoa, crap. Ah, crap. And you do have unlimited continue, so I can keep trying, but like, I do want to beat him. Ow. Yeah, I gotta be careful because he's doing that land thing and also the thing with the sword. Alright, there you go. Yeah, this is where the element of your combos are gonna come to the test. Alright, I almost have him. Come on. Oh no! Yeah, he's doing the Tengu throw from 2. Yeah, we didn't shoot Tengu off in Derelict 2, but yeah, he's also really hard, but you don't have the perspective change. Oh no! I mean, nothing else, this does look awesome, for sure. Yeah, if he does that throw, that hurts. Oh, they did tailor this one a little better than Derelict 2 as far as how much the throws hurt you and how much the counters do damage. Alright, one more hit, come on. Oh no! Got him. KO. Now we got him, we can see Hitomi's ending, and then we'll go on to the next game. Which is also going to be the last disc we're going to be putting in tonight. And every time you beat the game, by the way, with a character, you do get their story, and you get the full story perspective as it is. But alright, there is Hitomi. I think the idea is that she was kind of seen as the outsider to a certain degree. But the sensei did see some potential and intrigue in her as far as fighting, and trained her on some stuff. And clearly we were able to prove her skills. There you go. Now she earned her respect. Earned his respect. And down the road through Germany, because she's German, by the way. And that's the other perspective of this. You have characters who are of different nationalities. And there you go. Okay, so that's Dead or Alive 3. Let's go on to the next game. And the other thing, that's what I should have done. I should have just pulled the disc out. Alright. Now, this is going to be an interesting one, and before I put the disc in, I want to explain something when this loads. When the menu loads, anyway. We're technically going to be playing the same game twice, and you're wondering why. Well, let me explain. When this loads. Sometimes it takes a little time to do it. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Alright, yeah, Chad was asking earlier, we're going to get to Marvel vs. Capcom. Yes. We're playing Marvel vs. Capcom 2, which came out in 2000 in the arcades, as well as on the Dreamcast. And let's find where it is. Yeah, there it is. But we're not playing this version yet. We're playing another version, just to show something. Because Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is on the Dreamcast, as it is. Let me turn the volume down a little bit, because I think this might be too loud when it pops up. But there's an Xbox disc version. It came out in 2003. It also came on the PS2 this way. Came out right when Capcom's licensing with Marvel was expiring. So they weren't able to make many copies. And as it is, this is actually a very rare game on Xbox and on the PlayStation 2. And even on Dreamcast, it costs a lot. But, yeah, they made this backwards compatible with the Xbox 360. But let me show you why they shouldn't have. Yeah, I mentioned the Xbox 360 does software emulation, and it wouldn't be until the Xbox One that they fixed that. So yeah, there we go. We have all the elements of the characters, and a lot of that are hidden, which we're going to be using that HD version you saw on the menu over there. Which, that HD version, by the way, came out in 2009 for PS3 and 360, but it's no longer available. It was delisted, so yeah, unfortunately can't get it. So the only way to play Marvel vs. Capcom 2 nowadays is to get the Dreamcast, PlayStation 2, or Xbox Original Edition, and yeah, they don't run cheap. If you're playing on 360, don't play it on 360. Let me tell you that right now. You're looking right there that the software emulation just mutilates this game. Right there, the press start button thing looks off.
Marvel vs. Capcom 2.
I mean, as far as the game itself, it is a port straight of the Dreamcast version, including the fact that you have the secret factor. And the weird outlining there, where you have to get points from playing the game enough, and then you can unlock other characters and costumes. So yeah, we're not going to be showing all the characters right now. We're going to be doing that with the HD edition. But I just want to show you this to make a point. Let's go in arcade mode, and here we go with I'm going to take you for a ride. Oh god, I love the jazzy music of this game so much, let me tell you. Alright, let me show you my characters. You know, I'll pick characters I want of any kind. These are not all of them, there's many more, and we'll go through all of them when we play the HD edition. So let's pull out Captain America from Marvel. Let's pull out Jill Valentine from Resident Evil, and you can change a type as far as what they do for a skill. And, you know, since there's certain characters I'm gonna pick out. You know, we're probably talking Venom before. Let's pull Venom out. I'll do more normal button element and turbo. Alright, so now we have our fight that's gonna be against Tron Von from Mega Man Legends, Sakura from Street Fighter Alpha, and Dr. Doom? We'll see when it comes up. Okay, yeah, look at this thing. Holy shit. Yeah, this is what happens when you run the Xbox disc on the 360. Don't do this! Because, Jesus Christ, let me tell you, I don't know how they said, oh, this is going to be acceptable. By the way, I'm sorry for any seizure elements. Let me always warn that, because damn, it's flickering! You might want to look away from the screen, just listen. Oh yeah, it's Iceman from X-Men. Okay, we got... Yeah, and look at the frame rate. It is running slow as anything. And it does not run this way if you're running it on the original Xbox. I promise. It's not a bad version. But if you're running it on the Xbox 360, this is how it looks. This is how it runs. It's one of these cases where the software emulation really screws this thing, let me tell you. So basically, if you're going to be getting Marvel vs. Capcom 2 on Xbox disc, have an original Xbox, please. Otherwise, this is what you're going to see. This is what you're going to see and how it's going to run. It plays fine to a certain degree, but it runs at half the frame rate. That's why when the Xbox One came out and they said, we're not doing software emulation that way, I think everybody was cheering. Oh. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, because you see, look at this. This is, I guess this is pixel soup as it is. The textures are flickering like crazy. The slowdown is nuts. The background's there. As I said, it's not supposed to be this way. But because of the way the emulation went for this, for the backwards compatible stuff, not every game survived this. In fact, that's also the reason why, as I mentioned, we're doing Sonic Heroes in 2 weeks. We're using the original Xbox. It's not as bad as this, but there are some concessions if you're running it that way. And yeah, this is probably the worst game I have from original Xbox in terms of how it runs. It's kind of a disaster. Yeah, like, yeah, sorry to be showing Venom this way. It was like, alright, fine, we're doing that. Alright, well, they're doing the hyper combo, trying to get me to do that while getting the dinner rush. Yeah, the 41-hit combo, yeah. Jesus Christ. I still can't believe this, but I said, we're showing this to show the differences, and then we'll show the good version where it runs fine. Or the good version running on this system running fine, which I think, let's be honest here, this is the reason why Capcom said we're going to re-release Marvel vs. Capcom 2, because, like, hey, they said this backwards compatible version just is not going to cut it. I don't know if it's Capcom's fault as far as why it runs this way, or more the Xbox backwards compatible element on the 360. I think it's more that than it is Capcom, honestly. Because it's inconsistent as far as the games that have problems. I know Crash Insanity, actually, is another one that has significant problems if you run on the 360. So in that case, if you're going to play Crash to Insanity, you probably want to play it either on the original Xbox or get on the PS2. Well, yeah, look how slow the dinner rush is, just to show that it's not supposed to go that slow. And you'll see it in a few minutes because this is the other reason I'm playing as the characters I am. I usually have Tron Bond as far as the team I play, even though it's not necessarily the team that you win the game easily with. That would be Iron Man, Dr. Doom, and Cable. The game is fucking busted if you're playing as them, but it is still so much fun that I don't mind. If you're ever doing tournaments on that, they're probably going to ban that team combination for that very reason. Alright, come on, let's get her. Alright, let's do one more. Hyper combo finish! Yeah, let's get the hell out of this one. Let me tell you that right now. I'm sorry for your eyes. Now we'll put a lot of seizure warnings up on that. Yeah, you're not kidding, my friend. You almost had a heart attack back there. Alright, yeah, let's go to the actual good version of this. Oh, shit. Okay, no, good. It's just loading it. Alright, I'm sorry for that eye pain. But yeah, it was not pleasant for me watching it either. So, moral of the story, if you're buying Marvel vs. Capcom 2 Xbox on disc, play it on an original Xbox, or get on the PS2 or the Dreamcast, but it's going to cost you a lot of money. But instead, in my case, I get to show you the other version, which also has all the stuff unlocked right away. So it's definitely better. Oh, and by the way, when you do go into an Xbox original game, it takes you off Xbox Live. So in that case, when it comes back, yeah, you're all set. Okay, yeah, after that... By the way, the rest of the games we're going to be playing tonight are going to be Capcom stuff, just to go into that. Actually, I think we're going to be going longer than 4 hours. Alright, so we're going to go up to 5, I guess this is. But hey, it's a jam-packed show with a lot of games, and hopefully you're having a good time, and I've been happy to do this. Alright, let's play the 2009 edition of this game, which is on PS3 and 360, but unfortunately you can't buy it anymore. It was $15 download cost, but I remember I think I got it on sale when it was, I think, $7 or something. But yeah, this is the way you want to play it on the system, assuming you have it. Because you can't buy it anymore, unfortunately. And hold that thought when we get to the last game. But alright, let's do Marvel vs. Capcom 2 correctly. Thanks to Backbone Entertainment, who are the real heroes here. Alright. And like with the other Capcom games we had, they did a nice job of setting it. They had online for this as well. You have all the controls you can set up for things. Game settings as far as video, including 16:9 display. And smooth graphics, or we'll do a classic, but at least have 16:9 running. Oh, no. No, hold of that, and we'll be good. Storage device, audio, controls, how to play. Alright, so let's do this. Medium. Oh, God, thank God. This feels so much better. It just looks terrific. All right, also we can go through all the characters in this game, as we mentioned. If Felicia from Darkstalkers, Mega Man, Captain Commando, Marrow, Shumagorath, Thanos, from Avengers, War Machine, Wolverine, Cyclops, Amingo, Guile, Dan, the joke character of Street Fighter, which is the reference to, or they made joke to that in the SK Fighters, BB Hood, Ken, San, Ryu, Wolverine, Psylocke, Silver Samurai, Sabretooth, Blackheart, Gambit, Iceman, Cable, Ruby Heart, Zangief, Akuma, Charlie, Dhalsim, Jin, Anakaris, Hayato, Captain America, Spider-Man, Juggernaut, Spiral, Colossus, Magneto. Yeah, Colossus, by the way, in this game does not do the thing from the X-Men arcade game. At least I don't think he does. Magneto, Venom, Doctor Doom, Tron Bonne, Sakura, Morrigan, M. Bison, Cammy, Strider Hiryu from Strider, Jill Valentine, Rogue, the Hulk, Iron Man, Sentinel, Storm, Mega Red, Chun-Li, Roll from Mega Man, and the Surfbot from Mega Man Legends. And I could probably show him off. Yeah, the Surfbot's a male, I think. Well, I think it's nebulous as far as what it is. But yeah, I'll be showing you my team. I usually take Tron Bonne, actually, as it is, as well as Mega Man and Spider-Man. Actually, I think we're going to see Colossus, so perfect. And Doctor Doom. And on top, we also have Omega Red. All right, here we go. There we go. This is Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Way nicer than it is running that way. And look how fluid and fun this game is. It is so good. And the 16:9 perspective that looks terrific here. It is very natural. It doesn't feel like anything's cut off specifically. And the 3D backgrounds also look really, really nice. We have that great jazzy music, which seems like it doesn't fit, but you know what? It is awesome. Just beat them up, and there you go. By the way, how this also works, you hit the two punch buttons, you switch characters out, or the two kick buttons, you do the same thing the other way. In this case, you have Spider-Man with the web ball. Or the web swing. Yeah, talk about lines getting into gaming lexicon that way. Or Spider Sting. Yeah, definitely getting your Marvel element. Yeah, okay, they're trying to screw me up with the triple, the triple combo thing. I'm gonna try and see if I can't do the... No, I want you back, because I want to do... Yeah, I want to try to do the Dinner Rush thing, showing it running correctly. This is great, yeah. Compared to the one we just saw, but as I said, that's not that game's fault. It's the emulation on this system's fault. But yeah, this is awesome. It's not necessarily a super balanced fighter, but man, it is fun. And there's a reason why when it comes to the Marvel vs. Capcom stuff, people tend to love this one the most. And I would agree with that as well, just for the large cast of characters and just how incredibly technically fun and solid the game is. I would have to try to get the Dinner Rush thing going. I mean, I got the comment. Okay, I missed. He was doing like the invisibility. Ow. Oh, again? Yeah, you have to be very specific with the gun there, and I guess when he's doing that invincibility thing, there's gonna be trouble. Alright, let's call out Mega Man. Who is themed after Mega Man from Mega Man 8, so he does have a lot of his weapons from that when you do the combo, or try to do the combo. Yeah, you do have the Mega Buster as well. Yeah, you pull out Eddie to get the, the Leaf Shield, which was in Mega Man 7. Or no, Mega Man 8. You also have the Mega Man Hyper! And I do love that as well. Or the beat plane, yeah. You get beat the bird going there to hit everything that way. Woo. So yeah, bye-bye. Yeah, we're pulling out Spider-Man. And I do love this, and it goes very well for the comic perspective and also the Marvel element. Because there were other Marvel crossover fighting games of Capcom's. There was X-Men vs. Street Fighter. There was, I mentioned earlier in the show, Marvel Superheroes. As well as, oh wait, there was X-Men Children of the Atom. I'm trying to think what other ones. I thought there was, oh right, there was, okay, time's up. I lost because I have less health. Yeah, we'll try that again because, yeah, that was embarrassing. Also, you know what, let's have the full Mega Man take. Because it does let you change character again, I believe. So yeah, we'll keep Tron, and we'll pull out... Yeah, let's pull the Surfbot out, and then we'll pull out Roll. I'm trying to think. There is another, Capcom fighting game of theirs. Okay, there's Marvel's Capcom 1 and 2 and 3, and Ultimate 3, and Marvel's Capcom Infinite. There's X-Men Children of the Atom. There was X-Men vs. Street Fighter. There's this. And there's Marvel Super... There's another one I'm missing. I know there is. I'll put an edit into what it is. Alright, yeah, with Tron Bonne, we had that with Mega Man Legends starting, and I gotta figure out when we can get that going, honestly, to finish that game, because I do want to do that. I hate the fact I have to keep that hanging. But I'll figure something out on that, I promise. I just have to figure out how I'm gonna do that. And get the schedule going, because I've realized that's kind of been a tough thing with a lot of things, including the Ocarina of Time thing we're going to be doing in a few months. Because I'm realizing with Protorova, that's going to be a tough one, because he's like, hey, he doesn't know what his schedule is, and I think that's kind of the case that's going on in regards with the Legends case. So, yeah, when I can get that figured, I will be the first to let you know. But in the meantime, we do have this, so like, hey, we're getting a Legends representation somehow. But yeah, that play is not going to go away, I will promise that. Alright, but yeah, you do have the serve bots as they are. Yeah, and for being the little minions of Tron as it is, they are pretty, capable as it is, like, doing food attacks. I'm trying to get the, okay, no, I'm doing the bye-bye on him, but, like, no. Yeah, trying to do the supers, because, yeah, the way the supers work is you do a directional half circle, and then you do 2 of the attack buttons. But, okay, not that one. Okay, yeah, well, that's a sight. Zangief just body slamming the surf bot and killing him, which is probably the way it would actually go if you're going to be playing the Mega Man Legends tape. But, yeah, let's burn that guy. Actually, wait a minute, come on. Okay, this shows where I'm saying about the 360 D-pad getting in the way. Honestly, it's really the Capcom stuff that really is kind of the worst with it. Not bad, it's like, hey, I'm doing those diagonals of the things, I'm missing it. Oh, there you go. Crap, I'm too far away from Rogue for that one. Okay, come on. Oh, that misses even when they're holding? Yeah, because it doesn't always hit. Alright, fine. Boom, boom. Oh, come on, how'd I miss that? Okay, got her. Perfect. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to happen. You have the dinner rush, and then the serve bots come in and cause a massive combo. Yeah, you can get combos in the hundreds in this game for that very reason. Especially when you have all 3 of the characters doing them at once. Right, bye-bye, Ron Bun. Alright, but we got Roll. It plays a lot like Mega Man to a certain degree. Yeah, I'm getting the kiss from Rogue. Alright, woo. Yeah, because she does have the Mega Ball. And you do have the, transform thing, but yeah, okay, yeah, Cable is just coming in and shooting. Which is why Cable is a busted character. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna win again. Yeah, mainly I'm not that great at this game, I'm gonna say. Yeah, fortunately, yeah, Rolls on the ground crying. Yeah, this is embarrassing. Let me try one more time, and then we'll go on to something else. But at some point, I think we should do Marvel vs. Capcom itself, just because, hey, it's an awesome game, and I think we do need to give it a little more representation than just the sampling tonight. But we're gonna use this version, or I'll put the disc into my original Xbox and play it that way, because I do have everything unlocked that way. Alright, let's try with Tron again. You know, I'll show some different characters off, because I haven't really done much with Marvel. Let's, yeah, fuck it, let's pull Iron Man out, because, yeah, he's gonna be, you know, just busting stuff, and, yeah, Wolverine. Okay, let's go, bub. Yeah, here we go. Going against Jill Valentine, Ruby Hart, and, Felicia from, Darkstalkers. Actually, we are gonna be doing Darkstalkers, next. I have 2 Darkstalkers games I'm going to cover, so we can take a look at those as well. And then one last game is a bonus. Yeah, and like with, you know, Jill Valentine from Resident Evil, yeah, I'm a member of STARS. So when that happens, like, yeah, she has the zombies coming out, and the dogs, and the crows. Yeah, but she's no match for the serve bots, that's for sure. She never expected that. Like, she went through all that stuff in, the Spencer Mansion and in Raccoon City in Resident Evil 3. Or, fine, the Mansion in Resident Evil 1 and Resident Evil 3 with Raccoon City being in trouble. Yeah, this case, yeah, no, she wasn't ready for this. Alright, let's go, bub. Alright, yeah, with Wolverine, he does have the claws, and you do the Berserker Barrage. Yeah, and it is great stuff. Yeah, that hurts a lot when you can get them hitting, but yeah, if they block it, that's gonna be a problem. Ow. Okay, yeah, there you go. By the way, if you hit the left and right triggers, you do simultaneous specials. So yeah, I got 61 hits off of that. But you have to have 3 levels of that bar down there in order to do it. Basically, I could turn the tide into battle and basically, make Ruby Heart, yeah, very nervous. Yeah, the way she's kicking that way. Also, the other thing, let me, yeah, we pull out of him. Pull out there. There you go. Yeah, we get Iron Man. Yeah, because you want to pull your characters out, by the way, because then they can recover health based on the red in that bar. Oh, yeah, she has the ship. Okay, fine. That's not, you know, shown correctly, the way they cut that, but whatever. Alright, come on. And you go high as well. Oh, no. There you go. Yeah, the iron can. Yeah, the ion cannon. Woo. Alright, let's do this. I'll try to do this. I want to finish this right. Okay, no, I was going to try to go for a hyper combo finish. Alright, yeah, we're not getting hyper combo finish, but yeah, she's dead. Alright. Yeah, we'll come back to this game. This game is too amazing. I think there are a lot of games that are this way. Alright, so there's the sample of Marvel vs. Capcom 2. With that, we got 3 more games. Yeah, thank you for taking us for a ride. A ride in more ways than one. But, alright. So, yeah. I do love Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and a lot of the games we're playing tonight. And, been having a good time. Hopefully you are as well. But we're down to the last 3, so this should take us to 5 hours as well. So this is going to be a longer show than I thought. But, said, hey, the supersize Thanksgiving show, and we are all good to that. I'm loving the discussions and all of the insights we've been having. Okay. So next on the list is Darkstalkers Resurrection. This came out in 2013. It's developed by Iron Galaxy Studios, and it's a collection of 2 Darkstalkers games specifically. Night Warriors Darkstalkers Revenge from 1995, and Darkstalkers 3 from 1997. As the GGPO thing for the online latency element. So it's going to run very nicely if you're going online or if there's anybody playing it. Yeah, this first game, we're going to look at both of these. The Darkstalkers Revenge was the second game in the series, and you hit the back button, you can switch between the 2 games. When it loads, that is. This came out in 1995 in arcade, and it was on the Saturn in the year after that. Alright, so we're going to go turbo mode. So we played Marvel vs. Capcom 2 just a second ago. You have some of the characters from there in this game as well, specifically Felicia. We also have Dimitri, John Talbane, Victor, Senko, Lord Raptor, Morgan, who's kind of the face of this, Ankaris, who kind of blocks that way, Pyron, Putzel, Sasquatch, Donovan, and Ryuko, and Bashaman. Alright, we're going to play as Felicia. Honestly, I don't have a whole lot of experience with Darkstalkers, and chat, let me know if you do. But it does have the element of Marvel's, or I guess Marvel's Capcom, Street Fighter, a lot of the 2D fighting games of Capcom have. Although in this case, it's more of a horror flair, you know, like werewolves and things like that. Or I guess like the Cat Girl, as it is with Felicia here. Honestly, I haven't really played this game that much, so like I just bought it because like, hey, I'm afraid they're going to delist it. Number 1. Number 2, it costs a lot on Saturn where it exists, and I think it's on PlayStation as well. And also because, hey, I want to show off some nice variety. And like with Marvel vs. Capcom, it does have a nice jazzy style with the music. Whoa! And get myself hit that way. Yeah, it's interesting actually with this. I'm thinking like, as far as like the wolf concept, I'm thinking like Saberwolf from Killer Instinct, but yeah, definitely some different. Alright, there you go. Oh, there you go, 11 hits, awesome. I was gonna tell you, I'm kind of winning this one, because I've actually not played this game until actually right now as I'm touching this. This is actually me going blind with this one, because I bought this, I was kind of playing the third one a little bit more. Well, I played that one a little, but I didn't really touch this one. But, yeah, I'm liking this. I'm liking the backgrounds going on. The fact that, hey, you can knock stuff out, like the windows or the wine bottles, and it's spilling wine on the ground. Woo. And is 6-button case like not Virtua Fighter, I keep saying that, Street Fighter. Except I got bit again, damn. Yeah, I'm snapping my neck, hitting the ground. Your skill is great, but mine is supreme. Yeah, I don't blame you for that one. Alright, we're gonna play as someone different. Let's play as Senko. At least I could try and win one, and then we'll go on to Darkstalkers 3, and then the last game we got. Yeah, or in that case, it's like Ultra Beast there. Rise from your grave. But alright, here we go. Boom. Definitely an interesting take, I guess, as I mentioned, on the horror take, or the horror style. I guess Japan's take on it is woo. And also this version, by the way, they do give you those little icons on the side there. Give you ideas like what you're doing as far as your cancels, your special moves, your EX moves, and throws. And you get experience for that to do level ups and get achievements for this, from what I understand. Woo! I at least want to beat one guy in this, or at least him, but oh crap. Alright. Okay, I have to build up this special meter, because again, like with Marvel vs. Capcom, like with Street Fighter, you have that as well. Oh crap. Ow. I'm trying to figure out how to do the specials, but I don't think my bar is up enough. That's really what you want to do with a lot of the Capcom fighters, honestly. Get your bar up as high as you can to do the specials and use it, or find the right time to use it. Woo. But I'm getting the chain that way, so there's that. Ooh. Ah, KO. Alright. I don't think I'm gonna get that far. I'll try one more time, and then we'll... Okay, we do this. And then we'll play the third game, which is on this. Alright, fine. The lead of the franchise, Morgan, is kind of succubus as it is. Also, I'm noticing the game volume is loud. Let me turn this down. I just noticed that way. Like, you're probably not going to hear that. Hopefully I don't have to edit too much around that when it comes to that. Because that's the other challenge, I guess, when it comes to playing multiple games like this, since I'm like, hey, what am I really talking about? Different with this is that, hey, the sound outputs are going to be a lot different. So I'm noticing, hey, the bars on what I'm seeing with the tech equipment I got are really high. I don't know if my voice is coming through enough. If it's not, though, chat, let me know. And as I said, I'll know in a few days when I edit this. Now, let me do one other thing, because they do give you the character move list as it is. For this, let's see what Morgan's got. Alright, shell kick, vertical dash. You don't have a whole lot, honestly, in this. Alright, yeah, I don't think it's going to help me that much. I'm playing it the way I played the Street Fighter games, or Marvel vs. Capcom. We're doing the half circles and quarter circles and hitting buttons to see how that works, but it's not really doing much for me. Okay, in that case, I'm doing the not sure you can. But from what I understand, just to go into, I do know that Darkstalkers is kind of like a different take about how the Capcom 2D fighters tend to play. So in that way, I understand, I guess, why I'm not doing so well on this. But as I said, this is the first time I've ever played in my life, so... There you go. Oh, crap! And at least win one. I'll take the meager victories. There we go. Oh, well, he didn't start to think like, hey, I could skip it, and no, it's A. Also, by the way, I think those little challenges, they go for achievements, I think. We'll see how that goes, especially as I'm doing the bat throw. Okay, in that case, it's just for experience, but I know there's some stuff that goes for achievements in this, and trophies and playing this for PS3. Because this collection is on PS3, and I believe it is available on... Okay, yeah, this is available on PlayStation Now. So you have PS4 and PS5, you can play it, but on 360, yeah, you gotta have one of these to play it here. Or to play it on a Microsoft system, damn. Almost. I was like, I think I'm slipping in the wine. I just noticed that, but alright, fine. Now I'm dying in the wine. Fair enough. Yeah, my skill isn't that great, but I'll come back to this at some point feasibly. But all right, let's get a game over on this and go to Darkstalkers 3, because this collection has both of them. Hit the back button to go into this. This came out in 1997. The Sega Saturn also got this in Japan, but we didn't get it, and it was on PlayStation as well. But it cost quite a bit of money. All right, so let's do arcade mode for this, and I know one thing I'm gonna do with this one. They do add some new characters, this including BB Hood, who we're going to be playing Baby Bonnie Hood, as it is, like a take on Little Red Riding Hood, and yeah, I definitely want to show her. And you have a, and Lilith as well. Lilith is new to this game as well compared to the last one, and Queen Bee. Yeah, we're using Baby Bonnie Hood. Yeah, she looks really cute as far as the Little Red Riding Hood get up, but yeah, there's a nice surprise to her as well, and we're going against Lilith, so perfect. Yeah, BB Hood will smack people with the basket, but you'll also have, like, the guns. I think maybe you was showing that off a second ago, because I thought it was. Yeah, mostly that's kind of the way I'm doing. I'm just picking up the basket and hitting them. I was able, like, the roll thing. It's like Sonic the Hedgehog, almost, like how some of the roll... Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'm opening up the bottle of wine, which is basically has fire inside of it, so yeah. Yeah, BB Hood's not screwing around on this one. We got down. Okay, so it's like Killer Instinct where you have to get a knockdown and you get 2 of them and you win. Okay. At least this one is, unlike the last one we played. Alright, got her. Do me a favor, hand over your money. Yeah, that's the verse of how Little Red Riding Hood used to do it. But, yeah, I think that's the ironic element of this game. Alright, let's try again. Okay, I'm doing better at Darkstalkers 3, if nothing else. Oh, hey, going back to Winnie the Pooh again. Like, yeah, she's having honey with the bee. Yeah, now we're getting... It is the girl bee, as it is, so there you go. Hey, fitting, I guess I'm using the fire on the beehive, as it is. So, like, yeah, just burn her. Wasn't trying to do a super, if nothing else, but I think... Can I? There you go. Alright, I did a switch of the world, I guess. I do know that there's some aspect to that with this franchise, because as I mentioned, I'm not an expert on Darkstalkers at all. Chat, if you are, let me know, and we can go into that a little bit for the last couple moments as we deal with this game, and then have one more. Yeah, get myself stung to death. Alright. I guess she doesn't have a deadly bee allergy. Alright, boom. Alright, so I'm doing a karaoke show surrounded by flowers. I'll do one more fight, and then we'll go back to the last game, which is going to be kind of a bonus. Because it's not actually going to be a complete game, but it's also going to be the only way I can show that game off for the foreseeable future, if at all. Ow. Alright, so we got Rikuo, who's like the... I guess it's like the swamp monster as it is. Whoa. Okay, there you go. So at least I could show that BB Hood using the machine gun. So, like, yeah, there you go. I guess she learned from the element of the Big Bad Wolf. So, like, yeah, she came packing heat to the purpose of this. Or getting tongued by that guy. Surrounded by the Fiend's Fly Trap. So, yeah, there you go. Boom. Now, also, I'm getting a sense that this one's a little easier to get into than the last one we played, the Darkstalkers Revenge. Maybe this just seems faster. Or maybe BB Hood is just my character for this one is going to be. Alright, so I got A down, but I'm in trouble. Oh, I got stunned. Or poisoned, it might be. Whoa. Yes. Alright, I'm dead. Okay. Alright, I think with that, I think that's going to stop for this, but at least to get a good sense of it. And I'm liking both of these, but I'm not good at either one. Well, better with 3 than I am with 2, so I'm about to go about that. But alright. That, we got a game over. Now we got one more game to show off. So let's go back to my games, and then we'll deal with this, and we will finish off Super Old Games Saturday for the Fighting Game Showcase. Alright, so I guess you thought the show might have been over, but it is IDO. And if you understand what I'm talking about, yeah, you're going to be giddy on this one. This is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. This came out in 1999 in the arcade as 2 games. JoJo's Adventure, it's by Capcom, who developed it. And then there was also another one in 1999 called JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Heritage for the Future. They then ported the JoJo's Adventure game to PlayStation, and then they ported to Dreamcast, both of them. And then in 2012, Capcom got CyberConnect 2, the team that does the Dot Hack games and Dragon Ball Z Kakarot and Asura's Revenge, to port that Dreamcast game over to the Xbox 360 and PS3, where it's unfortunately no longer available, and it was expensive when it came out anyway. It was $20 as far as a download. And now this game on Dreamcast goes for over $400. So yeah, I only have the demo of this, which goes back to the brilliance of the Xbox Live Arcade having demo for everything. But I held on to it, I downloaded that, so hey, we get to show this game off. And it gets to go into the element of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, which is the manga from Hirohiko Araki. Alright, so with that, we can show how elements of the working of what we can run with the demo. Okay, we're going to make this work somehow. You do have a bunch of characters here based on, or from the manga and the anime later, like Jotaro, Avadol, Iggy, Maharia, or Mahrahia, Middler, I guess a take on Bette Midler, feasibly, Joseph, Kakyoin, Dio, I'm pretty sure is a take on Ronnie James Dio, Polnareff, Alessi, Debo, Iced, Hull Horse, Black, Polnareff, Pet Shop, and Chaka. I don't have much knowledge of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, in all honesty, so yeah, that's where I am. And also Jojo, Rubber Soul, and others. Wait a second. Oh, Shadow takes some characters too. Alright, we're done with Dio. Alright, now, from what I understand, they do have a story mode in this, I do know that. Unfortunately, because this is a demo, we're not going to be able to show all of it. But from what I understand, this game plays a lot like the other Capcom fighters we've shown, but it has its own unique mechanics. I know it has some aspect of the parry thing that Street Fighter 3 had, I think. And then has a couple other things that made it a little bit of an odd duck when this came out. I remember when it came out on the Dreamcast, people were like, hey, what's this manga? Because people didn't know what JoJo's Bizarre Adventure was back then. They know now. They do have, like, special moves the way Marvel vs. Capcom does. But it just is weird. Also, because you have, like, the pause like that, where you're basically calling out spirits and things to help you fight. And it is a lot slower than some of the other games we had where we're, like, running turbo perspectives. But you still cause a lot of damage with what you're doing. So in that way, it definitely has a unique feel of the other Capcom fighters that we've seen tonight, and other ones you might have played. But it definitely does also do something if you're a fan of this Enterprise. I guess, see, I've barely gotten an understanding of it, but of what I've known of it, it seems interesting. Or intriguingly weird as it is. So in that case, it's nice. I remember when it came out, a lot of people saying like, hey, what is this thing? And why would I buy this over Street Fighter 3 or Street Fighter Alpha 3 or some of the other games that were on Dreamcast for 2D fighting? But, yeah, maybe the people who said that, including myself, should have taken the initiative to bought it, because, as I mentioned, it's a $400 game now. This costs a fortune. In fact, I think it's one of the most expensive Capcom games on the Dreamcast, which is saying a lot, because a lot of them cost a lot of money. Well over $100 for most of them. Yeah, Dio wins. And we're only going to go through as much of this that the demo gives me, because unfortunately it's not a lot, and because I was an idiot and didn't buy this, yeah, I can't buy it now. Because it's been delisted. It was delisted actually only 2 years after it came out, so you didn't have much time either. Alright, so that dog is a member of Joestar's group. Alright, so we're gonna fight the dog. And so yeah, the dog has a, but the dog is really tiny and short, so I have to kind of hit him on the ground. So yeah, that's the other perspective of how it's being weird. Okay, that's an interesting case. He has like a dog sandcastle thing, or igloo that he's blocking with. So, yeah, it seems, like, wrong to be beating up a dog. But it's like, hey, in this case, no, the dog knows what he's doing, and he's taking me down. So he's like, the power of the spirits, deal with Dio, punching a dog. Like, no, there you go. So it's more of a fair fight than it looks like. It looks like almost like it was like a bear trap he had there as well. From what I understand, I know there is like a spiritual or spirit world element to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure as it is, I think, but honestly, I'm kind of talking out of my ass on this, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, fine, I did punch Puppy, so I was like, yeah, that's Dio doing that, but, yeah, he'll be fine. And yeah, I'll probably get, you know, bitten or destroyed by that on the back of this. But yeah, the stand-on thing, that is the mechanic for this game in terms of how it's doing, and also the, possession element. You fill up the bar for the purpose of that. So it's kind of like the supers that the other games had, or the other Capcom fighters, but with its own twist that, from what I've gathered of what little I know, kind of fits the license. Like, whoa! Okay, I'm getting the... okay, apparently, yeah, the dog did such horrible things, the screen went, you know, to static. Yeah, I told you this game's strange, or this Enterprise is strange, but, appealingly so, from what I've understood. Alright, yeah. Yeah, down boy in my case to get, you know, Dio getting destroyed. Alright. Okay, that was weird. I have this little gear thing going on with my, I guess, summon? Okay, I got a good combo, but the thing is that, yeah, it's like Oddjob in GoldenEye in the sense that, yeah, the doggy is really, or Iggy as it is really hard to hit because he's small on the ground, so you have to have your combo specific so you're aiming towards him, or just be on the ground to, you know, do a sweep like that. Yeah. Alright, so down he goes. Alright, so yeah. I just threw him on the ground and left him. Yeah, he's not going to be getting the SPCA award anytime soon. Kakyoin stand. Like I said, I don't know anything as far as the story for this, so I'm kind of just as lost as maybe some of the audience are. But I know there's probably people who know this anime are looking at this saying like, oh my god, this is amazing. But I mentioned, if you want to play this, you have to pay a pretty penny. And as I said, if you're going to get this, get it on the Dreamcast. Do not get the PlayStation version because it's only the JoJo's Venture part of this. Not to mention one other thing, I may as well mention this. I mentioned a lot of these 2D Capcom games are on PlayStation 1. Most of the cases of those are situations where they cut out a lot of content, a lot of the animations are not there. Like Marvel vs. Capcom 1 is on PlayStation 1, as well as Dreamcast. They don't have the team mechanic as far as being able to switch characters at will in that PlayStation edition. Yeah, because the PlayStation was all about its 3D prowess, but apparently 2D prowess, yeah, it was not a very good system. At least as far as the way Capcom's run stuff. So, in those cases, you want to run it on the Saturn, or get it on the Saturn if you can get it. Or on another system that has it. And JoJo's no exception. But even those PlayStation versions still cost a lot of money, and same with the Saturn stuff, unless you import that way, or in the case of the stuff on Dreamcast, get lucky finding it for not super expensive. Although, actually, going back to Marvel vs. Capcom is way cheaper on the Dreamcast than it is on the PlayStation. So, yeah, there you go. That's one example where you're going to get, you know, a benefit of going for the cheaper version because it's still the better one. Alright. Yeah, we should almost be done with this, and then with that... Okay, yeah, then the block cancel, I forgot. That's another thing they give you as well, where they give you a little bit of a, you know, bonus if you do a block on... Or you're able to cancel a block off of an enemy. So not like, oh, they're going to put their hands up and then they're going to be completely indestructible. You can bust right through. Ow. Alright, yeah, but Dio is down. Alright, we'll lose. I think with that, I think that's going to close it out, but this is more just to give a sense of, like, what's this game about, and also showcase the fact of, yeah, the demo's the most I'm going to be able to show you this one, unless I can take out a mortgage feasibly to get the other one. Yeah, I wish I could buy this game now they took it away, but that's the other element. When you get a game with a license and it's downloadable only, you might want to jump on that as soon as you can get it, if you really want to have it, because it might not be there forever. Alright. With that, almost 5 hours of fighting game goodness, as it is, or badness, or weirdness, or allness, as it is. There we go. Well, we're going to end on something a little more visually pleasing than just that home screen. go back into the game side of things and look at what we played, we have a lot of stuff that we covered, and a lot of stuff that is of interest if there's things like, hey, you like fighting games, know people like them, things worth picking up, and things you can find on multiple systems, even if it's like, hey, you're going to pay $400 to buy somebody the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure game. That, yeah, has to be an interesting case if you can do that. But, anyway, with that, that's going to close out Super Old Game Saturday for the Fighting Game Showcase. I had a great time doing this show tonight, as I do with every show, but also with mixing up with all you in the chat. And thank you very much for watching the show again tonight. And I hope you had a happy Thanksgiving and have a great weekend coming forward as the rest of it, as well as a good week coming forward after that. Okay, so before we shut the show down, as is custom, let's go over the next couple weeks of what we're playing. Next week, we're playing Rise Star for the Sega Genesis. It's developed by Sonic Team, and we're going to be using the Nintendo Switch Online plus expansion pack to play it. But I do have to do some practice because the end of that game is really, really hard. But it's a great underrated game for the Sega Genesis, and we can go over the Nintendo Switch Online plus expansion pack stuff on Genesis and go into how Genesis does what Nintendo don't, for sure on that. Yeah, the Genesis stuff is emulated correctly. The Nintendo 64 stuff is not. So we're going to use that for that next week on Saturday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The week after that will be the final entry of Supersonic Games Saturday. On the request of Sweetverse and everyone in the chat has been, or they've been agreeing, not saying like, no, we want something else. We're playing Sonic Heroes for the Xbox. Playing through Team Dark's story and going through the cutscenes of the other teams, and then playing the final story to have our fill of that game and close out this 30th anniversary celebration of Sonic the Hedgehog I've been doing this year. I've been loving doing that, like with all the shows we've been doing. That's in 2 weeks. And the week after that, we're coming back to Kingdom Hearts for Part 1. Or Part 1. Oh, no. See, I'm going delirious now. Part 4. Because I loved how Part 3 turned out last week, for sure. And I can't wait to keep that train going on, or keep that ship running on smiling faces. Or not smiling faces. We go deep, because we do that on the show, and I love that. And then for Christmas Day, we do have a show on Christmas Day at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll be playing Christmas Nights for the Sega Saturn. Running through the system with the unlockables. I have to unlock some of that stuff off screen. So I'm going to have to get to doing that eventually when I can get some time. But alright. Hope you had a good time with the Fighting Game Showcase. And let me know, I guess either in the chat as we go along the next couple weeks, or many weeks as it is, or in the comments of the YouTube version of this one that goes up, if you have any other genres you think we should be covering for next year's show. For the genre showcase, or I guess a showcase of whatever you want as far as styling or system or maybe company, perhaps. Like something for Midway, for example. And as I mentioned, we also have the Memorial Day show. We're going to cover some collections as is. And next up for that's going to be the Midway Arcade Treasures 2. But that'll come down the road. I want all the stuff for 2022, including The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time in January. I just have to figure out with Protorova when we're doing that. When we do that, we'll get going. And I'll also go into some of the other stuff that we're going to be covering for January, including a couple things I know we've been requested for on the show, and I intend to hit a couple of those. I want to continue on Kingdom Hearts because we're going to be still playing that, I would think. All right. With that, thank you very much for watching Super Old Game Saturday. Hope you had a great holiday, have a great weekend for the rest of it, and a great week coming forward. I'll see you next week for Rise Star for Sega Genesis. Until then, keep being awesome. Have a great night. Thank you again for watching. Thank you again for everything, and take care.